Chapter 1. This is going to be not awkward, but it's the origin story. It's where everything began. So here we go. For Chapter 1, we're going to get into the origin story, but I want to start by saying this is not going to be a short story by any means. It's going to be long. Look at the timestamp. This is either going to be split up into a whole bunch of different playlists or something, or it's going to be one really long video. I don't even know yet. But I know that it's going to be a really long story, and I hope that I can retain enough of your attention giving my story and my advice to help out beginning photographers or even advanced photographers get to the next level. And just so you know, like, what I went through to get to where I am today. Now, it's not going to be the best quality. I'm literally going to shoot this on my action camera on a light stand with the built-in mic. So forgive me for not turning on my Z8 in full raw mode and lighting it to perfection. It's not about that. Not everybody has the same equipment you have. Not everybody's at the level you're at. And I just want to help. I just want to help people tell my story. And it's not even the whole story. It's very difficult to pick from hundreds of thousands, if not millions of photos to narrow it down to try and fit it into a story like this. So you're going to hear traffic and things like that, but I'm going to try and move around from different areas just to keep you more entertained. I'm going to show pictures to explain what I'm talking about, and that's going to be what this video is. And we're like probably 2 or 3 minutes in already, and I may have lost some of you, and that's okay. Because as long as I have like one person that comments that says like, hey, the advice about, persevering through a cloudy day photographing solar panels, that really got to me, and that would mean everything. So throughout this, comment when you hear a topic that you want to know more about, and I can go in more depth on that topic, but there's going to be so many topics. So just comment away as you're going. And that's it. So let's start. There used to be a program called Excite Chat. I know, it's from a really long time ago. But it was one of those programs where you would sign in and you would get a little avatar that sometimes was big and sometimes was small. We would call them megas. If anybody out there was in Excite Chat like 26 years ago, then please put that in the comments, because I may have made an image for you. So this is what I'm talking about. This is where the origins of my editing really got into play. So back in the day, you would take images and edit them, but it wasn't like how you do today where Photoshop has all these AI tools and all this crazy stuff. You had to do everything by hand. You had to pretty much hand paint in a lot of things and do like manual blurring and a whole bunch of composition tricks that just aren't there today. And so my origin story for editing, and that's why I'm going to start here, is because that was my true passion, and it still is today. Even my wife tells me, you take pictures just so you can edit them. And that is 100% a fact. So the reason I start here is to tell you about the origins of me actually as a photographer. And so I was 6 years old whenever I got my first camera. It was a Polaroid for Christmas. And back then, Polaroids were easy to come by. They were easy to use. And so you could give it to a 6-year-old and have them go take some pictures, and it wasn't expensive, and it was just a thing. So the very first thing that happened was I lived in a town called West Texas, or a town called Midland in West Texas, and there was a lightning storm like a couple days after Christmas or something, and I wanted to take pictures of the lightning. And I have a very distinct memory of me getting on top of a white Lincoln Town Car, because that's what we drove back then. And I was shooting over this fence at this lightning, and I'm pretty sure in T-minus 5 seconds, I went through the entire roll. And it was the only time in my entire life that I can remember my mom saying I could not do something. She was extremely supportive, and she was always in for everything I was wanting to do. So it surprised me that she said I couldn't do something, and I think the word she said was, the camera's too slow, or you're too slow to capture lightning. And so I think that may have like sparked the origin story of me as a photographer, because still to this day, one of the most favorite things that I have ever loved taking pictures of is lightning and storms and clouds. And so whenever it comes to lightning photography, it's all about what you can do with your camera in order to get the best shot of the lightning. So I went through every type of process you can imagine to try and get the best possible lightning photos that I could during lightning storms. We did have very long, crazy lightning storms where I'm from because it's a desert. So lightning and static and all that, it kind of builds up. And so the main thing about lightning is I figured out that she was right all those years ago, even though I proved her wrong later, and I did take a picture with a Polaroid with lightning. I wish I could hold that up right now, but long gone. Turns out I had to get a very expensive, different Polaroid camera in order to achieve this that had like timers and things on it, but I made it work. And so with lightning, everybody thinks you have to wait for the lightning strike and then press the trigger to go. And even modules came out that would like sense the light change and difference in the picture, and then you would get that photo and, you know, it would take the picture for you. But very early on, I figured out that you can set your intervalometer timer to like 5 seconds and then take a 4-second long exposure at, you know, the correct ISOs and white balance and f-stop and all that. But you just set it and you forget it, and you just point it at the lightning. So if I could give one tip right off the bat from my origin story, it's that if you're gonna capture lightning, use a tripod, set up your camera, and look up your camera's capability of an intervalometer timer. It's just it's a basic timer that your camera has, not the selfie timer, not that. We're talking about something that like takes a picture every so often. So I would set it for 3 to 5 seconds, depending on how bright it is outside, and take a picture every 2 to 4 seconds, because my exposure time was 2 to 4 seconds. So it caught every single lightning strike that happened, and all the settings are correct, and you're ready to go. Now, experiment and play and do all these things. And by all means, take 1,000,000 pictures of one object, but change all the settings around and get it to where you want it. And so that's where the whole thing built from, is taking pictures of lightning and looking things up. Now, this was actually later in my life. Earlier, I was taking pictures of different things, but it's an origin story, right? So you gotta start wherever you started. So the reason I say all of this is I love taking pictures of lightning and storms and just the clouds and nature and landscapes. Sometimes I will throw objects or people in there to, you know, give it some kind of depth or some type of something. The picture up right now is of my friend Anthony, and this was after another photographer photographed an entire family session, and then they left. And I was telling them, I'm like, hey, the clouds are about to become amazing. You should stick around and take pictures of this sunset. It's gonna be awesome. And they were like, nah, we got what I need. And then they left. And so my friend Anthony is always willing to do all of these fun things. So I'm like, Anthony, can I take a picture of her? Mind you, we had just finished a round of disc golf and we're all sweaty and gross looking, but he is model material. So the first thing I did was set up a quick flash and then took an ambient shot of the sunset and then tuned my flash in. Boom. It looks like AI now, but that's like 8 years ago. So AI didn't even exist, and it's almost straight out of camera. There's no editing that happened there. It looks like I switched the background out. I did not. And my whole thing coming here is to just say, don't miss that opportunity, and don't listen to people whenever they say you can't do something. And this is a hard thing for me, because not a hard thing, the thing I'm going to say, there's no rules in photography. Somebody said the other day that, they commented, and I'm sure they were just trolling, but they were talking about how there's definitely rules and you have to think of it as a craft first and an art second. And I'm like, no, it's an art. It's an art form. If you're thinking of it as a craft, then maybe you're in the wrong industry. Maybe you need to think of it, maybe you need to go into carpentry or something. Maybe photography isn't for you. I'm sorry about all this traffic and noise. It's the perils of living next to a highway. So that really struck a chord with me, and I'm just here to tell you that there's no rules. Go out and break the rules. Learn, practice, do things that nobody would expect. Get different angles, different compositions, get different lighting. If you really like shooting dark, shoot really dark. If you like shooting really bright, there's categories for each person, and there's no right or wrong way to do it. You literally are pressing a button, stopping time, and then editing that time to whatever you like, because it's an art form and it's free. And the only time there's rules is photojournalism. You cannot edit things as much as you would like. But guess what? Somebody had to have made that rule, and who says that you can't take a picture darker or brighter than what they say the rule is? You just can't edit it as much as you'd like. You can't remove objects and things like that, but that's in the editing later. But the photography side, make it blurry, get some motion blur in there, get a trail going, make it with flash, change it up. That's all I'm saying. And coming back to the origin story of me and my camera on top of the Lincoln Town Car trying to photograph lightning, I ended up doing it later anyway, and I got it and it worked out. So the lesson here is, photograph what you like and just go have fun. And this is probably blurry. So on to the next location. Chapter 2. Bands, concerts, and trying to live like a rock star. At some point in my photographic life, I went ahead and looked at all these magazines, and I looked at all these different things that I wanted to actually do in photography, because you can't just be a lightning photographer, right? So I looked into what I thought was the coolest thing, and what I thought was going to be a cool thing turned out to not be a cool thing. So I looked up what's the most difficult thing to photograph, and then I figured out that there was a consensus on low light action is very difficult to photograph. There is no hardest thing to photograph, because then you could get into a debate on many different topics of many different things that people think are the hardest thing, but other people are like, oh, that's the easiest thing. So it kind of gets convoluted, and I hope I use that word correctly. But it took me to band photography, and photographing concerts and things like that I really thought was going to be different than it was. So let me take you back to how I actually became a concert / band photographer. And so I worked at a place that sold car audio, but the car audio dealership is what I would call it. They also sold concert tickets. Now, it came to be that I got to know the promoter of the concerts, and I was a photographer, so I was like, at the time, I was just taking pictures of random things and people and friends and just stuff. But this is my first attempt at really trying to get into something in the industry. And so where it started was me asking him, and he was saying like, hey, it's pretty difficult for me to get you a pass to be able to photograph things, not knowing anything about you or any other passes. Like, do you freelance with any kind of news agencies or anything like that? And I did not. And so that leads me to how you get into the concert industry is, first, you have to know someone in the industry to be able to get into it easily. Now, it's not easy by any means, but the fact is, if you have some kind of credentials already, then you get in easier. Now, the first thing I'm going to say is you need to respect the industry in order to build trust for people to just accept you in the industry. And so what I did is went to my local news agency, which will come in later chapters, and I got to know them. They got to know me. I offered my services for free to be able to get a badge from them, and the email. You have to have like an email from the actual news agency to get your badge most of the time. And so what that entails is you have to have some kind of recommendation from the editor or editor-in-chief, production office, something like that. They get you the badge. You now have, it's somewhere, your badge that says like, I'm with KCHRW, News at 9, whatever it is. I don't know. And once you get that badge, then you can start emailing and or contacting the concert promoters, the bands, the managers, the agents, all of the things that would come with that. Even the sound design and production, I've worked with them before. And what they will do is meet you there beforehand, and you can get your badge, and then whatever bands you are going to photograph, because you can't just show up and photograph all bands. You have to pick a specific band and photograph the ones that you want. If you had a, general all access pass, you could do every one of them, but for the most part, I had to pick which bands I wanted to photograph. Now, it doesn't really count for the openers and things like that. Most of the time, if you have a band, or if you have a badge for the big band, then you can photograph the ones before, except for if the opener is bigger. It's just a whole weird thing. But how I got in was I sold tickets, and I had to take the money up to the concert, and then that's how I got in all of the gates and everything. I'm like, hey, I am the person who has the tickets and the money. If I don't get in, then the bands don't get paid, they don't show, they don't do anything, so they always let you in. I had it the best. It's the easiest way I could think to do this, but you're talking a miracle Jesus put in front of you footsteps kind of situation to be able to get this kind of role. I haven't heard of anybody else getting in this way, so I'm telling you the real way you would do. And so that's where my badge came into play. And so ahead of time, I would contact the band managers or the touring manager, and they would then meet me there at the ticket will call. I would have their name. I would say, hey, I'm photographing such and such band today. And they're going to always tell you, first 3 songs in, out, here's your limiting space, stay in the pit, which is just in front of the gate but before the stage. They can grant you stage access or not, all of the rules. But the most general rule is you get the first 3 songs and then you've got to go. Either you're going to go or the security will physically come and take you away. Now, this is different for each band. Some bands did not care. I heard the origin was from Michael Jackson because he didn't get sweaty until like the 4th, 5th, or 6th song, but you can correct me on that if you want. The point I'm trying to make is, yes, I got to photograph bands. Like, I got to have these experiences. I got to go on tour buses with bands and see how they acted. And I was around a lot of famous musicians. But as a business model, I think I made $200 in about 10 years. Now, I could have tried harder. I could have submitted myself to more magazines and more publications to try and get some kind of recognition in the magazines, because back then magazines were bigger and they wanted photos. But most of the time in my small town, the stage and lighting and everything wasn't big enough for them to warrant me taking a picture and then writing an entire article and story and then buying that article from me. And so it was difficult. The only thing that I have found that makes money during shows is actually taking pictures of people at the concerts. And you may actually see this now with modern day concerts. You're going to have like photo booths and professional photographers set up at the concerts. So my niche in making money doing this was I would do a couple songs here and there for the bands, but then I would turn around and take pictures of the people, and then I would physically hand them my business card and say, hey, you can buy this photo from me there. They can't hear you because we're in front of the stage, but that's one of the biggest parts about concert photography that nobody tells you about is there's not too much money in it. So unless you become an actual band photographer and get paid to travel with the band, I know Jared Poland has a lot of behind the scenes stuff. Frono's Photo. He actually has gotten to travel with bands. He's the only one that I know of that's documented it and taken the time to explain it to people. He explains it really well. So go and take a look at his stuff for the behind the scenes. I never got to do that. I was purely there as like a 3 done in and out, but it came back later in life. So I took the band photography and turned it into an event photographer thing. And so when you photograph bands, there's no real person to sell it to because they already did all their promotionals, they did all their media and everything, they're set. If you try and sell it to the band, not really much comes of it. You could try going the route of selling to the lighting production, the stage production, stage manager, things like that, but most of the time they don't need any kind of advertisement because there's only so many of them out there. And whenever the bands book all these things, it's already all done. And so that's up to the promoter. It's not up to the bands. So there's only so many different ways you could do it. Now, if you are a band photographer, concert photographer, you know what I'm talking about with event photography. Nowadays, you can just go and take pictures of just the people and make a pretty good living at it. You can go and like the actual venue will book you to take stock photos, or somebody doing the promotions wants to use those photos, and then you can turn around and sell it to the people. And then you could also get like an hourly wage if you're doing like club photography or stuff like that, where making money is okay now. But everybody has a camera and everybody can take pictures, so you have to be extraordinarily good at taking pictures inside very dark situations with crazy lighting and not knowing what that moment is going to entail. So it is a tough profession. A lot more influencers make more money influencing, saying they do it, than they do at the actual job they're doing. And I mean, that's a shame, because it is a tough profession, and the hardest part about it is whenever you are taking pictures of the people don't realize how good you may be, and they'll just go with somebody cheaper or just use a free person, so you may lose the job real quick if you charge too much or you do something wrong. Once again, it's a huge trust thing, so they have to trust you to be able to do your job well. And so, I mean, that's that. The other thing is, like, for merch, t-shirt companies, or just a whole bunch of different aspects of like promotional items that people may actually use in the industry. So I got in with a guitar pick company. They also do t-shirts and then a couple other things, and they needed promotional items for their business. And they saw my concert photography and then reached out to me to do promotional items for them. And then I got paid for that job, but they wanted a lot of variation in the actual pictures to be able to choose from. And so whenever somebody asks me that, or gives me the order of doing, like, I need, these single pictures, but I need it to have a lot of variation in it, then this is the type of thing that I give them. There's a lot of different things that you could do with the edit on top of the raw photos. So that's just another thing that we could get into, which is the side of like promotional items. I've taken covers for bands. I've done t-shirt designs and other promotional items. So that's another part of the industry that you could get into that involves concert photography or promotional items. Now, the tippy top, which I never got to do other than for smaller bands, which I got paid for smaller bands, but it's the actual promotion photos for the bands itself. And that's where normally you'll go on location or to a set, and there'd be huge art directors and the managers and the agents and the band members, and you have it planned out, and it takes like 2 months, and they're going to cancel like 3 times because of tour dates and stuff, and eventually it all works out and you get a bigger paycheck from that. But it's such a raw, rare thing to get into that, and it's so difficult. So it's just something else to keep in mind, that if you're striving to go towards something, and it's all about getting yourself out there and just contacting as many people as possible. And what I would say is, if you're going to do concert photography, don't add in like friends and social media people that are fans. Try and add in everybody that would actually pay you to do it. So find concert promoters, band members, agents, managers, even their, assistant that does the hair. There's a bunch of different things you can get into, but contact the right people to get into the industry. Concert photography was a big deal in my life for a very long time. And I got to see a lot of people come up in the world. So there's band members that, started in small places, and now they're, Grammy award winning, academy. I don't know what you would call it. But whenever you first photograph them, it's to a room of like 30 or 40 people in a room of a house where, they just tore out all the walls and you're just taking pictures from literally the rafters of a house or something like that. And those are the ones where you build up reputation with them and they remember you later on, taking pictures of you whenever you just started out. But it was definitely one of the funnest experiences, and I would recommend it to anybody. If you have the ability to take pictures of a concert or low light action event, then I say go for it. And I hope that in some way you get what you want out of it. I ended up not getting what I want, even though I still do it to this day. I mean, a year ago I did a large full concert. I did photo, video, drone, and it was a great paycheck. It was an awesome paycheck, but it was, with the mindset that I have now and not what I was doing back then, because the right person contacted me. And if you do a whole bunch of concerts, then people will tag you and you'll get, the right people to tell you who to go to. So I was tagged by a bunch of people and everybody recommended me because I was the concert photographer guy that they remembered giving them a picture when they were at a concert 5 years ago. And so it's all relative and all the things. So if you have any questions or comments about concert photography, let me know. I'm a little bit out of the game now, but that's all the best advice that I could give for this type of situation. Chapter 3, football and sports. This is where I'm going to go. I'm going to make it big here. We've made it to sports photography. And the thing about sports photography is that it's very similar to what I was doing with concert photography. When I very first started out, I started thinking about how my town has a lot of football in it. You may have even heard about it. It's called Friday Night Lights. Friday Night Lights, Varsity Blues, now Landman. There's a couple different other shows, but football is extremely big in West Texas. And so the thought came to mind that, I'm going to get into football photography just like I thought I'm going to get into concert photography, and it's going to be big money. And it can be, but you have to take the right path. And I did not. I didn't take the right path at all. And I just want to tell you some of the lessons that I learned along the way, and the losses and the big wins that I got, and all the people that I got to meet were amazing. So first off, we'll start off with football photography as a photojournalist can make you money if you get in with a big agency. But just like with concert photography, you have to have the credentials and you have to have all of the know-how to get into the business, and you have to make connections and be there at the right time to get in. First off, I know 2 people from West Texas who are extremely big in the industry for MMA and one for football, and they're both doing great as sports photographers, but one took a journey that led them directly to the path, and one just fell into it by chance. And so how you get into it can be a couple different things. And so how I got into it was similar to how I got into concert photography, where I had the credentials to be able to get into it. And so I thought, if you just, this was my mind. This was me thinking that if you just show up to these places and you just take pictures and put it online for people to buy the photos, that they're just going to buy them, and you're going to make a whole bunch of money, and everything is going to be super easy, and you could do this the rest of your life, and you could retire. And the illusions of grandeur were so much further from the truth, because once you realize that you could take the best touchdown photo or the best, kick, goal, score, baseball hit, whatever. I did all the sports, but football mainly because of West Texas. Nobody cares. That you get some likes on Facebook and Instagram and things like that. People like to say like, "Oh, cool," but that's pretty much where it ends. And so, exactly like concert photography, I had to find the right person and the right people. And so, the way he orders my steps, he meaning Jesus, God, if you don't believe in that, that's fine. Call it luck or whatever. I prefer you just look into the word, but the way he ordered my steps that I didn't see until later was he gave me a start, middle, and an end just to show me all the different levels. And in the start, I got the credentials, and I would just walk on the field and take pictures of, the high school kids playing football and try to sell those. But then like a semi-pro league started in my town, and I got in with the owners of that league just because they were at the time owners of the baseball team, and they got to know me because early on, the connections you make in a small world, in a small town, he was my ice hockey coach. And, well, he's not the owner, but you get the point. Like, there's little ways that you just weave yourself in and out through these situations to get to know these people. And so, in taking pictures of high school football, I then got to know the people at the semi-pro level, and they wanted me to take pictures for them. And so where I actually made money from that was taking the promotional photos for the team. And so taking, pictures of the cheerleaders or pictures of players doing posed positions or things like that, the owners would actually pay me pretty good for those. But when I'm out on the field actually photographing the football, which is what I wanted to do, I haven't been one of those photographers yet that like wanted to sit down and put them on a white background and take a picture of them with a ball posing, like doing stuff. And I mean, I've done that. I've done thousands of those with just normal people and normal things and normal situations, but I wanted to photograph the action. I wanted to experiment with light, and I wanted to play with, focal lengths and flash on the field and doing this and that. And that did not make me any money at all. And so it was very frustrating to me, knowing that something that I was passionate about, again, is falling through again. And it's like I need to learn a lesson of some sorts, but I'm just not good at learning the lesson. And so I tried it with different sports. I tried baseball, and I tried soccer and football, and I never tried basketball. Maybe that's where my I don't like basketball. If you can score over 100 points in a game when it's by 2 or 3 points, then you need to raise the goal, make it smaller, make it harder in some way. Like it was ridiculous. There's too much. But that's a whole nother thing. Leave a comment down below if you love basketball and it's the greatest sport on earth. By the way, ice hockey is the greatest sport on earth. And then second, disc golf. So argue with me all you want, but that's what I like. So we get to the side where I actually made money is the promotional side. And what I learned is you can photograph all you want. It could be the best picture you want. You're not going to make a really good living out of it unless you have some kind of way to sell the pictures. And most of the time, players don't want to just buy pictures of them getting hit or hitting somebody else. Like, nobody wants to pay even $10 for that kind of thing, because what are they going to do with it? And so then I just started giving away those pictures for free, because I knew that getting the tags and likes and people talking about it would get me more business later in other realms. And so what I did, once again, was I thought about how I could actually make money at it, and it worked. And so that, doing all of that for probably a good 3 or 4 years of just taking pictures of the football games. I only did home games, but taking pictures of those, and then that team eventually got to go play at Dallas Cowboys Stadium, and the other team that they played against had a lot more money than the team that I played with. And so the promoters actually told me to drive 3 hours to go take pictures of their football games, but their football games were a lot bigger. We're talking thousands of people to play in their little stadium. But their halftime shows were crazy. They would have Joe Montana and Tim Tebow and like rock stars come and give away Camaros and all kinds of crazy giveaways. And so I was photographing the interactions with people as a part of the job. And one thing they had was an actual storefront to sell all their merchandise. And they needed posters and a whole bunch of like 11 by 14 on gator board style pictures to just align this whole shop. And that's what they wanted for decoration. So I did print sales with them, the travel time, game time. They actually would pay for me to rent bigger lenses and better lenses. It was crazy. I did make really good money with that, but that only lasted like a year and a half, 2 years before like you run out of things. You run out of wall space and you run out of posters to try and sell. And they realized that hiring Joe Montana to come during halftime isn't as profitable as giving away a Camaro. But there's no real interactions other than a drawing with a Camaro. So you're taking pictures of people at a raffle. And so it's, they don't need you anymore. You've run your course, as it were. So I had to find an actual avenue to make money doing something. And so at the time, of course, all these bright ideas. But I knew promotional was the ticket. Like, that's the thing that makes the most money. And then I thought about, as cool as it is shooting actual professional sports and people and things, the littler leagues is where the money is. And so I contacted a couple of sports teams to take pictures of, each kid and then a group and the coaches, and each parent just pays like $15, $20. Depends on what league you're in. Use your best judgment, because some of these leagues, like, these kids can't afford anything. They're doing charity drives to get their jerseys. They don't have the correct pads or anything like that. So use your best judgment. If you're in a higher end, private, crazy, I don't know what even to call it, right now off the bat, but where the parents mostly all have money, or another parent can donate for another parent, then you can get something from it. But what I like to do is give each player like, 2 or 3 shots, and then an action shot, and then the group in like 2 or 3 different shots, or the team, sorry, I said group, and then like the coaches, and then the upsell is playing cards and posters and prints and stuff that they can hang on their wall, but that looks really good because it's posed. And so whenever you have a team of like 40 kids at $40 to $50 per kid, that's when you're making good money. And there's like 16 teams in that league. So if you become that league's photographer, that's a great living. And sports photography, now you have to think of like, it's a seasonal thing. Sports photography is a huge dip. You can get templates and actions and all of these cool tools with AI now that can get you just that better than what I could have done way back then. But the potential for money now is high, but you have to be really good, and it's difficult to get in because every single mom has a camera, every dad has played with their camera, they all go to Best Buy and buy the action cameras, and then most teams have like set up cameras that track all the players. It's crazy now, but the team photography is definitely a big money maker, and you can get a lot of profit from that. And once again, seasonal. So if you live in a colder environment, then indoor sports may be better. So, hockey, indoor soccer, even indoor lacrosse, arena football, things like that. And then, outdoor and more climate. Volleyball, tennis, there's so many things. But every sport has a season. And so if you become and niche down into sports photography, and that's your niche, then post it crazily, and everybody will tag you and do all the things, and it goes crazy. But once again, if you have any questions about that, leave a comment down below for sports photography, and I can do more stuff about that and talk more about it. I personally did it for the professional level and semi-pro, like that kind of stuff, but I didn't do much in the other aspect because I got into other things and it just wasn't my thing. So more power to you if you do that. And it's a lot of money. You can get into a lot of money with that, so have fun with it. Chapter 4, Cars, Automotive. Let's do this. There is a lot of construction noise going on, and I apologize in advance. I told you this was not going to be the best quality, and I meant it. Not lying. So the next thing is car photography. It was amazing for what it was until it wasn't at all. And the thing about car photography is it's a huge, massive, crazy industry. And I dropped my water bottle. And so listen up. You've got to be, it's not about being good in the car photography world to say, get to the point to where you're taking pictures of Ferraris and Lamborghinis and all the crazy stuff. There's levels to it. Because there's owners out there that would love for every single photographer in the world to take pictures of their pride and joy. And that doesn't equate to very much money most of the time, because they think that they are giving you the privilege to photograph their vehicle. Now, that's not to say that there are not hundreds or thousands of very wealthy people out there that will pay you very good money to take pictures of their cars. But like I said, there's levels to this. And one of the levels is being a great salesman, first of all, but being to the level that they actually seek you out and want you to photograph their car in a certain style that they would actually pay for to hang on their wall. And those are harder to find. I've come to find out through my 25 years of doing this, and I wish I would have known that in the beginning, because I thought I was going to make more money at this again. I thought I had this perfect opportunity of working in a car audio industry, getting to work on and see all of these amazing vehicles worth millions of dollars, because I am one of the rare people that have been able to sit in, ride around in, work on, talk to the owners of like McLaren F1s and Ferrari Enzos, Bugatti Veyrons, and all of these very, very unique cars that have set world records and things that I can't even talk about, because they told me if you ever post a picture online, I will never do business with this company again. And that makes it where it's like difficult, because, you know, I had no intention of doing something, but it ruins it for the rest. And so there's people that would not care if I touched, sat on. The guy that owned the Enzo also owned a McLaren F1, and when he took it to the shows, he didn't even clean them, and people would get mad that there were like rock chips and stuff, and he would say, guess what? I drive the car. Like, it's gonna get dirty. And that guy later went to he drove trophy trucks at like 75 or 80 years old. It's crazy. He loves driving. And he is amazing. So for every one of those, there's like a whole bunch that don't want you to do anything with their cars, and don't post it, and don't take a picture of it, and I don't want anybody to see it, and it's secret, and I don't know why. Maybe if I was wealthy, I would know why. I'm not wealthy enough to know why, so I'm just going to pass on that. But I loved light painting and doing really high-end photo shoots with cars, but I don't feel like I ever reached the level of doing an actual, like I've never photographed a car and thought, yeah, this is amazing. But of course, I mean, that's every photographer. Now, on the lower end side, you have the Honda Civics and the old 69 Camaro people, and the people that want you to photograph their car, but you have to be a good salesman in order to get them to pay for you to photograph their car. And what I mean by that is, in today's world, it's more of an influencer game, because they want you to do like a 30-second highlight reel of for their Instagram, and that's more of the business model now, and not let me photograph your car so you can make a poster and hang it on your wall like it was back in the day when I was doing things. And so, because we didn't have Instagram back then, so it kind of ruined it. And so getting into it now, I actually have no idea and couldn't give you any good advice on taking pictures of the automotive industry. I think the only thing that you could do to maybe make money would be, just like all the other advice, is talk to the promoters of the Cars and Coffee and car shows and things like that, and get in with the event photographers, and maybe go to the events and take pictures, hand out business cards, and maybe just get pictures for their Instagram and things. But I don't think you could really get as much money as you could back in the day. Like, I mean, I did an entire tutorial over car photography and how to make money on it, and nobody cared. And it was just a thing. They were like, yeah, went to a car show, guy paid me $20 to take a picture of his car. Like, oh, all right. Like, you can't even, I mean, that's like, that's McDonald's. Like, that's, you could barely go to McDonald's for that now. But I love car photography, so anything that will sit still that I can light paint, I really enjoy taking pictures of that. And I know I'm going to jump back and forth on these chapters, but you'll see that that's a recurring theme in something that I like to do. And so car photography is in that realm. And it's one of those things that's it's just more about passion than anything. So first, getting permission if it's in a private area, having them be able to trust you and you deliver a good product. But everybody has to start out. So what I would say to people just starting out wanting to get into car photography is go to events. Go to a Cars and Coffee that isn't going to be raided by the cops or turn into a G35 burnout rev zone, and just talk to the car people. And whatever town you're in, if you start going to enough of them and you start doing good enough work, and people will start hiring you to take pictures of their cars later on. And think outside the box on these things. I see the trends happening, but most people want something different. And so if you're taking pictures through a bush at a 45-degree angle and the bush being bokeh blurry is more of the photo than the car, then maybe go back to the drawing board. Those irritate me. Quick little rant for you. But I mean, what are you going to do? People love blurry foreground pictures with their G35 on an overpass or something. I'm just saying, get blurry with it, get some motion trails, figure out a minivan with a rig and get some rolling shots, get some suction cups, and be willing to lose your camera on a bump and find people who don't care about their cars and just start with that. And I say people that don't care about their cars because these people can get super picky. It could be a Honda S2000, and it's a $20,000 car nowadays, but the person with the Ferrari's like, oh, you dented it? Cool, man. Are we going to get the shot? But the S2000 owner is like, oh my gosh, you dented my back fender. Like, wow, you owe me $20,000 now. You're going to have to repay the whole car. And they get crazy. I don't know how else to explain it, so. Car photography. I love it, but I wish I would have been able to figure out a way to make more money at it. That's all. Whether that worked out, so chapter 5, MMA. We're going into fighting. We're going to be in the fighting industry. First of all, before we get into MMA, let's just admire this view for a second. Because it's crazy that I live here now. But more construction. I'm just moving from place to place. There's not really much going on. I have to look at my photo for reference on what I'm even going to be talking about. I know it's MMA, but from there I don't know. Yeah, it's exactly what I remember. Okay. That sound is not going to stop. I'm so sorry, and It's going to be bright and dim and bright and dim. You knew what this was when you got into it. So I'm probably going to be more down here so you can see the view more than me. But MMA is exactly the same as all the other things that I've talked about, where he ordered my steps into it by introducing me to a man through, he was literally a guy that came up and to the car audio shop, and he would get things in his car. And then that guy was like, you know what? I bet you I could be an MMA promoter. And he did it. He actually became an MMA promoter. So he would pay me, and it was good. It was good money. But where I thought I was going to make a lot more money was going to be the selling photos to the fighters and taking pictures of each fighter and getting into their camps. And I did all of that stuff, but I did not make what I thought I was going to make. But the people that I got to meet along the way for that, absolutely amazing. And without a shadow of a doubt, one of the nicest group of people you've ever met in your whole life, the MMA community. And early on in my life, I would do fighting styles and random things, and it's a whole different story and a whole nother video that I would have to make on my entire fighting career. I didn't make any money at it, but my whole fighting from start to finish, doing backyard fights and doing YouTube fights and YouTube wrestling and videoing it and actually being the fighter. And I was a ice hockey player, so I mean, we never fought in high school very often, but you know, it's one of those things where martial arts has always been in my life in some way or another. So I thought this was going to be another one of those things where I'm going to start taking pictures of these people. I'm going to post these pictures, and they're going to be like, hey, where can I buy these pictures from you? And then I would sell it to the fighters, but it just never came to be. I made way more money on the promotional side. The commercial industry, where the fight promoter paid me to take pictures of the fights, the referees that I got to meet. I mean, the referees for this fight, it's such a crazy world of small people. Oh, I apologize. Small people, small world, small everything. Because I got to meet and hang out with the referees that you see with all of the highlight reels in the UFC. And then they told me that an hour from where I live is one of the top UFC photographers. So I got to meet, I never actually met him, but I got to talk to him. And I almost got to photograph a UFC event. I never did, but I almost got to. So that would have been cool. But he told me right off the bat, like, hey, it's probably not as much money as you think. And I didn't listen to him, and it became a thing. And so just like how my videos have been going, here's how you become a MMA photographer. It's not what you think. So go back to getting the credentials for concert photography, because it's the same thing, where you have to be some kind of journalist, have a badge or a promoter, and then you have to get in touch with the promotion company that's putting on the fights. So I think in my time I photographed for 4 different promotions total, and all of them were, you know, it wasn't amazing pay. Where the pay comes in is whenever the fighters want promotional things to sell themselves, they pay you to go out and photograph them so you can put them on the poster or on the fight card or in a commercial or whatever you want to call them. just the promotional, the media side, or social media. The fighters at the lower levels have the unique ability to promote themselves. So they're the ones selling the tickets and doing all the stuff. So they're the ones who need all of the video and photo and all that stuff. So that's who you contact. The promoter, find out who the fighters are, get with the fighters, and then you go to their gyms, you photograph the gym, and then you get in touch with everybody else at the gym. You become the guy that everybody is like, hey, he's the one who took the pictures of me for that promotion, and he did a good job, so you should get some to take pictures at your promotion. And then it trickles down from there and kind of goes into different levels. Because when you're in the martial arts industry, it's just like any other sports league where as kids grow up, they want pictures of their kids, so you're going to the parents. And whenever you are, and this works for every single sports, anything, team, individual, most of the time, the biggest money that I've made come from the parents of the kids that are in the sports. So if they're cheerleader, volleyball, baseball, hockey, soccer, it's all the same thing. The parents are paying for the kids to have pictures so the parents can have pictures later, and they want it to be good pictures. It's not a lot, but where it adds up is, in the having 20 to 30 kids on a team at $15 to $40 per kid. Now, I did not get into that realm, but go back to 2 videos ago in this to hear about that. I've already talked about it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Promotions seems to be a big theme going through here, right? And so what it makes me think about is, in my MMA career, what did I do wrong or right? And once again, it's all about trust and the ability to convince somebody that you're good enough to bring a ladder, to look over a cage, to take pictures inside of an octagon and get really good pictures, and then outside of the cage to the same promoter / fighters that you have the ability to bring lights and a studio setup and or natural stuff and take a really good picture for them to promote an event. Give, the 2 main fighters a good face-off pose for the poster, things like that. And then you'll go good and be good in the industry. And MMA and martial arts were a big part of my life, but I think I was too emotionally attached to the martial arts side of it to separate myself into the money side of it. Because I know that these fighters and people didn't make very much money, and so I had a hard time selling to them. And I know it's a game of sales, so I have so many stories and the connections that I made along the way. So, car audio industry, where I photograph cars, led to me meeting the promoter, which led to me meeting the fighters, owners of gyms, photographing gyms later in the commercial side, to the people that work out at the gyms, to photographing their businesses, to photographing the people in their businesses, to photographing the families that worked in the businesses. Like, it's all a huge connection point. And if people see that you're doing things in one thing, they think about you in other areas. And it's no joke that what I just went through and explained actually happened, and I can trace it. So I photographed a car, met a promoter. The promoter had me photograph his promotion. The promotion led me to other things. There's somebody driving by. Anyway, I explained it already. There's no use repeating it. But I don't know what the next chapter is. I'll have to look at it, but look at this view. Look, here. I'm gonna actually get out of the scene so you can experience this for like 5 seconds. We haven't made any money thus far, so we're switching gears and we're going to chapter 6, senior sessions. We're getting into just taking pictures of people. On the topic of seniors, and we're not talking about like elderly people, we're talking about like high school or college seniors who are graduating. Of course, that's a very big industry. Most of the time, whenever somebody brings it up to me, I always tell them, always have something to do when you're not in senior season. And this is crucial because you don't have seniors year round. I mean, some places may have seniors year round, but the biggest thing that I like to tell people who are getting into seniors and photographing people is always have a backup person. So try and get like a family that is willing to pay for photo shoots, but that is also willing to shoot their sophomore year and then their junior year, freshman year. And those could just be yearly clients. You could even have yearly packages. I know quite a few photographers that they have a lifetime deal or a K through 12 deal or something like that, where they get a photo shoot every single year for a yearly retainer or something like that, where like they do a photo shoot every single year of the child's life, and then the senior shoot is like a bigger deal. And then if they go off to college, then you can add a new package or an add-on for a college deal. And that's always a big thing. And whenever we're talking about getting into shooting people, then we're now leaving all of the other stuff that I talked about behind, because now it's just based on personal interactions, word of mouth, tags, likes, and shares, and social media. So whenever it comes to seniors, I think most of the senior shoots that I got were from Facebook and Instagram in my local area. Of course, I haven't traveled to do specific shoots. I mean, I've traveled to do specific shoots, but not for a senior photography. But seniors are really good. It's a really special time. They get to, most of the time, they pick out like some activity that they like doing for the year. So if they played sports, you can give them some type of Letterman type sports picture, an action shot, and then like a cap and gown with a helmet, or just something special to remember what the actual occasion was, and charge accordingly. So whenever I started doing seniors, I didn't know what to charge, and I still don't know what to charge to this day, because the prices wildly vary. You could tell somebody that you're doing senior shoots for $20 and somebody's gonna say, it's kind of expensive. And then you're gonna tell somebody it's $2,500 and they're gonna be like, why so cheap? So it really is just wild, the variances that people go through. But always take into account like the person and do your research. Are they, driving a nicer car or anything like that, which necessarily doesn't mean anything. They could have been given the car. Like, who's paying for it? The parents, the grandparents? Is the student paying for it? Is this, some kind of that deal? So it just depends. I mean, I wish there was a set price that I could tell you. But what I did when I was doing senior photography over the span of like 5.5 or 6 years, I started at like $150 and I just went up by $50 every single time I did a new shoot. And every single time they said, yeah, that sounds good. And nobody ever questioned it. So I'm sure I could have started higher earlier on, but that's just a simple way for me to find out pricing. And the moment somebody says, no, that's too expensive, maybe that's when you come down. But it's all relative, and it's relative to your area. If you're in a place that maybe doesn't have high-end jobs and rent is lower, I forget, it's not rural because that's like country or something, and it's not poverty because that's not, anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Different areas have different price ranges for different things. So price accordingly. That's all I'm going to say about pricing. But there's also easy ways to practice this kind of thing. So do a model call for a senior photo. If you don't have any senior photos and you're wanting to get into it, this is what I would do. I would do a model call for any senior, but don't charge them directly. Like, don't give them a price directly. Just say it's free or whatever you can afford, and never bring up money after that. So you're building your portfolio, and you may have somebody that has no money that's going to appreciate this a huge amount. We're talking doing like 3 or 5 photo shoots so you can have a portfolio to present to some other people to say, okay, here's my body of work that I've done so far. Don't lie and say you've done hundreds. I've only done 5. So your session will be 150, 200, 250, whatever y'all come up with. And take that whatever you can afford plan and just go from there. I know this is going to be a highly debated topic in the industry, but I mean, you don't have anything to lose. You're already going to do it for free. And if somebody gives you any money, then it's just a bonus. It's a tip for your service. It's a tip for your time. That first one is going to be the scariest because most of the time you don't know how to pose them. They don't know how to pose. You're going to get some that are uncomfortable. You're going to get some that are used to doing the selfie look. So this is the only thing they've ever seen of themselves being photographed. So bokeh is going to be a mystery to them. Just keep in mind, everybody's at different levels of comfortability, if that's a word, in their time in life. So, and it never goes away. From senior all the way up to senior, they're always uncomfortable or okay with it. Like, it's just one or the other. And hardly anybody ever knows how to pose. You could always tell whenever people have practiced posing because they've got like looks down. They'll like, turn a shoulder or two or put their head up or over here. And so, of course, there's always that one. And then every once in a while you'll get like the full supermodel that knows how to do everything and you don't have to do anything. And those are always nice if they're photogenic, but it's a struggle when they're not photogenic, but they know how to pose really well because you don't know how to advise them on anything. You're like, hey, you're doing really good, but you're doing this every single time. And I love that you're doing that, but don't do this, like do this. That kind of thing. There are templates and booklets out there that teach you how to pose, and it's different for male and female, and you just have to take into account for action shots and things like that, cap and gowns and jackets and all the wardrobe changes. Normally what I would do is tell them one location with 2 or 3 changes of clothes, or multiple locations with a change at each location, and those are two completely different packages, just because you have time for traveling. And a lot of them will just pick the one location because it's easy. On Amazon, you can buy changing tints if you want. They can be pricey. Look for the cheaper ones. They all do the same thing. If the area you're going to doesn't have a changing tint, I was lucky enough to never have to use one of those. I always tell them prepare to change, so wear proper undergarments for changing into a different outfit, or make sure we're at a place that you can change. So that's always a good thing to prepare for, to look into whenever you're going to a location. If you're going to the deep woods to do some scenic shoot in a forest, just know there's no place to change there. So you're going to need a tent, or you're going to need some kind of way to allow a miner to change if they didn't bring the correct thing. So just keep that stuff in mind. I want to give you the little tips that I didn't get whenever I was doing these. So it's just little things here and there. Once again, if you have any questions about photographing seniors, I've done hundreds of them. So leave a comment down below and I'll try and make a video specifically on that. And we'll just go from there. But have fun. Chapter 7, we're going to become a wedding photographer. Weddings, big topic. I remember at one point I thought I could definitely be a wedding photographer. And if I did just one wedding a week every year for like 30 weeks a year, then it'd be a six-figure job. Like that was my thought process on it. And I think I could have done it. The thing that stopped me was every single wedding is on the weekend. So I thought, like, I don't have weekends anymore. I know it would only be 30 every weekend, but that's still, you're most of the time you're on Saturdays for your wedding, maybe on Sundays if some of them, but most of the time it's on Saturdays, maybe Friday, I don't know, either way. I couldn't get past that. Couldn't get past the fact that, weddings would destroy a weekend real quick. And even if you only did 30, I mean, I know it sounds like a lot doing 30, but that's working 30 days out of the year, and then the rest is just editing time. By the way, if you're struggling to get clients for weddings, just learn how to edit faster. Get more efficient at editing. I mean, knock your quality down by 10% and don't be so OCD and perfectionist because they can't tell. I love doing polls, analytics, and surveys and all the things. And every single time I did a poll, a survey, or anything like that, nobody could tell the difference between when I edited one picture for an hour versus editing an image for 2 minutes. And so, I mean, cleaning up all of the tiny little things and getting every single skin imperfection perfect and every wrinkle and all that, they don't see that. They don't see what we see. So if you just do a nice preset over everything and then go in and adjust lighting and contrast and then get a program like Evoto, which it has a price, there is a cost to it, but just add that into the cost of doing a wedding and it'll do, 1,000 photos fully edited with near perfection for the skin and everything in like 10 minutes. Just completely no effort at all. Very consistent across the board. And I wish I had like some kind of code to give you, but I don't. It's a personal thing and I actually use it. So just keep that in mind. You can tell them I sent you even though they don't know who I am. And I don't do weddings, so they would have no idea who I am anyway. But it's definitely a thing to keep in mind, that is something that you can do that nobody would notice. The other reason is you always hear about all of these lawsuits that come into place whenever it comes to weddings and bridezillas and stepmomzillas and all the zillas. And I was very fortunate enough to never have to deal with any of that. So just, take it with a grain of salt, and just know that out of every 100 weddings, there's probably only one that has some kind of bad apple, or the percentage is even smaller than that. You never know. And so, weddings can be super fun. And just know you're going to spend the whole day there most of the time. I prefer doing smaller weddings, backyard weddings, courtroom weddings, things like that. The big, huge, super fancy weddings where they're requiring you to hire 2 or 3 backup shooters, and they've got all the money in the world but no sense about what to spend it on. Like, spending $4,000 on napkins makes absolutely zero sense to me. Like, you keep one of them. You could just have one single napkin made and just keep that in your scrapbook. You don't need to have, sorry, I went on a tangent rant there for a second. So what I'm showing you here is everybody has to start somewhere, and they have to do, they have to do the process, they have to practice, and they have to get better at things. These are 2 actual paid weddings that I was the main photographer for. And these are the images that I presented to them. Like, they were like, oh, these are really good. I like these. You did a great job. And I'm like, hey, thanks. I'm glad you hired a person that's never done this before and trusted them with your very special day. And they did, and I did what I could, not knowing anything. I mean, you just do what you do. You just do it, and it's either going to work or it's not going to work. I'm glad that by the time I had my first wedding, that I had a lot of knowledge with editing. Of course, when I submitted these photos to them, they were like, I think I had the mindset, I can't even remember, it was like 20 years ago. I think I had the mindset of, here's your photos and choose the ones you want and I'll edit from there. And I can't remember if they chose photos, if they didn't choose photos, if they just liked them the way they were. I can't remember. But I do have better versions of these photos. I just can't remember if I sent it to them or not. But this is still the quality that is just crazy to me. That this is where I came from, and then this is what I am now. I've done a lot of weddings, and I've gotten a lot better at seeing scenes and editing for things and just all around. And I could show you hundreds of photos, but because each wedding is like 1,000 to 1,500 photos, I normally do like 100 photos an hour when I'm at a wedding or an event. So it just depends on how long I'm there for how many photos you're going to get. And don't use that as a hard rule, the 100 photos an hour. That's just what I got on average. And you have to think that, some of those photos were done in bursts to get like a special moment. So I'm taking like 10 in 2 seconds. So just something to keep in mind. But weddings are definitely a very special thing for people, and they need to have a special moment. So if you're not ready, just second shoot with somebody. Just take an assignment and get into some kind of group in your local photographer groups. Go to them and just say, hey, I want to build experience with weddings, and I would like to do a second shoot for free, and then I will give you all of the raw files and everything for you to use however you want. And then do like 2 of those, and then just say I'm charging $20 an hour to second shoot, and then do 2 more, and then I'm $50 an hour to second shoot. And then after you've done like 5 or 6, like, you should have it down to where everything is definitely like good to go. But I'd say it takes 50 before you iron out all the kinks. I mean, it probably took me 20 to 25 weddings before I got to the point to where I was like, hey, we need to start making a list for these people, and you need to assign somebody when we're doing the family pictures to check off every single one of these and make sure we got them all. Because the struggle is real with doing some editing and coming to find out that you didn't take a picture of the aunt and uncle together with the bride and groom, and they haven't seen each other in 30 years or something crazy. And you're like, well, I'll go find them and edit them into a bride and groom picture, I guess. I did it so many times where you have to add somebody in to a picture, and then, you know, you just kind of go from there. But it just takes time to learn all the little ins and outs. I personally never had a contract. It was all word of mouth. But like I said, I never had any issues. I feel like if I did have a contract, there's possible things that could have happened that didn't. But once again, I always had really cool bride and grooms. Like, they were all awesome, and I had no issues at all. But most of the time it was like friends, family friends, friends of family, all kinds of things like that. So it didn't really matter. But it's definitely something to keep in mind to have a contract. But I don't know. I mean, that's a big debate. Everybody's going to say something different. And as far as payments go, just normally weddings are scheduled like a year in advance. So the only time it ever becomes an issue for payments is whenever it's a quick wedding. Otherwise, just do payments if they can't pay up front. And then don't spend that money at all, ever. Don't touch it. Put it in some safety deposit box that you can't get to, or something like that, because you never know what could happen in between. I never had anything happen, but you never know what could happen. And you may have to give that refund back with some kind of thing that y'all talked about. Like, hey, I need to keep at least this just to save that date. Because if I don't book anything else, then y'all canceled and I'm out that date. Something like that, who knows? Unless you can fill the spot easy. But that's weddings in a nutshell. Just don't be scared, because they don't know what to do either. This is their first wedding, or I mean, maybe not, but most of the time they don't really know what kind of things to photograph, so they'll listen to you more than anything. And yeah, just if you have any questions, just leave a comment down below for wedding photography, and I can go into more depth on that. So just have fun shooting. I'm gonna run out of fingers, but this is chapter 8. We're just gonna photograph people now. I don't, maybe. You gotta have somebody to photograph if you're gonna photograph somebody in general. So might as well go over the topic of photographing people in general. In general, people like to be photographed or something. I don't know. So this is one of those things where it's more about starting out and finding people that will let you photograph them so you can have somebody to practice on. And I was going to go over headshots. Headshots was a big part of my industry But I feel like headshots are going out due to AI, and I don't really want to go over a dying topic of something that I don't do anymore and probably won't do anymore. I mean, it's still around. You could still get headshots. Headshots are still a big industry. The AI is just kind of, it's taking it over. It's so easy to just take a selfie and then get a headshot. And most of the time you can get it for free. So the only time that it comes into play is when it's like a higher end shoot. But that's not what we're talking about today, is finding your people. And so early on, there was 2 twins that let me photograph them. And they're not the only ones. There were probably 20, 30 people that let me photograph them whenever I want. I could just put out a list and just say, hey, I got a new lens. I would like to try to photograph some people, and just kind of go from there to see who replies and see who says, I'll do this or I'll do that. And you always just do the best you can with whoever shows up, and that's where you're going to have fun. If your whole deal is photographing people, you need to practice. And you need to find your people to be able to photograph somebody and, have fun with it. I can't stress that enough, that practicing is the best thing whenever it comes to photographing people. And you need to just take it with a grain of salt, because they know you're there to make a mistake, practice, or get it wrong. So anything above that is awesome to them. Even if you're only doing like a mini session for 20 or 30 minutes just to try out a new flash that you got, and maybe you want to try high-speed sync at sunset or golden hour, and you can't figure it out, and so you just improvise, and then you can tell it's actually happened. Where I'm like, I'm gonna try it, and it was a guy that answered the call. I got it was back before high-speed sync, but I got my first ND filter, a big stop ND, and so I could stop it down like 10 stops and do flash with that ND. And I thought, oh man, this is the bee's knees. I could shoot at 200th of a second. Motorcycles. I could shoot at like 200th of a second in broad daylight at 1.2 or 1.4 and still be good to go. So it was exciting times. And then of course high-speed sync came out, and then I didn't need an ND, and it became my whole style of shooting was flash, because at the time I thought, I don't want to photograph people in natural light, because you could do that with a phone. You could do that with any camera, and I could do it. I had been doing it for 15 years before high-speed sync came out, so it wasn't a big deal to me to shoot with high-speed sync and change my style, but I had to have people. And so you kind of see the evolution of me going from natural to flash. But that brings me to this next thing, where you got to take the moments and like push yourself. And you have to have remarkable photos in order for people to actually look at your photos and want to recommend you to somebody. I mean, consistency is amazing, but without certain things, consistency will only get you so far. You need something that's gonna be actually remarkable, something to remark about. And I can't stress that enough. So what happened was, she was lifting weights and doing some CrossFit, powerlifting, and she was gonna go into coaching. And so I was going to do the shoot for free, because it's been a while. I haven't done that type of shoot in a long time. And go back to my fighting days and MMA stuff, that's the last time I did this type of shoot where it's like a workout type shoot. But now I have flash and, you know, a couple other things. And where I live, there's these things called hubbubs or habibs or whatever the spelling may be, but it's a sandstorm. And the sand will brush in from somewhere else and it looks like just a wall of craziness coming at you. And it normally lasts like 30 to 45 minutes and then it's gone completely and then everything's covered in dust. Well, I had the bright idea because we had the shoot scheduled for like 7 and then the hubbub came in at like 4:30 or maybe 5 o'clock. I just called her up and I was like, hey, there's a hubbub coming. You want to move this shoot up 2 hours and photograph it in a sandstorm? And I'm very lucky to have the people that I have because she was like, yeah, let's do it. And so the photos you're seeing are real. Like those are actual photos on the day. There's no AI, it's pre-AI, way before any of that stuff. But, you know, she's powerlifting while there's a wall of dirt coming. And then once it passed, it was lightning for days and it was just amazing. So have your people, and I could thank so many people for this, but it's the ones that start out, right? So I think I photographed those twins probably 10 or 15 times together and separately. And that was over the course of like 5 years. And same with the other. And then I've done many others where I get an idea and I just need some type of subject to stand in front of my camera so I can do the idea. Doing self-portraits is good, but interacting with another human to do the photo shoot for free, mind you. Don't charge for your experiment practice time. It's not something they should have to buy. So you can experiment with a lens or flash or new camera, something like that, new method, some type of editing that's different that you're not used to, because it could be a disaster and you could give them nothing. So it just keep it in mind, keep it relative, and just, photograph people the way you would enjoy and want to be photographed if you could do pictures of yourself outside your body. And just thank them and be gracious that they're there to help you. Don't be one of those that, like, I'm doing this for you, but I'm gonna have to charge you if you want any of these photos. Like, this is your experiment time. Experiment, have fun, give them all the photos. Don't be crazy. So yeah, that's it. If you have any questions, if you want to talk about headshots, leave it in the comments down below. But otherwise, just if you want to talk about experimenting and getting people, I could have a whole video over just that. So leave it in the comments down below and just go have fun. Bye. Chapter 9, Abandoned Places. Man, would you look at that? That is amazing. It's just water going down a mountain, but there's something about rivers that makes me just so happy. The other thing that makes me happy is photographing abandoned places. Now, this is not one of those things where I recommend doing it because it's not safe. It's not something that I would say, like, hey, everybody go out and find an abandoned building and go photograph that. But it's kind of where I got started. It's the premise of this whole thing is, the name of this is The Door is Open, and you need to go through it. The thing about standing next to a river is you hear crazy things. and you don't know what's behind you. So, yeah. It's the same thing with photographing abandoned buildings. You go in there and you're like, hope nobody's in here. Hope I don't get attacked. Hope I don't get shot. Because that is definitely the worst case scenario in anything. Be safe and do your due diligence on, the space you're going into. But the reason I bring up photographing abandoned places is it's stepping outside of my and most people's comfort zones. And that's a big thing. And like I said, the name of this is The Door is Open. And I'll get to that later. Stick around to the end to find out why that's a huge thing for me. But the thing about photographing abandoned places to me is all about the unknown and unexpected, because you don't know what's going to be in there. And later in life, I photographed vacant properties. I'll get to that later, of course. Real estate photography became my super niche in my career over the past 10 years. But shooting a vacant property for a real estate agent versus shooting the Texas Chainsaw Massacre filming set that's been abandoned for like 30 or 40 years, it's two completely different animals. And it's very crazy to think about them the same way, that, they're both places that have just been abandoned and they're just sitting there until the next owner comes. And it's all about like the levels of decay that have always intrigued me. Like, nature's taking this back. Nature is coming for you and you can't do anything about it. That kind of thing. So photographing abandoned buildings is definitely on my list of things to experience, once again, if you do it safely. Now, where it comes into the business side of things is I am scouting locations at the same time that I'm photographing these abandoned buildings. And so if people want a Halloween shoot or some type of, and I wish I could find it. In my 3 million photos, I couldn't remember the band. I couldn't remember if I labeled it as a portrait, in the band, in commercial. I couldn't find it. But so this little house that looks like nothing and I didn't edit, I later did a band photo shoot at that location. And it was amazing. And they loved it. They were like, this is a really good location. So it's always something to keep in mind for later that you can use later as like a film set. And you never know when they're going to tear these places down. So there's places that I wish I could have photographed more that I didn't get a chance to. And there's it's a whole video all in itself that I may make later. But the pink house, and I'll put it up real quick. The pink house, that it was abandoned for like 30 total years, but it was the most amazing house ever. And I got to photograph it, but not in the way that I wanted to. I wanted to do the full 9 yards and photograph it like it was like a brand new house. And I wanted to get like a ballerina in there and just do something special. And I never got the chance to. They tore it down. That'll be another video. Look for it. It'll be labeled, the pink house or something. But it's all about finding locations, scouting things out, and then getting out of your comfort zone. Because most people are going to want to photograph themselves in like a river or a forest or just someplace pretty. but you're gonna get that request like, hey, I want something dingy, dirty, and you're gonna need to know where those places are, because if you're in this industry long enough, it's gonna come up and it's gonna be a topic and you're gonna have to figure it out. And there's only so many abandoned places in your area that are about to be torn down, and you need to know if they're safe to enter or not. And experiment. Use flash, use natural light. Make sure you bring a tripod. Use some flashlights to light it up. Like, have fun with it and do everything, with an experimental mindset is what I would call it. But yeah, if you have any questions, leave it in the comments down below about actually doing business with abandoned buildings. Because there's business models that could be applied to it, but I think it's a tough topic because there's not much that people want. So anyway, now I'm just wandering off in my own head of thinking if I have ever sold an abandoned. I don't think I have. Anyway, go have fun, be safe, above all. Chapter 10, Fine Art Prints. I could do this. Landscape photography has always been one of my favorite types of photography, and I normally only do brackets when the dynamic range needs the brackets, but whenever you have a really bright spot, I don't know where you are, whenever you have a really bright spot and then really dark areas, you need that dynamic range. So why not take them? Memory is not cheap anymore, but cheaper than never having the information that you need, and you never know what you're going to get later. So quick tip on that. Now I'm just going to leave you here for sunset. The video quality is going to go down drastically over the next 10 minutes. Maybe even quicker than that. But our next topic, it's a perfect next topic. Fine art prints. And I made notes because this one's a big topic. And it's great that we have different things here to talk about, because whenever it comes to fine art prints, I worked for a gentleman named Bob Callender, and it's possible you have his work hanging up in your house right now and you don't even know it. You may see his signature at the bottom, but it's one of those things where he was one of those like really well-known unknown artists, locally famous. Similar to me, it's what I always told my wife. I'm locally famous just because of how many people knew me in my own hometown, but didn't know me around the world or online or anything like that. But it's only because we live in a small town and I photographed everything for so long. But first thing I'm going to talk about is what I thought people would want hanging in their house. And by that, I mean, like, I walk into people's houses a lot and I see, a horse on the wall or a cow on the wall or something like that. So I thought animal photography of those topics and those subjects are actually going to be something that people would want. Nobody cared. Nobody wants it. So here's the hard truth about fine art photography is most of the time people don't know what they want until they see it. And so the next topic that I'm going to go over, I did not put these in order, but we'll just go over them. The most sold prints that I have, and we're going to go over a big print that I did later on, but the most sold are just pictures of things around my own town. Ponds, features, city skyline, things like that. City skyline are huge, and people love to have city skylines for some reason, but then they'll take it down and put up a cow that you didn't take pictures of, but they found at some, Ashley's Furniture or something like that. But here's the thing, you can't get overly artistic with it, because most of the time people will try and match their art to their home decor. So you have to think that in mind, and that's why I did 2 different cows. It's the same exact photo, it was just a cow with a little cow in a field, but the edits were completely different. I wanted it to match different scenarios, and it still didn't work. If I would have had a Highland cow, I think it would have done better, because that's what I always see. But we're not in the Highlands. We were in West Texas, so I didn't have any of that. And so whenever I say don't get too artistic with it, that means water drops are really cool, and you get a lot of likes, like a lot of likes. So when you have multiple liquids with different type of lighting scenarios, and it's a water drop that's dropped and come up and another one's colliding with it, people are like, oh my gosh, how did you do that? It's amazing. But nobody wants to buy it. Nobody wants to hang that up in their room or in their bedroom. It's a non-conversation starter for most people. Imagine walking into a house and there's a water drop, you would say, cool picture. And then you just walk past it. Or something like that. And that's what I think people want. It's like a 50-50 thing. So they either want to have you walk in and immediately notice the art and want to have a conversation or talk about the art, or they want you to see the art and immediately move on. And that's the 2 types of things that I think people want. I don't know, because even though I sold a lot of prints and a lot of art, I never knew what people were wanting at the time. I think I know what people want, and it's always something completely different. I'm like, oh, they're definitely going to want this. And then they choose the regular thing over it all. And that's where these come in. So the normal stuff sells better than the artistic stuff. The normal photo of your city, or a rainbow, or just some kind of simple photo of a sunset, or just easy, normal, not too colorful, something that blends in and just goes from there. Now, take it with a grain of salt, because there are people who sell psychedelic worms crawling out of the ground for big dollars, huge amounts. But it's you have to really be pushing that to find your niche of people. And that's where you really got to be, is just find your audience, find your neighborhood. If you live, next to Woodstock, take a whole bunch of pictures of Woodstock, because people are going to want pictures of Woodstock. If you live next to a monument, or if you live in Chicago at the Bean, take 1 billion different types of pictures of the Bean in different scenarios. People there, not people there. Snow, no snow. From a different angle, different lighting at night, during the day. Just all of them. And then immediately you're known as the Bean photo guy, right? And so something like this, if you lived here, You just take pictures of this all day, and then eventually somebody in this area will want that picture because they're like, oh yeah, that's where I live. I live there. That looks cool. Even though they live here and they can come out and look at it, for some reason, they'll sell like hotcakes. And I don't know where that term came from, selling like hotcakes, because hotcakes are just pancakes, and pancakes sell a whole bunch, whether they're bad or good. So I guess it's exactly like art. I don't know. I went on a tangent again. But anyway, I worked for Bob, and it was the last job that I had before I went full time as a photographer. And I thank Bob to this day, because Bob wasn't the greatest artist, and he would say that. He's like, he's not the greatest artist, but he captured moments that people wanted hung in their house. And he was an amazing salesman, and he was always very nice and very thankful for people to, tell him about his work. And I learned a lot from that. And I learned if he can make it, then I could definitely make it too, because, we were on the same level. Like, I feel like his editing and my editing were good, and, the way I take pictures, so we're right there. So it was one of those things where I'm grateful to experience, even for a short time, working with a man who has sold so much art, because it gave me confidence to go out and do the same thing. And if it weren't for that job, I don't know if I would be where I am today, because he was the catalyst who, when I got a big job, I had a job that lasted for 2 years. That's going to be at the end of this. And it's all going to connect every single one of my jobs together. But if it wasn't for him, and he owned the print shop, like he could print all this stuff, if it wasn't for him, telling me that it was possible, and then me finding somebody with an impossible task, and then me having the image already banked from like a year and a half, 2 years ago, maybe even sooner, then I wouldn't have had the funds to go full time to realize that I could do this job. And that was March 2016. Don't know what day, but March 2016. And so we're past 10 years of that. And I was full-time for 10 years, and I was able to sell my business. We're able to now move, travel, and do all the things. That one job was nearly 6 figures on its own, and one single fine art print was half of that. It was a huge check for one single thing that I'll tell more of that story later, but I just wanted to get it out that, fine art prints are very difficult to sell, but if you can get in there and get with it and get like your niche going, it is a huge business. And if you can get around the right people, one thing I suggest doing, and it's something that Bob taught me and that Bob did, is donate them for charity events. So you've got to have a really good photo for a charity event to want to take your photo and then auction it off. But from that point on, your prices are set. So if you have, and I suggest going as big as you possibly can afford, and if you can get like a 24 by 36 just a start of a mountain or a tree or just something that's a local area would love, make sure and ask what the price sold for, or be there. Try and get yourself into the charity to photograph that charity so you could see how it goes, because you never know until you actually are there. And I don't know if some places are allowed to even tell you what they sold for, but most of the time they will. And you can price accordingly. So if it sells for $400 or $4,000. Like that's your bar, because other people that didn't see that work are going to come and find you for that work because they couldn't get it. And then you need to price it at the level that it sold for. It's a great way to get your name out there and experience the people too. So there's so many things I could talk about and have stories with this topic, with fine art photography or prints or print on demand or selling posters. It was a huge thing for me. So I could talk on this for days. If you have any questions on this topic, please leave it in the comments down below, and I'll try and make a whole nother video on just this, but definitely something to think about. And go have fun photographing things and trying to sell them as prints. Bye. Chapter 11, we're pretty far along into my life, and I forgot to tell you that I'm an award-winning photographer. You're gonna see some turkeys come through here, and it's gonna be fun. This topic, I don't know how to bring it up, because I want to be humble, I want to be proud of myself at the same time. So I'm not sure how to approach this, but I would not listen to somebody unless I knew what their credentials were. If you went to a doctor, lawyer, plumber, electrician, anything that has a skill level to it, you want to know what their credentials are. And so I didn't bring it up in the beginning, and if you're halfway through this, I want to thank you for lasting this long. I know this is a ridiculously long video over the story of my life, but I mean, it's one of those things, but the topic is going to be awards and accolades and who I worked with. And it's always been a thing that has boggled my mind, because I don't like entering into contests for my art. And I don't like to, the reason I don't like doing it is because you're being judged. And I want to be judged on my skill level, so I want the judge to be at my skill level or above my skill level. So I like entering into contests when I know that there is an actual person doing it. I'm okay with those types of contests. But the ones that I don't like are the ones that are like a popularity contest. The ones that get, most likes wins. You could just have some bots come in and give you 1 million likes and you win. But so with that being said, I've entered into a lot of contests in my life, and then you can go back to the origin story. The origin story has a whole bunch of before and afters. And my contest career started with Excite Chat doing contests where they put up one single image, and these are tiny images, about the size of a postage stamp. And then you had to edit that photo, and then you get first, second, and third out of, and it was like, 16 people that was there that did the contest. And so it was so fun because there was no prizes. You get like a banner, maybe get a banner that says you won. But I won hundreds, because you could do a whole bunch of contests really fast. If you put a 5-minute time limit on editing the photo, and then it takes 2 or 3 minutes to judge the contest, you just have a winner. And it's that simple. And of course I didn't win all of them, but it was definitely that type of thing that got me interested in entering things. So of course I couldn't find the picture, but when I was in high school, I learned the trick to winning contests when it isn't a popularity contest is the story. The story matters more than the photo itself most of the time whenever it comes to that type of thing. And so what I did was come up with stories and things that mattered to the contest. And I didn't lie. It was actual real life things that happened. Of course, don't lie. That's not good. be honest. Here come the turkeys. But the thing that got them was the story, context, the thing that got their emotions going. If you can get somebody's emotion tied into the story, so it's kind of it'd be a cheap way to win, but if it's not a skill-based photography contest, find out about the judges. And that is why some contests, they'll leave the judges anonymous, but they'll say like their accolades. They'll say what kind of awards they won or what kind of things that they've done. But if you can find out who the judges are, find out what kind of judge you have. You know, see if they have any heartstrings that you could pull on them. But it should be skill-based. And it should just be enjoyment. And straight, just you see a photo and you're like, oh, I really like that. And so with all of that being said, I have won so many contests, awards, and entered into different things. So the two things I'm showing you here, because I don't want to go into all of them, is one, I won for a Calumet, that's how I call it, camera company, and the whole basis of it was the slot canyons in Antelope Canyon. Nobody has ever taken pictures of it from the middle of the canyon that I could find, at least. So what I did was took a camera, put it on my tripod, and lifted it as high up as I could and took a picture from the middle, not from the bottom where you see the sand going through, the ghost trails like Peter Lick, none of that. I tried to get a different perspective. So I found one spot where it led all the way through, and then, you know, there's a little bit of sunshine at the end, and poof. Amazing editing will get you a lot as well. So I made it nice and colorful and bright and color separations and the blues contrasting with the oranges, and it became a whole thing and they loved it. So I won a lot of contests with that one single image. And then the same thing with the lightning and a disc golf basket. This is a very, very small contest, but the reason I bring it up is because it was a spur of the moment thing, and if you go way back, the first thing that I like to do is take pictures of lightning. And there's a turkey. Did you know turkeys could fly? They fly into that tree every night. So I like to take pictures of lightning. And where it gets me is in cool places. And I had just finished playing disc golf, and a lightning storm started. So I just set up my camera right next to the basket because I thought, lightning in a basket. That would be fun if it like went down from the lightning into the basket. But the storm moved away, but I still got some. And the reason I bring it up is it makes you connections later on, because I entered into a contest with it. It won the contest. I got all this stuff. And then later, I'm filming disc golf for a person, like for my birthday. I went there for my birthday just to film it. And the person that was the owner of the company that I won, like 3 years later, he's like, hey, are you Steven? And I'm like, yeah. How do you know me? Because it's like 6-hour drive, and he is from Oregon. He's not even from the area. And he just knew who I was. And he's like, hey, I'm this person. You won my contest. And I'm like, that is crazy to meet you. This guy is amazing. He owns like all these things and does all this crazy stuff. And he remembered me from one photo years ago when we lived so far apart. And it's awesome that you get to small world these things and these contests. Like, you're the guy that won that contest with the thing with this other thing, and the story was amazing, and the photo was amazing, and they went well together, and experiences and stories and amazing things. So just know that I've won a lot of things, worked with billion-dollar companies, athletes, celebrities, and all kinds of things. And I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm not just some random photographer spilling random facts about random things. I've actually done stuff, and I'm grateful for every experience that I've had. And if you have any questions about contest photography or the 2 photos that I posted or any of the other things, leave it in the comment down below. But as always, just go have fun. Chapter 12. I guess I'm going to be a food photographer. Food photography? You guys want to learn about food photography? Well, let me tell you the basics. You're going to show up to a restaurant. They're probably not going to be ready. It's going to take longer than you think. It's going to take longer to cook than you think. And so unless you are on a set specifically designed for food photography, where most of it is as not actually food, then just be prepared to wait, and just know that it's probably going to be cold by the time you get to it, so you don't actually get to eat it if it's edible. Most companies don't do edible food if you're doing designer food photography. But there's a silver lining, because there are companies out there that want you to do, good food. And what I mean by good food is good food that you could eat. And so the advice that I would give on that is look for, just like how you would look for bad pictures somewhere else to try and figure out a niche to get into it, you could do the same thing with food photography. So go to people's websites, restaurants' websites, look at their menus, look at their online delivery menus. There's a lot of different things that they need good photos for. And so that's kind of how I got into the food photography side. For just that little bit, I looked up delivery food websites, but this was in the beginning of food delivery, so I guess there was a little bit of a difference there. But I looked to see who had good photos on their, like Uber Eats or DoorDash or whatever. And then if they did not have good photos, I would come up with a plan, depending on the size of the restaurant, to go in and take pictures of their top 20 best-selling, most popular dishes. Most of the time it was like top 10, because they don't have bigger menus, or they're not doing a full menu on delivery. So that was a big help. And then when I kept posting about that, then a bigger chef contacted me, and they said they wanted a portfolio shoot, and he wanted to use real food. So I brought my full studio setup to his kitchen, and we pretty much did everything right there, and we plated, and he seared and cooked everything to perfection. And then we went over, lighting and all kinds of different little touches to make his food look the exact way that he wanted to. Now, keep in mind, you're talking clients versus your reality here. So the client wins no matter what. You need to make them happy, and you need to be confident in your abilities to give them whatever product they are wanting to see from you. So if they book you for a nighttime bistro outdoor scene, you need to be prepared to give them their food at a nighttime outdoor bistro scene. And then if a pizza company wants you to just photograph 20 pizzas in one day, and they're going to have them ready in like 3 hours, you need to be able to, pump out all that look, and then you need to look and see what they want. Like, what kind of look are you going for? And that's something we don't do very much today, is ask. We need to ask more questions. The reason I say that is because people just, they get the job, they book the job, and then they just show up and they expect everything to be planned out for them. And then they get there and the restaurant's like, oh, I don't even know why you're here. Like, we didn't book this. It was somebody up in corporate. Like, oh, you're taking pictures of food today? Huh? And then there's an awkward situation where, and true story, this happened. They wanted me to come by at like 10:30, and I said, well, isn't that your store's open at that time? Is it going to be okay for me to be around all of your people with, their food? Like, are we going to be doing their food? I'm going to be touching things and moving things around and all that. And they go, no touching. Don't touch the food. We're going to sit it down. You tell me where you want it. You take a picture, and then we're going to go give it to the people. And I did not know this, but the total diameter of the restaurant was probably 15 by 20 for the seating area. So they would come, and I had a designated table with lights and everything set up. And when people walked in, they asked, every single one of them, oh, you taking pictures of food today? And I'm like, yep. Little did they know I'm taking pictures of their actual food today. Like, it's so strange that, like, the owner would bring me the food, I would take pictures of it, and then they would go and give it to the customer. And I had to take less than like 30 seconds to a minute per photo because he doesn't want to have angry customers. So that was a fun situation. I mean, they were literally sitting like 3 feet away from me, and people were waiting for their food, looking at me like, is that mine? Is this guy taking pictures of my food right now? And I felt very awkward. Normally you want to set up in like a back office or a back area away from everybody so they don't know I'm taking pictures of their food. But this place was small, and you have to do what you got to do. So, I mean, it worked out. There was 0 complaints, 0 anything. So, I mean, you just got to roll with the punches. But a little bit on the designer side, I have not worked with, but I've been around food designers, which are food platers, foodsmiths, where the people that would take mashed potatoes and make it look like ice cream. They take actual motor oil and put it on patties and things like that to make it look more glistening. So, I mean, the not edible kind. Yes, mashed potatoes are edible, but you wouldn't want it as ice cream. But they know all the tricks of the trade. It's mostly in bigger places. The bigger towns, the people that, when they have millions of populations, you can survive as a living off of just being a food designer. And so, if you're in a bigger area, look that up. If you're not in a bigger area, you can still do amazing food photography. It just may not be to the level that you see in a commercial setting. If you go into a Chipotle or something like that, that's not, I just say Chipotle. I can't imagine what their food even looks like, so it may not be memorable. But, something like that, a McDonald's where they have, the crazy perfect everything. And it's all designed in a house, and you know what I mean. So find locally owned places to start out. This is where I would start out. I would go to your locally owned burger place that's been around for 100 years and tell them, hey, I would like to take pictures of your burgers. to update your menu. This is real. Take a picture of your fries, things like that. Would you like to collaborate on it, or do you want to have me just take pictures and get them back to you? And stuff like that will get your reputation up because you're posting these. You're doing behind the scenes. You're like, hey, working with the burger guys today. We're doing photo shoot with their burgers and fries, and look out for it on the menu. You know, that kind of thing. It doesn't have to be long. And then post some final photos of some good work. And that's how you get reached out by, like, meat manufacturers? I guess it is. People who have very high-end meat stores. And they're like, hey, we want you to take pictures of our steaks. And you're like, do I get to keep the steaks afterwards? And they're like, of course you do. And then they give you a $250 steak. And you're like, oh, okay. My bad. I misunderstood the situation. And so that's where these came from. And, you know, they were delicious. Still to this day, my wife's favorite steak she's ever eaten is what she said. I reverse seared it. I think I did a great job. And it was mostly the steak, though. That was a good job. It was, you know, I think they gave me 4 steaks total, and they wanted me to make them to where they looked kind of film-like with alternate different colors, and they wanted it as like abstract art to hang on their wall in their house, not in their business. You'd go accurate colors if you were in a business setting. So that's where those came in. So the photos they're real looking. They wanted real authentic looks, but they wanted the colors to be a little bit different. So that's where that came from. Other than that, I've done a lot of food. So if you have any questions, once again, like normal, leave it in the comments about food photography, and I could talk more about that, make a different video, but as like normal, have fun. Chapter 13, we're getting into product photography. Yay! I'm not even sure I should give you advice on this because it gets so in-depth and so crazy, and I am not the best authority on product photography. So I'm going to give you my experiences just like I have been, and we're going to go from there. So when I first started thinking, I'm going to get into product photography. Yes, I've tried to do all the types of photography there are, except for babies. Don't do babies. I don't do babies. But product photography has been a whirlwind of emotions because you think there's a lot of need for it. Like literally look around your house. Look around your house. And everything you see is a product. Literally the house you're in is a product. The clothes you're wearing is a fashion product. And every single bit of it needs some type of photos so they can sell that product. And so I thought, this is what I like. Because I don't know if I mentioned this before. Other than light painting is my next favorite thing. And light painting requires an object to stay still or stationary. And you can hit it with the different flashes or flashlights or modifiers or things like that. And it's fun and I love it. I am an inanimate object photographer. I don't like photographing people anymore. I used to. It's still fun to me. I can still do fun things. Just not for me anymore. And so I love taking pictures of inanimate objects. And inanimate objects are cars and trucks and you understand. So I made notes because I can't remember all the photos I put into this thing. And we're going to start with product photography with as a prop or as, I don't even know what to call it. You're seeing the pictures on the thing. I took photos of a baseball bat covered in barbed wire. I'm not going to say any names because I don't know the legality of saying any of this stuff. You know where it's from. And it was a manufacturer of these bats, and they wanted pictures with the gritty, apocalyptic look and fire and all kinds of crazy stuff going on. So that's what we organized and did. Each one of the bats has its own outfit and model and theme. And so we got a model, and she was willing to do all the amazing things. The model was amazing. The bat was awesome. The person was amazing to deal with. But we didn't really focus on the bat for these sessions. And then that same one, I'm going to try and show you the next set. The same exact person 2 years later wanted a different photo shoot, but he wanted it to be super clean and nice and like, not girly, but, you know, just nicer, cleaner. Didn't want all the fire and crazy. So we got a different model. It's different bats. You can see the bats, and, you know, it was a cleaner look. But, you know, I prefer the crazy, the fire, and all the stuff. So go back to this one. And from there, I mean, I'm just going to go into some random stuff that I have done photos of and tell you about the experiences of the things. So the next one is just a basic sock company. Now, I've done lots of product photography, but these have unique stories, so I'm going with those. With the sock company, they were locally made. I don't know how you make socks, but these people figured out how to make socks in their house. And so I picked up a box of socks from their house, and they were selling them on Amazon, and they had a whole production thing in their shop, and it looked super fun. It was crazy. I mean, I didn't actually go into the thing. I'm saying from a outsider standpoint. The unique thing is they gave me socks with no labels on them, and they only gave me certain types of socks. So all the colors you see, they're not real. I had to digitally alter the colors to try and get it as close to their thread as possible, because they couldn't afford, it's a small mom and pop shop. They couldn't afford to make me every single color sock for me to get. And then the label actually does not exist. It's a white label. It's just a plain Blake white label. And so I had to do that for, I think, 8 different colors, maybe 6. I'm not sure. And that it was a challenge to try and get like a good color. I told them, I said, reds and greens are easiest to work with. So they gave me basically Christmas socks. And then I think 1 pair of black and white socks. So that was what I had to work with. I think, golly, it's been so long. But I remember that was the challenge. I had only a certain amount of socks. I had to digitally make the rest of the colors, and I had to add the label. Luckily, adding a label is super easy. It's just literally putting the label on the white tag for them to be able to just have their label on it. I don't know if they're still in business or still doing things. I hope they are. But yeah, they were doing great. They gave me a foot model. It's a foot stand. That was cool. That's the one where it's standing up. So that's, it was an awesome little thing. I haven't ever experienced a foot stand before, and they had one for me. Otherwise, it would have just been flat, or I would have had to figure out a way to make it look like a foot. So that's something you need to take into consideration if you're going to do foot photography. I guess I could have had a person put their foot in it. Anyway, so from there, I have done makeup photography, and I thought this was going to be way funner than it was. But Of course, they just wanted a real nice, clean look with a plain white background to match their website's aesthetic. And the thing I learned about makeup photography, especially with mostly all black things, is everything is dirty. It's so dirty. Everything is just learn frequency separation 2.0. It's going to save you a lot of time. If you can't find that tutorial, I don't know where it would have been. It's very popular, but frequency separation 2.0. Don't try and use the healing tools over on the left side of Photoshop. The textures get all messed up. You're gonna waste more time than it's worth. Just do frequency separation 2.0, and it's very repetitive, and you have to hit the exact same thing every time. And I thought I would be able to do the same thing as I did with socks and just change the colors around, but it did not work. Everything has its own label, and you need to see the label. And the lighting for a black cylinder is very challenging, and then a chrome cylinder is very challenging. And as far as the lighting goes, it was a challenge, and they didn't want it to look like a matte look. They wanted it to look shiny. So there was a lot of hand painting that went into that photo shoot, and it was a lot of hand painting for objects that are small, round cylinders that it was tough. And then to do like actual makeup smears on paper and to get it right how the client wanted it to be. And then they just wanted a simple black gradient with a label below it, so I gave that too. And it was a lot more difficult than I thought. And if it was because I practiced before I got the shoot, but I did not know it was going to be little black cylinders. And so my lighting setup that I had practiced with was not what it turned out to be, because I thought it was going to be something different. And so it was just that's a difficult shoot. And then from there, we'll talk about the flowers. And a flower shop wanted me to take pictures of every bouquet that they had, and they wanted it in different angles for each bouquet, starting at wide and then moving into tight. And so I had to do a full studio. Essentially, I set up a seamless white background, and I knew that some of the bouquets were going to be very large. So I set up a seamless white background with, I think, a 20 by 20 seamless, and we had about 10 feet to work with, and some of them were getting close to, because I didn't have the whole room, I couldn't back up very far, but they needed to be at scale. And so each one, I had to put something to match scale, and I had to I chose my color picker to be able to align every single one of these, because I'm not going to be able to just set up the tripod, photograph them all the exact same way from the same angle, and then move in tight, because I have to move. And so what I had to do was set up the color picker, and then each shot I kind of estimated where the color picker would be in the actual edits, and that got me scale. And so what they used for scale to show on every bouquet was I removed my color picker for me to align and do coloring, and then they put in something that everybody knew, so not in these, but on their website they had a scale for representation. And so, I mean, it was a challenging shot. I think I took pictures of 300 bouquets that day in total. I think it was in total, it was like, I want to say 25 different bouquets, but 300 shots of the different things. But that was a rewarding experience, because I got humbled. I'm used to being able to manipulate the light and do this and that, and they just wanted it to be like it was inside of a light box, but these things were sometimes 4 feet tall, and you couldn't just set up one single lighting setup for it to match exactly. And so I put my 7-foot parabolics on either side and hoped that that covered all different things, and it worked out perfectly. So, I mean, as you can tell, that it looks like they're in a softbox, but it's in a giant 10-foot square with two 8600 Godoxes and two 7-foot parabolics on either side of them. And they would just walk in, place them, make sure everything was right, and then back out. And then I would take pictures as I go in until I got up to macro level to take pictures of the flowers. And the lighting worked great. There was no issues. They were efficient. I think I was in and out in like 2 hours total. And they had to make each bouquet, but they had a nice team there. Great people to work with. So on all of them, all of my product photography things, I've never had somebody that's been real off-putting as far as being super picky. So that's good. I wish I could go over pricing, but each product photography is going to be a different price. Each product has a different challenge, and each situation they want could be a different thing. So if you want makeup on a white background, it's going to be different than somebody's going to want makeup with splashes and stuff. AI is really good for that kind of thing right now, but it's low res, so you can't do large print. I mean, I guess there's upscalers, but that's it for the product photography side. If you have any comments that I don't know why you would ask me about, there's so many more people with the product photography world, but if you want to know my opinion on things, leave it in the comment down below about product photography, and I can go over everything more in detail. So just go have fun. Chapter 14. You don't know when you're going to go viral. Yeah.
Well, you didn't expect to go viral, but you did. So now you gotta deal with the consequences. And the consequences are that that's the thing that everybody's gonna know you for later on. And it's no coincidence that when I sat here, I realized that my lighting setup is similar to the lighting setup that I did for some of my screaming strangers. And it was one of those things where I definitely didn't know it was going to do what it did. And let me tell you what it's like to go locally viral. This is way before virality was a big thing, so locally viral is what I've always called it. And I think I did 350 individuals in, I think, about 6 weeks. And to me, it was a big deal because to this day, 20 years later, people still go, "Oh, you're the guy who had everybody scream into their camera." And that's me. And so here's the experience. It was a band member. I was doing a band photo shoot, and so he was smiling and he was doing all the things, and I was like, it's a hard rock band, and I'm tired of people smiling, like the fake, like, you know, the fake smiles for the camera cheese. And it got to me. It was very annoying, and I wanted more serious looks. I wanted emotion. I wanted something to be there. And so I told that person to scream. It'll be right here. I told that person, I said, I want you to scream into my camera as loud as you possibly can, and do, like, I want veins and emotion. You're a hard rock singer. So that's what he did. And from there I was like, I like that. That's one of my favorite photos I've ever taken of a human being, is you screaming. And it felt really good, and I wanted to do more of that. And so I found another band to take pictures of. At the time, I was photographing in a small house, I don't know what house venue, that, you know, they take apart all the stuff, and you saw it earlier in the first one. So I asked one of the local bands if they would like photos, and then I did the same thing with them. And then I posted all 4 of those pictures of people screaming, and all I said was, I'm tired, I said the whole thing. I'm tired of people doing fake smiles and fake this and fake that, and I want you to show emotion, and I want people to scream into my camera. Whether it's a happy, belated, I just got into college scream, or I'm tired of paying this much for gas scream, whatever you had going at the time, I want you to scream into my camera. And if you're uncomfortable doing it out loud, you can do it silently. And we called those silent screams. And it got to the point so fast that people would come to my work, they would meet me out in public, they would just see me and they're like, hey, I'm going to stop you right there. I want to scream into your camera. And it went crazy. I had congressmen, I had our local sheriff department, the news agencies. I made the news with it. It's funny because they set up an interview with me to talk about it, but they wanted to do it on the stage in an empty theater. They wanted to set up this whole thing. And when I walked in, you can hear everything they're saying on stage in a theater, like that's the point. And so when I walked in, the guy who's interviewing me, he looks at me from the length of a theater and he goes, "Oh, he's normal looking." And in my head, I was like, I've been in theater, so I projected to him and I was like, "Well, what did you expect me to look like?" And it's funny because he goes, "Well, just not that. Not normal. I thought you were going to look weird or something." And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. So it was it wasn't like, "Hi, my name is," or anything like that. It's, "Oh, he is normal looking." I don't know. Anyway, so that was a memorable thing. But yeah, congressmen, Academy Award winning artists, and all kinds of crazy things. I got people said no. Like if I actually asked people, of course I was gonna ask people as well. So that's where a lot of them came to be, where they said, "Oh, you're the guy," and I'm like, "Yeah. Did you want to scream into my camera?" And then they would be like, "Nah, no thanks." But I had one extremely polite one. It was a well-known person, and they said, "No, I'm not gonna scream into your camera, but it's not that I don't want to, is imagine what people would do with that photo." And it was a very respectful way to decline, and I knew exactly what they were talking about because their demeanor is very nice. And so if I showed the side of them screaming, that wouldn't fit their personality. And you have to think about things like that in so many different levels of people's lives. What's going on in there? What are they thinking? Why are these people coming to scream into my camera? What happened to them? But here's the thing with virality is I had to stop it. At this point, I had done t-shirts. I was selling t-shirts. I had bracelets. I trademarked it. I had a website, all within about 2 or 3 weeks because it was going so crazy. And 6 weeks in, I was like, this is literally going to be all I am doing, and I'm not making enough money to live off of this. Because I knew at the time, because of the rate, it was getting exponential. And so I had to announce, hey, website's closed. I wasn't doing any t-shirt sales or anything like that. I think I probably sold 50 shirts total, but I had a lot of shirts left over. So I know it wasn't making any money, and I think I only made $4 per shirt. So yeah, I had to close it down. I had the trademark there for a little while, Screaming Strangers, but it was one of those things where I had to I had to really reel myself back in, because virality is a crazy thing, because sometimes you don't want it. And it happened to me on YouTube as well. On here, I went viral for a piece of art, a story I told for a type of art that I do, and how it completely went away, and the internet caused me to not have that art again. And that got a lot of views and got me monetized on YouTube, and I made hundreds of dollars off of one video, and it was new to me. And I've been on YouTube for 20 years, and I think most of my subscribers are still from that one video. But the reason I made the video was to tell people that I'm not doing that art style anymore, and here's the story why I'm stopping. And that's the one that went viral, like, of something that I'm stopping and not doing anymore. And I had subscribers from something that I was never going to do again. So it's one of those things. And with Screaming Strangers, I saw the same thing coming, where Screaming Strangers was before that, but I saw the same outliers of, like, I'm going to take pictures of people screaming into my cameras for the next 25, 30 years, and I'm not going to make any money from it. Now, I'm sure there is someone out there that would have ran with it and done amazing things, but for me at the time, I didn't have the time, I didn't have the money, I didn't have the abilities to be able to promote this to the next level of making a lot of money on it or with it. Now, a lot of people say I should bring it back for the new age, but I'm like, I don't want to do that. It's not something that appeals to me, having people scream at me. If you want to take the idea, though, it would be a super good thing to do slow-mo TikTok type deals of people screaming into your camera. You can have it. I don't care anymore. So it's definitely an idea that would do well, I feel. Just go to a public park and have people scream into your camera. If you have a nice slow-mo camera, then that would probably be the best thing. But video, I think, is king right now. So video of slow-mo people screaming. Slow-mo screams. There you go. But other than that, it's a topic that I wanted to go over and tell you about. If you have any questions on either of the topics that I have gone over, leave it in the comments down below, and I'll try and go over that more into detail. But otherwise, have fun with your attempt at going viral.
Chapter 15. It was early in my career, but I started to figure things out, and so I did single parent shoots. This really made things take off.
This is a topic that I am passionate about, and I think it's because I have gotten way more business off of this particular thing. And I think it's just the nature of it. So I'm only showing a couple pictures here, but a single parent photo shoot. So here's what you do. And it was a marketing idea that I had that came from me living in a single mom household. And my wife was a single mom there for a little while. And, you know, it's one of those things where it's so hard. Imagine having kids, 1 to a billion kids, and you're the sole provider. And you also have to cook, clean the house, make sure they do all their things. Like, you're literally raising everything by yourself. And there's no team to help or anything like that. I mean, there's definitely people out there. My mom had a lot of help, and I tell people that I was raised by a tribe of people, because it was 7 or 8 people that helped us. And I just felt like I wanted to give back to all the single moms out there, and it turned into single parents out there, because there are men out there who are raising their kids single as well. And so, single parent photo shoot. And here's the key. And let me tell you, it went insane. So, here's the key. Free or whatever you can afford. And you have to go into this knowing 100% for a fact that a lot of them, most of them, have no money to pay you anything. And you have to be fully okay with that. And you have to commit to it. Now, I'm not saying I didn't make any money. I actually made really good money doing it. It's the whatever you can afford afterwards. But you have to go into this knowing you're not going to make anything and not asking for money. So when I say that, like, you're extremely happy to do the shoot because you should be. And they're booking for your time. They're getting their kids ready. They're spending their time. And then when they're coming to you, they know they're only get like 10 or 15 minutes and you're going to give them like 3 to 5 photos. And they also know that like you're doing this for free. And some of them can afford to pay you. So you do the shoot, like you book them, you do the shoot, you tell them, I'm going to get you the photos here in like 15 to 20 minutes. I'm going to email them and you're going to see the link come through. And thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day. I hope this makes your Christmas because I did it at Christmas time. And you don't say anything about money. You don't say, okay, that'll be, here's where you do this, here's where you do that. You just do it because that's what it's for. And when I tell you it did really good, I think I made $1,600. And it doesn't sound like that much for as many shoots as I did. But this was over 2 days. That's all. So imagine making $800 a day doing free or whatever you can afford. But I did 41 photographs or 41 families in those 2 days. So I did 20 shoots per day for 2 days straight. And it was literally like a spreadsheet laid out of, this person at this time in like 15 to 20 minute increments for the entire day. And if they did not show up, you had to find a time to fit them in between other things. If they're running late, which as photographers, that people run late to photo shoots all the time. And when you only have a 15 to 20 minute window, but it's for a free shoot, it's tough. It was a hard 2 days. And I am very glad that I had the beginnings of my editing career that I did. So I didn't do extensive editing, but I did enough to make it look really nice, I believe. And it was one of those things where I did the photo shoot, I took it home, I edited everything to a basic level, I sent it, and then I was ready for the next shoot. Because I didn't want to spend the next 2 weeks getting these perfect. I could have, but then it ruins the whole aspect of you're getting the shoot and you get it right now. So I wanted it to be nice and quick for them. And so by the time most of them got home from doing the photo shoot, they had the link ready. And I think it was the most efficient way to do it. If I were to do it today, there's a program called Evoto, EVOTO. And it would have streamlined all of this. I would have had it to them by the time they left. But it's definitely something that you could use nowadays and it would be perfect. You could have done it much quicker than I did and you could do many, many, many photo shoots in a day. And if we're talking about doing free versus paid photo shoots, I think even I don't want to say a name because I'm not sure exactly who I remember saying this, but doing one free photo shoot per month is what builds careers. And so what I mean by that is if you just pick some type of topic or subject that you're trying to niche down into, and you do one free per month, and you just have a list of people who are wanting this one free per month, and it's like a random drawing type thing or something, then you're going to get so much business from that one free thing, because people are going to either get tired of waiting for their free shoot to come up, or you're going to get so many likes, shares, comments, and people talking about each photo shoot that it's bound to happen that you're going to get clients from the photo shoots you're posting about. It's like a cheat sheet for trying to get clients. It's just doing model calls with no cost to them. And I say that because most model calls have now I'm doing this shoot for free for you, but if you want the photos, you have to pay for them. And I've never really, it's a good business model. As far as business goes, it's a great way to get clients, but you have to let them understand that that's what you're doing. Don't spring it on them at the very end. Like, it's a free model call with paid prints or something like that. Like, you have to tell them up front. They have to know your business model. And then I think it's ethical and fine. Springing it isn't good, but so if your niche is food, or if your niche is cars or bands or whatever, like there's people in your town that you could offer this to and build a huge portfolio and following, and it's amazing. And if you just do one per month, that's only 12 shoots per year that are going to be free. But the following you gain from doing that, and make a big spectacle out of it. Like, set up an action camera and just record the whole setting and just post everything. And just show people like who the clients are, what they're there for, what they did to get there. Tell the story. The story is what's important. The story for me was the single parent shoot. It's giving back to some of the hardest working people out there. Whether it be a mom or dad, it doesn't matter, because it's one of those things where it's the hardest job, and if you're doing it alone, double hard. So just keep that in mind. And if you have any questions about this or any other topic, leave it in the comment down below. And I have a bunny, and he's making crazy noises. So I guess that's the end of it. Go have fun and shoot free shoots. Bye.
Chapter 16. I guess I'm going to get into the oil field photography industry because nothing else seems to be working. We're losing the light really fast, but I just wanted to talk about oil field photography and everything that it's given me, because things like this with this little symbol right here are everything to some brands, and to some people it doesn't mean anything. So it's one of those things where I hate to say this, but the boring things are what sell. And it doesn't matter what you think you're doing artistically. Like, the moment you start to get more artistic with your photos, the moment your niche and the level of people get smaller and smaller and smaller. And so with that being said, light painting is one of my favorite things to do. Like, it's probably like lightning photography in storms and then light painting. And so whenever a construction company just leaves their equipment out at a job site, like that's your job, that's your opportunity to, if it's in a public place, light paint it and experiment with it to no end. Like, when else do you get a chance to take pictures of large equipment that's just out in the public? And it's better if you do it with permission. So ask them when they're working, like, hey, when this is parked, can I take pictures of it? Because you don't want to be doing something that you shouldn't be. That's always a horrible idea that could get you arrested, shot, even like something bad. Take out the word shot in the edit. But you have a huge piece of equipment. You could take pictures in detail. You could take wide pictures. You could take it with the landscape. You could take it with their logo. And you then have an upsell point. You could try and sell it to the construction company. And then that could open up doors for them to want to hire you to take pictures of them while they're actually working, or videos of them working, or something for their portfolio of a before and after. There's so many things that could just transpire from you taking pictures of a bulldozer with a mountain behind it, and people love that kind of stuff. But once again, like I said, don't get too artistic with it, because if you get crazy with it, then people won't want to put it on their website to promote their item. They'll want to put it like in their social media to get some likes or some fan engagement, but they're not going to want to put it in, an About Us section, something like that. Because most of the time people don't want to be like, oh, what are you? Like some kind of crazy company with all these colors or this stuff? So just keep that in mind. The good thing is you can make boring things look cool. You can add things later and do different wide angles and make things look exaggerated, but don't go too crazy with it. You can boost the colors a little bit, but from there it's all about figuring out the lighting and getting the exact details that they want. And so working with all of these oil field companies, I learned how to make boring things look interesting. And whenever it comes to light painting, I did these things, but it never went anywhere. It's a passion, but it's not a priority for the company. So just keep that in mind. Now, it doesn't mean you can't light paint and keep it neutral and normal looking, because you could do that and have it look amazing. Just don't go overboard with it. Now, back to car photography, you can go crazy with those things because those people want artistic and posters and stuff like that. I assume I didn't do well in that industry. So it just goes to show that I still have no idea what to do. In the oil industry, there's things called man camps. And what they are is just rows and rows of buildings that men go to sleep, shower, and then get up and go back to work. These man camps need photos to entice people to get them to want to stay there. They want companies to see all of these amenities that they have and these kitchens and all of this stuff that would pull people to their things. And you can make great money photographing man camps, trailer camps, RV parks, things like that. So keep that in mind if you're in, West Texas or someplace that has oil as a main source of income. I'm sure there's other things, solar farms and data centers, that you could use the same techniques on. The way that I sell it, the selling point is you need to attract more customers to your spot, so you need good pictures to be able to tell them about everything. Simple, to the point, no lies. Also, pipe farms. So this is strictly for oil field. They love pipe. They love all kinds of pipe. Big pipe, small pipe. You could Forrest Gump it into a million different pipes and go from there. The sunset is amazing right now. I'm going to turn you. I don't know if I can even color grade to show how cool it is. So pipes are a huge business to take pictures of. People love pictures of pipes. You can make downhole pipes and water shooting out of pipes, but clean pipes, they love that. A clean pipe, a brand new pipe, they'll go crazy. They love pictures of pipes. Macro, detail, the screw in, the tips, what kind of things are in it. If you're in the oil field, stock photo up a whole bunch of pipes. They'll go crazy. It's a pipe industry. So now we're going to go over whenever they have a plan versus when they don't have a plan. And this is two different fields, because in the oil industry, the commercial industry in general, and just a lot of different aspects of that kind of career, the hardest part is getting people to know what they're actually looking for and what they want. Now, whenever it comes to the oil field, they're not artistic. They don't know how to do media. They don't know how to do this or that. So you're the one that has to tell them. You have to be there to be like, hey, that's not going to be a good photo. You need to do it this way. And that's what you just need to do. So take into account that they don't know anything, and when you show up, they're not going to have a plan. This is an unplanned shoot. They're going to have you go to take pictures of a device that you don't know what it does. You know it goes in the ground somehow, probably spins or does some kind of measuring, fishes something out, I don't know. But you got to make it look really cool, and you got to make it look like it's something that's worth $1 million, and it may be worth $1 million, by the way. You never know. It's a cool sunset. What's that? I'm scared of my hood. But yeah, I mean, it's so amazing to me that these tiny products that people get so crazy over in the oil industry, and they all need to be photographed. You need to tell, the story of this product that people are buying for a lot of money, and they want it to look good, but they don't want it to look too good or too crazy. Just couldn't not take that picture. So I'm going to walk you down. I'm going to talk about the oil industry some more, because it's getting too dark. We're probably going to have to put some light on me or something. But the oil industry is a fickle world. Made a lot of money photographing some billion-dollar companies. I got to meet billionaires. I got to do charity events for and or with billionaires. I got to meet so many people. But it's also one of those places where they don't think they need you at all, ever, because they're doing so well. And it's very hard to convince somebody that they actually need you when, it's possible that they don't need you. Found another picture I wanted. Here, you can see. I'm going to edit out a lot of the stuff, but it just looks cool. Sorry, you're sideways. So I don't even know what else to talk about. There's so much. Leave all the questions in the comments. Talk about everything so I can find out what you guys want to know. And we'll just go from there. Because there's too much to talk about for me in the oil industry and photographing portraits and pipes and rigs and when to do good and when to do bad and when it doesn't matter and when it does matter. And there's just too many topics about photographing things in the oil industry. So leave all the comments, ask all the questions, and remember to have fun when you're shooting, because that's what it's all about. Well, it's chapter 17. We're doing event photography, and yeah, I learned that event photography is just meant for meeting people and making connections. So I'm gonna go do that. Yep, I'm in my closet because I'm running out of places to film these things and I'm only halfway in. That's right. We're only halfway done. I've done a lot of different photo shoots in my life. So this is a topic that I go over all the time for people that are trying to tell me, like, how do you meet these people? How do you do this? How do you do that? And I've touched on it briefly in a previous video, but it's event photography. Now, whether it is charity events, fundraisers, birthdays, anything like that, this is a golden goose for meeting your community and getting your name out there. Now, I lived in a small town. I say small compared to a lot of you is relative, because the town that I lived in had like 120,000 people. And the parties, events, charities, all the things, events, all had the same people. It was always the same people. And so the people that go to these things have money. It's a charity event. So it's one of those things where, they're there because they purchased a table, they purchased a plate, a raffle ticket, a charity. They want to do the auction and help out. And it may be for deductions. I don't know why they're there. A lot of them are great philanthropists and they just love giving back. But I met more people and did more things and made more connections through these events. So I'm going to try and pull up the group of ladies. Now, I will go over my niche topic, real estate photography, later, but this is the group. And when I say the group, there's one in particular inside there. I don't know if I can zoom in or not. Her name is Ashley Rice, and she is not a real estate agent, but I'm going to talk more about her at the very end, the very last chapter. And she introduced me to the top real estate agent in my town, and her name is Victoria. Victoria had an entire team of ladies that, at the time, they were like the powerhouse squad of real estate. And so that is a story for when I talk about my real estate niche, but just know that connection that I made with Ashley, my makeup artist and friend, through to another person who she was doing makeup art for, not makeup art, just makeup. It's what changed my entire trajectory, my whole life. And the other connections that I made were amazing because I got to meet all of the highest end people. I hung out with every single mayor that's ever been in my town for many, many years. I hung out with, and I'm saying hung out, like I hung out with them at the events. Like they knew who I was by this point, and they knew that I'm there to take pictures and all of these things. So whenever people tag me, like all of these people added me on Facebook and Instagram and LinkedIn and all these things because I'm the guy that they see all the time. And I can't get this through people's heads enough that if you're the only one they see and they're on their mind all the time, then they're the ones that's going to recommend you because you're the only thing they can think of. And so what that means is if somebody tags somebody for football photography, like even if I don't do football photography, they're going to be like, oh, Steven's a photographer. I'm going to tag him. And this is like the mayor tagging people. And then you get into like businesses. Like almost every single one of these people owns or operates some type of business that they need promotional items in photography for. They need headshots. They need promotional work for their thing, product photography. They need videos. They need social media. And so
back on the last topic of photographing things for free, you should definitely 100% do charity event for free, because it's the connections you make there. Now, just like Spider-Man though, and this is a definite for sure topic. You've got to have the highest level of trust and respect from these people. Trust that these people put into you is astronomical, because like I said, you're getting access to famous people doing charity work, and they're giving these speeches, and they need to 100%, without a doubt, you have to get along with these people, because they're going to invite you into their lives and into their experiences. And with that comes the responsibility of knowing that you're not going to mess up. So you can't go to these charity events, see famous people, and run up to them and ask for their autograph. You just can't do it. You have to act as if it's an everyday person, because they are at an event with like-minded people, and everybody else is not running up to them asking for their autograph. So you can't do it either. So if you go to a charity event and you see a huge music artist or a billionaire owner of a company, they're just another person in the crowd. And unless you are introduced to them, or you are invited over to their table to take pictures and talk, like, you don't just go. Like, there's going to be hundreds of people. You cannot beeline. And you cannot be in the green room pointing your camera around, taking pictures of things. Like, the green room is a safe space. And what I mean by green room is sometimes you will be with a celebrity in a room, and there's just going to be normal chit-chat banter going on. You cannot take your camera and point it at them and take pictures and things like that, because you're never going to be invited back to any other thing. That they're going to complain because you violated their safe space. And so you have to be respectful and trustful, and you have to have all of the mindsets of, these are normal people. This is a regular thing. I'm at a birthday party. I'm just taking pictures of people at a birthday party. But at the same time, if somebody talks to you, you can talk back. And you can ask them normal, everyday person questions. Most of the time, it's going to be questions that are very normal, and they're going to ask you about your camera stuff or something like that. Or they're going to ask you, hey, do you do wedding photography? Hey, do you do kids? Hey, do you do this? Do you do that? And if you do, have that business card ready. Yeah, you can just send me a message. Book me up. We'll talk about it. That's all you have to do. And they're going to be appreciative of you not sending into a spiral of a sales pitch. Most of the time I had a very unique business card. I don't have one here. They're all gone because I don't do that anymore. But I had metal business cards because I didn't want them to just throw my thing away, and I didn't want them to lose it. And so I spent hundreds of dollars for 50 to 100 cards each time I got business cards. And it was a very unique business card. And every single time they said, oh, this is awesome. I've never seen this before. This is an amazing business card. And to this day, they probably still haven't thrown them away. Just because it's fun. You could use it as a ruler. It's a metal business card. You can get it at mymetalbusinesscard.com. It's so easy. They also have wood and other things, plastic. So just look into offsets of things that would surprise people. And when you give it to them, just small talk. If they want to keep talking to you, cool, keep talking. But unless they're talking to you, don't go out of your way to go talk to someone. Now, if there's some type of person next to them that you know, because you've done 20 or 30 of these events and you're like, hey, so-and-so, like, what is this person doing? What is it? Let me get a picture of you guys together. How you guys doing? Then you can, small talk it. And literally just walk around the room repeatedly over and over and walk in between tables. And all you have to do is, I have a random, this is my infrared camera with a fisheye lens on it. But literally all you have to do is walk around the room and then just go, picture? People will just get together and smile and do all kinds of fun stuff. When you just raise your camera and say, picture? You guys want a photo? Let's get a photo together. And then you just say, hey, thanks. You guys have a great night. Hey, thanks. Enjoy the food. Hey, thanks. That's it. That's all you have to do. You don't have to get crazy with it. Now, there's a lot of things I have not gone over, but event photography is for meeting people. And so go out and meet people and have fun with it. If you have any questions or comments about doing any of the things that I described in this crazy cut up video, just let me know. But have fun.
Chapter 18, I'm much happier where I am, but we're discovering commercial photography has art directors, and then there's willy-nilly people, and I did learn some from other chapters, but let's learn about that.
Art directors versus just go, huh? That's the next topic? Alright, well. Whenever I meet the people, I schmooze, I do all the stuff that you are supposed to do to get these jobs. You enter into a world encountering people that own businesses, and some of the businesses are very high-end businesses. And so some of the businesses have art directors, and some of them are just media specialists. I don't know how to put it. So the reason I bring any of this up is just like in the oil field or any other business, food, and just in general, you're going to encounter a couple different types of people. I don't know how many types there could be, but we're just going to go over 2 today. So let's say you get a shoe company, a local shoe company, artisan shoe company. They are probably not going to be well put together, planned out, and or unless you have planned it all for them, they're not going to have and be ready. And so I'm going to call it just okay, let's just go. And so that's what I'm showing you right now. Hopefully I can get it lined up to where, so this is a person at a bar and they're serving drinks. The person that I met to do this photo shoot is the guy in gray. I forgot his name. And it's for a big company, I think. I don't know if I'd have to look up to see if it's nationwide or not, but it's something that I thought was going to be well more planned out than it was. And this has happened multiple times where I got to a shoot, and then when we get there, thinking that it's going to be more planned than it is, we get there and they're like, oh, you're here for a photo shoot? Okay. So similar to the food photography, restaurants and businesses are the same thing. I've showed up to do product photography for hundreds of products in a store setting, and they didn't know I was coming because the higher-ups didn't tell them. And the more higher up you get, the more lenient I think it becomes because they know and trust in your abilities to do things. And so, let me see what I got here for my images. Yeah, so there's very much planned versus very much unplanned. And so I keep saying so too many times. I'm trying to think of, there's too many stories to go through in such a limited amount of time. We'll just start with this kind of thing. So the smaller ones, you go and you show up, there's no plan. There's absolutely zero structure, and you're going to figure it out on the go, and let's just do this, and let's just do that. These are the ones that are going to be the most difficult because there's no structure of accountability. Like, so if you mess up, it's technically not your fault. There was no plan. Now, you could say that, it is your fault because you didn't go into it with a plan corresponding with the other person. But that's a lesson that you should learn. Like right now, hear the words that are coming out of my mouth that you should have a plan going into every corporate or commercial photo shoot. You should know every step they want to do. And even if it's a vague plan, it's at least something. Like have a shot list. We're going to do 4 pictures behind the counter. We're going to do 4 pictures in a stock room. We're going to do 4 pictures over here. We're going to do 3 headshots. And we're going to get 4 active shots of people interacting with customers. Whatever the simplest structure could be. I was doing, I'm not going to have this, it's not going to pull up, for a laundry company. So they were very structured and very on plan and on point. And I met the person, but it's funny because when I got there, like, all things went out the window. Like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, it's going to be great. And get to the thing, and, like, none of the people wanted to do the things that they wanted to do, and none of the workers knew they were coming, and the places were they were spotless. But the workers were like, no, I don't want it in my area or this area. So I just ended up taking pictures of everything. And there were some that were more cooperative than others. And I think the photo shoot turned out great. And the owners loved it. They asked me to do more. And it was worth my time. And it was a great project. But it's funny how it was so planned out, but yet so unplanned at the same time. And then you get to art directors, where they will send you pages of exactly what they want and exactly what they are looking for, down to having pictures with like red X's and green check marks over the pictures. Like, we don't want this, we want this. And this is exactly how we want it done. We want it in this format. We want it at this resolution. We want you to send it through this portal. We're going to send it through these people. It's going to go back and forth. You're going to correct it. And it's going to be done this way because this is the smoothest way we have found to do it. And we don't want to alter the way we like to do it. And it's very strict. And those are the ones where I'm like, yeah, I don't really. I mean, because most of the time, they're telling you exactly what you already know, but they're taking the credit for it. And it's a weird sensation because, like, they hire you for a skill, and they know you can do that skill, but they take away all of your skill and ability and tell you they want it to be done this exact way. But for some reason, they don't already just have a person that can go and do that for them. Or you should just be able to tell a worker to do this kind of level of work. It's one of those things where, like, you've laid it out so much that there's no alternate things I can do. There's no variances in this shoot. Like, so you could just get anybody with a camera because they're telling you settings, they're telling you how to do it, how to take it, what time of day, what format, what height, what everything. Every single aspect is covered on these probably 20 sheets of paper, And you're like, I don't know why you even hired me, because anybody could have done this, and I am way more expensive, and I don't do it in that style. And this is not the way I photograph things, and you're making me sign contracts that I don't normally sign because I don't sell raw files completely. So there's so many things. But then at the same level of thing, you have giant billion-dollar corporations with art teams and art divisions. I guess this is the third topic. This is the third one. So I guess there's 3 right now. That, like, when you show up, they're just so happy you're there to take these pictures that they know you can do. And they're like, hey, you have access to this building the entire day, and we want you to get really cool pictures of it the way you like to take pictures. And we can't wait to see them. So here's your access card. You can go anywhere. Feel free to go into any room and do anything. And that's when you get really cool photos with no restrictions, and that becomes the things that they use the most. But that, I mean, the whenever you're working with people who love your vision and love the way you're doing it, and they're the most relaxed. They're like, yeah, man, I saw your work the other day. I like that picture. That was really cool. Can you do something like that for us? Cool, man. Yeah, just have fun with it. Go do your thing over there in this area. Or like, hey, we really like what you did with this business. Can you do the same thing for us? What does it take to do that? And then you tell them everything you want, and they just do it. And the paycheck is nice, like really nice, and they don't care. Whatever number you tell them, they're like, yeah, let's do that. That's cool. Yeah, we'll just wire it over. Yeah, man, go have fun. And those businesses, it's rare. This is a rare thing. But when you find them, oh boy, get ready for some fun photo shoots. I worked with this company in particular for over 2 years, from pad to finished. And it's the company. It's the one that made me be able to go full time from one paycheck. And I'll never forget it. The art director was amazing. She retired after that job. She was older. Didn't look too old, but retired after that job and told me a lot of things, gave me a lot of great advice, and great to work with. So if you have any more questions on this, there's so much I can go over, and this is probably 1% of all total knowledge of these kind of things because I've worked with so many different types of companies. But yeah, just let me know their question. I'll go over it in a different video, and have fun. Just go have fun.
Chapter 19, Buildings. I really like this one. We're getting closer to my final niche and my final thing, but we're still very far away. I'm just now starting to explore buildings and businesses. Once again, sorry for all the noise, but I don't know how else to do it other than spending a week in a studio. Businesses and buildings has always been on my mind, and I always took pictures of like our city skyline that we have, or the abandoned buildings, things like that. I'm just looking for more abandoned places or inanimate objects to light paint and things like that. I'm starting to study architecture a little bit here and there, and I want to do more in that field. And so I find a company that will allow me to photograph their building, and I bid the project and it works out great. So I try it with another one and another one, and at this point I think I'm doing great. So I go for a bigger building, and I don't get that one. And then I don't get the next one and the next one. And you start to feel like you're failing, but then you realize you may just be pricing yourself out of the market, or you can't convince them of the need, or something like that. What I'm trying to get across is that you can't just immediately think you're going to be the best in the industry and get every single job possible. But then it just starts to come around, and one company hires me that's going to be the biggest facility / building that I've ever done. And they are one of those types that they don't know the plan, they don't have a plan, just come and photograph things. We're going to open this building up, and when I arrive, it's like it's not done. The sign isn't up, the rooms aren't done, so we have to do all this moving around and from here to there. But then come to find out that they got my name from somebody else, and like I'm starting to get business from one place or another in the industry, in the field that I want to be in, and it's feeling good. So another business reaches out, and like they want the interiors and the exteriors, and they want to photograph their business for promotional use to show what they have. And I'm getting to know the industry, so I'm feeling good about it. And so like it just keeps going in really small steps. I think in order for me to really get to be known in the industry, it took me at least 3 or 4 years to get started on commercial buildings, commercial sites, commercial listings, builders, things like that. And this is pre me getting into the real estate side, which is going to be one of the final topics that I'll talk about. But you know, it's one of those things that it's difficult, yet at the same time, when I get the jobs, I feel really good about it. I feel proud about the work that I'm doing. So it's all just to say that it takes time. Whenever I was very first starting out, I think I did my first 3 or 4 for free, and I had my initial portfolio built up of just random buildings and city skylines and things like that. But when I very first started, it was like, just give me $150 or $200. And then by the end of it, it's into the thousands. So whenever you're building an architectural portfolio for somebody, you know, they've put portfolio looks, before and afters, renderings, all of that is included in their mindset of taking on these projects and what they're going to need and want. And they want people to come in and do things for them. And the same thing with business owners. Like for promotional use, licensing these images to people is a big part of their business, big part of the industry. They need to be able to tell people what they do, where they do it, where it is. So being able to put up a drone and show exactly on a map, and then show what it's going to look like inside when you come in, the products you're going to be using, the layout and floor plan so you're not confused. Like there's so many elements to this. And what I realized later on is they were hiring me for even more than that. They were hiring me because I knew exactly where and what to do to show the things that they were wanting. And that only came with experience. There was one job where they were actually doing it in order to sell their business. And there was no buildings involved, it was the people. And they wanted me for my creativity. They saw a photograph of me with like downtown with people that looked just completely different than everything else. And that was their whole thing, was like being different. And it was a delivery company. And then come to find out, that was like a precursor to them selling their business. They were putting together a portfolio so they could sell the company and sell the business and move on to bigger and better things. And then that client referred me to another person, and then that person referred me to another person, and the connections and chains just, they keep going. That person then sold that business, started a new business, and then had me go and take pictures of that business. So it's like a big flowing river, and you're just jumping from rock to rock, but it's all connected by the same stream. Right? Okay, so that's the precursor and start to me taking pictures of buildings and businesses. And so if that's something you're looking to get into, let's talk about it. Let's get into the weeds and ask me questions. Put it in the comments down below of any question you might have on taking pictures of, and I've taken pictures of hundreds of buildings now, maybe even 1,000, I don't know. But that's more in my later career. This is like before then. So put the questions down below. I want to be questioned so I can answer for you guys. And, you know, there's no limits to any kind of comments that just let me know. And, yeah. So once again, just go out and have fun and experiment and play. Chapter 20, we've deviated, and jets. I don't even know what the next topic is, but I'm gonna try and give you guys a view of the river while I talk about it, hoping my Crocs don't fall into the river. Matter of fact, I hope you guys can hear me. We're gonna talk about Lear jets and how jets are not as much fun to photograph as you may think they are. Now, I know it's a crazy statement to just say things like that, because it's such a rare case for you to just get the job to take pictures of jets are flying over. But it was a request that I got, and now I've done, not a lot. I think I've done like eight total plane and jet photos, and it's all been for promotional or for sale. So there's needs out there for it. And the biggest part about whenever you're in the private jet market, you're not dealing with like Boeing 777s and giant Airbuses and all kinds of crazy stuff like that. You're just dealing with 6 feet by 7 feet tubes with chairs on either side, and it's one of those things where it's like, man, this is awesome. I get to photograph a jet, and then you come to find out like it's really small and it's challenging and the lighting is not good, and you have to take pictures from one side of the plane to the other side of the plane, but you're literally like, it's right here where everything is. So you have to have a really wide lens, but then you have to make sure there's not very much distortion. So like you tend to overshoot or even shoot panoramas or things like that. Now, the way I got the first job was purely because one of my friends was a pilot for an aviation company, and the aviation company, I think that's what you call it, they were gonna do some promotional things for their jets, and they want to try and book more jets and the flights and get more jets, and starting a whole business. It's a whole thing. And I was just lucky enough to have a friend. And then I've posted many things on jets because that first shoot was the best shoot of a jet that I've ever done prior to the previous ones. And the only reason I bring up anything about jets, I'm not trying to flex. I'm trying to take you through the journey of like things and niches that I attempted to get into that didn't end up working out. So here's my experience with them and what I did to get the job, or go through every little bit. And it was a part of it. I wanted to, I thought it was going to be more like small private planes, and similar to automobiles, I was just trying to go after a higher end market. But then I come to find out that nobody really cares about taking pictures of their planes just for fun. And so I tried to get into the for sale. People are selling jets left and right. It's a big business. And so I tried to get into that business with people, and I tried to take pictures of just things here and there, prop planes and stuff, but it just didn't work out. I think I shot, like I said, one jet or plane a year, and I was the person that they would call to do it. So it was either that or they took pictures with their cell phone. Like, that was the two options. But it was a short-lived thing that I just wanted everyone to get into their mindset. Like, that is also an option. So if that's something you want to get into, just let me know in the comments down below if you have any questions, or if you want me to talk more about it and show more pictures or something. But it was a brief little moment that I experienced, and I think it was fun, but it was difficult in cramped spaces. So just go out and try and find a jet to photograph and have fun. Chapter 21. Well, I've made the news, so that's a good thing, I think. I've been on the news a couple times, but I've never made the news for one specific thing that I've been doing. And the one thing that I liked doing a lot was underwater photography for portraits of people. And it'll be a theme that comes on at the very end, about doing something that you like may not be the most mainstream moneymaker in the world, but if you get enjoyment out of it, then it's awesome for you. And that's what underwater photography was for me. So me and Ashley Rice, again, the same person that introduced me to the person at the charity event for real estate, if you remember that, shooting events. Then me and her came up with an idea for underwater photography. And there will be another topic on this later, but it's all about connections and connecting the dots, and one thing leading to another. And that's where, each individual piece of your life comes together, right? So with underwater photography, I really did like it. It was super fun. It was something that was unique looking. I even had a couple photos turn up on larger YouTube channels in not contests, but like a show and tell type thing, and got to talk about it with people. And it was so great. And then we were doing well. We didn't do a ton of them, but it was it was like an all-day process, and it's makeup for each one, and you got to do underwater makeup, and it takes a toll on everybody to do underwater photography in a pool for like 4 or 5 hours. And so it's a difficult thing. But something strange happened, because it got very popular, and then the news wanted to do a news story on it. And so we got one of our favorite models to do a photo shoot for free in a really cool big pool. And the news did their whole story. They ran the story. The story looked great. And we never got booked for an underwater photography shoot after that, ever again. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it happened, but it's as if doing the story was like the end of the whole thing. Like, that was the part where it was like, okay, you've done all this stuff and now this is the end. And so at that underwater shoot, after the news left and after everybody was done, I did some fashion shoots for her. And maybe that was the thing. Like, maybe I needed to know that underwater photography was done and we're going to go to the next thing. But I mean, it was one of those things that it was so fun. Everybody liked it. You got a lot of likes, you got a lot of shares. It was difficult though, because underwater photography is no joke. Lives are actually at stake. And it's funny. Just a quick funny story. Know your person before they're about to get into the water. Because one of our shoots, they hired us and we were going to do a thing. And we step into like 3 feet of water, and then they looked at us and they were like, I can't swim. And we're like, and then Ashley looked at me and I looked at Ashley and we looked at her and they were like, yeah, I can't swim. And we're like, why did you book us for an underwater photography photo session if you can't swim? And we were just, it was the funniest thing. Like, it worked out great. She didn't have to swim. All she had to do was, go underwater for a little bit and then stand back up. So it worked out great. But that moment where like somebody booked you for a shoot knowing that there was knowing it was about swimming, and I wish you could have been there. I could definitely show you pictures, but it wouldn't matter, because it turned out awesome, and she was a great model, and she could swim a little bit, but luckily she was tall, so we could go into the deeper ends and she could still stand up and be fine. But it was a difficult pricing model. It was a difficult thing for me to not do without Ashley. I only did it one time, and I checked with Ashley. It was a team sport. If I didn't have my makeup artist, and stylist, and she helped posing and everything, she was a very big part of it. And so if I didn't have her, I didn't know or figure out what to do fast enough. And it wasn't good. I only did one without her, and I didn't like it. But I did tell her ahead of time, like, hey, this person does not want styling. They don't want makeup. They don't want somebody else there. They just want it to be me and the person. And I didn't care for it. Didn't care for it at all. So just know that like it's about the shoot, having fun, and the team you're with for doing fun things. And so that's a crucial thing. The pricing model, if you're interested, it was very difficult because you can't focus like you can outside underwater. And you're literally doing it for 8 to 10 seconds at a time. Most people say like, oh, just hold your breath. And see, you have like 30 seconds to a minute. You're not doing that. You're breathing out underwater, so you sink. If you hold your breath, like, it's unflattering. Your belly gets bigger because you're inflating your lungs, and you float up to the top. So you have to breathe out. And a lot of people don't do breathing out training. Like, how long can you hold off without breathing in? So it's a counter thing. And the pricing model we came up with was like per look, and each look gets like 5 to 10 total photos, but you had to book at least 2 looks. And you're not paying for just me, you're paying for me, you're paying for pool time with a person's pool or your own pool. If you already have a pool, that's fine. The other thing is makeup artist and styling, and then anything else you want from there. So it was a four-figure job for each job, and not everybody can afford that, and we understood that. And so that may be one of the things that held us back a little bit on that. But I wish I could have done more, and I wish I could have experimented with it a lot more. I wish we could have gone to some place that's very clear in an actual ocean. I know like Fiji and stuff would be like the dream job of going and doing underwater photography in Fiji, but didn't have that. So maybe it was just meant for me to do something else. And of course, by the end of this, if you're still around, you'll know why I probably did all the other things and then moved on. But if you want to know anything about underwater photography in a pool, because we never did an ocean or anything, ocean, lake, river, then if that's something that's interesting, I'll answer any question you may have about it. I think we only did like 35 or 40 total shoots, or people, 35 or 30, whatever it is. But have a lot of information on it, but it just never went anywhere. So yeah, leave it in the comments. But always, if you're wanting to do underwater photography, just look into underwater housings for your camera. There's not too many flashes that can go underwater, and there's no specular highlights underwater. You have to also keep that in mind. Everything is going to be matte because you're already underwater. So you're under the wetness, you're under the shine. So eyes don't have the glare and things like that. So just little things to keep in mind. And yeah, so that's it. Just go have fun. Bye. Chapter 22. This whole making the news thing, it didn't work out at all, but I got to know the news people, and now you see my work everywhere, but you have no idea who I am. I'm in the news. I've got into the news because we did the story with the underwater photography. Now, I had a badge from another news agency. If you want to go back and hear that story, that's in the concert section, chapter 1. So I knew that news agency, but it was a different news agency that did the underwater photography news story about us that I just talked about. And they looked into my photography and they saw some pictures that they wanted to try and use. Now, here's the thing that I didn't see coming. Whenever you're dealing with a news agency or advertising agency, media company, things like that, little things get complicated, because I thought that I was going to sell them a licensing package, and the licensing packages was going to be renewed each year to use my photography each year as their backdrops in all of their news. And so they wanted quite a bit of photos. You know, it's the ones that you see as the backsplash when like weather and sports and political news and this and that, and they just use different backgrounds. So when I went there, I had the whole thing planned out. I'm going to charge them like $250 per photo, which sounded reasonable, and they wanted a bunch of photos, so it was going to be a nice payday. And I worked up an invoice and all the stuff, and I went in to speak to the people, and he had his package ready of advertising on their network. And they were almost the exact same quote. And so he said, look, so we could do this one of two ways. We can either pay you the tiny bit of difference every year to do this, or we could just call it a wash and we can put your photos up even more, and every single splash screen somewhere in some way will have photo taken by, and it'll be a good little thing. And so I thought, you know, I think that's a pretty good deal. Neither one of us are going to make any money. It affects me way more than it affects them, because they're not paying bills with me. I am paying bills with this licensing. And so to them, it's a really good deal, and that's why he was able to just talk me into it. It's all about the salesmanship, right? And he was a better salesman than I am, because, you know, I'm the little guy and he's a big news agency. But I think it was great, but I'm going to tell you the downside. They didn't end up putting my name on every photo, and also nobody ever knew that they were my photos, not because of the tag or anything like that. Like, who looks at that part of the news? Whenever it's weather, you just see, photos of the little thing above it. You don't see what's behind it. So it's not like anybody's asking who are those photos. So I don't think I got one single job from that. Now, it's possible somebody looked it up, somebody called them, somebody called and found out, and it ended up working out. And I did end up getting a job. I just didn't know it. But to me, I didn't see it that way, and I don't know if it ever did. I didn't know if it ever amounted to anything. But here's what I will say. Because of that, if you are dealing with a media company or news agency or something like that are trying to trade for, then don't take the deal. Charge for it. And if they want to do something and say like, oh, well, this is a media package, and this is very difficult to say if you're struggling. If you are struggling in any way, fight for it more. Fight to get something in perpetuity or in licensing. Fight for it a little bit at least. That's all I'm going to say on that part, is just, don't take the free trade for option, because it's not the best option. So, yeah. That's it. If you have any questions about that, just let me know in the comments. But from there, that's pretty much it. Go have fun. Repeat customers, that's where it's at. So we're going to talk about that. Repeat customers. I think it's 23. I don't know. Repeat customers are the best customers because they keep coming back. Sometimes you know why, sometimes you don't know why. But here's the best advice I could give about trying to get, keep, and see through to having repeat customers. Be honest, be authentic, be transparent, and give the best work that you can. And if you could do those steps, repeat customers will just come crawling. That's the end of the chapter. Thanks. Just kidding. Of course, there's more to that. There's more to repeat customers, because early on, I was attempting to get the whales, the big, huge clients, the ones that, will pay you a mountain of money. You only do it once, and you never have to do it again. But here's the thing about that mountain of money, the big whale, the crazy paychecks that you hear about these influencers talking about, or these crazy retainer clients that pay you $10,000 a month and all that stuff. It's not realistic. It's not realistic at all. You need to lower your expectations, because not that many of those people are out there. There's not that many businesses out there. So I'm not saying get it out of your head. If you're that good of a salesman and your work shows and it's, to the level, more power to all of the things you're doing. But this is the real world. So we're talking repeat customers, like I was talking about senior photos earlier. You need to think of this as a volume acquisition of their time. And you want to occupy as little time as possible to save them as much money in the long run, because you're just wanting to get to know them, do the shoot for them, have them come back later. And so there was a couple instances of this where one company hired me. The company then had a person. The person hired me for their Christmas shoots, party shoots. She had a group of people that she met with, and I took pictures of the group. I took pictures of them at Christmas time. Like, it was a whole deal. And if I wouldn't have made the connection early to get to know the person, then I wouldn't have made the connection in order to do the things I did later. And she wasn't the only one. I also saw this, you have to see this as like a volume thing. And so you're gonna go back to like sports and things like that. I'm trying to tie in everything into one centralized thing. And repeat customers is a huge part of my business now, but back when I was only doing a certain type of thing, it was harder to get them because you only have a birthday once a year. You only have an anniversary once a year. But if you can figure out the seasonal things and seasonal patterns for people's lives and like mark it down and follow up with them and keep in touch with them, be on the top of your mind, tag them in every post, just all the little things add up to getting them to use you for everything in their life. So if they have a family reunion, I know a guy. If they have a kid's birthday, I know a guy. If they have, I'm not going to keep going. You know what I'm talking about, and that's the big point there I'm trying to make. And it works in multiple industries. So if you're a wedding photographer, you want to get in as soon as the relationship starts, all the way up into the wedding, and then that hooks them for like the baby and then the birthday parties. So the cake smash at age 1. And then if they have another baby, that's another thing. So just the whole way down the line, and I could do that with each individual photography and show you how it could relate to everything else. Even with like food, automobile, or anything like that, because there's always different foods coming out and they need to update their portfolio. And there's different cars that people get and they want to update their car photos. And if you're a geologist or a jewelry designer, like you have new things coming out, you find new objects, like there's so many things that having a repeat client. So the biggest thing, like I was saying earlier, you have to be truthful to them and you have to let them know like, hey, this isn't like one of those things that I'm kind of doing on the side. Like I want to make this a profession and I want you to join me along for this ride. So let's plan our next photo shoot for something later. End it every single time. End every single session with, hey, let's start planning our next photo shoot. Maybe we could do something more artistic. Maybe we could do something unique. Now, most of the time they end up not booking you, but follow up with them like 2 months later and just say, hey, I saw this photo shoot. Would you guys be interested in something like this? It would be a paid shoot. I know how to do it. I can do it. So it's not one of those model calls where you're just trying to sell them after the fact. It's one of those things where you're like, hey, I'm going to choose somebody for this shoot, but it's going to cost them $500. But you don't want to do it after someone else has already posted about it online, especially if you're in small circles. Use that kind of mentality and you'll get another job. And if you have like a series of 250, 300 people that you're always messaging, then that's one person every day for the year. And if you just have everybody, if you're just messaging one person per year, then, you just have each person one day. So that's just something you have to keep in mind for this type of business, that you have to think of things like that to develop a volume customer, to be able to do, 2, 3, 4, 5 shoots a day sometimes, to make it as a high-end 1% photographer. Now you don't have to do any of that though. You could do just one shoot a week at a higher end price level. And if you can get there, then that's like super tops, because you don't want to be working so much that you're just always working and it's never ending, because you'll get burnt out. And make sure you're coming up with new things. So keep it interesting. But if you have any questions on trying to get more repeat clients or trying to get out of the rut of you can't land a client, comment down below like, hey, I'm having trouble landing this client. Here's the situation. And then I'll give the best advice that I can for what you're doing and we'll go through it. Why not? But most of all, have fun with it and try and get the coolest, funnest clients that you can, because you don't want the bad clients anyway, right? So just go have fun. Chapter 24, I think I'm some people's lucky charm. Every once in a while, you are going to be someone's lucky charm, and it's just going to work out for you. What if that was the end, and I just never came back, and I just left the video running for like 12 hours? It'd be crazy. That'd be crazy talk. No, so, and I'm going to name drop because he's not massive and he wouldn't care. But I feel like I was one person's lucky charm, and it's happened multiple times, but this is one of those times where I can actually track the lucky charm effect, or if you're like me and believe in Jesus, ordering his steps, ordering my steps to be with him, and kind of go from there. So his name is Bonner Bolton, and he's an amazing guy. He started out as a bull rider, became very well known in the bull riding industry, and then he had a bad accident, broke his back, and then had a redemption arc to get onto America's Next Dancer, the one where they have celebrities dance. What is that called? Dancing with the Stars. And I don't know what he did with Dancing with the Stars, but I know for a fact that it's not the only thing I helped him land, because I knew him back from the car audio industry again, and he knew I was a photographer. So later on, he liked my photography, and he lived nearby, and he was like, hey, I need headshots because I'm trying out for this show. And so I was like, okay, sounds good. So I went to his house, I took some pictures. This is the only one I am going to show you of the entire set, because, you know, it's just a headshot, normal. But we did a lot. We did a lot of photos. If you want to look him up, you can find more from my set in his portfolio still. But it wasn't the only time that I think I helped him get a job, because crazy series of events, he asked me again. He's like, hey, I'm trying to get another gig, and I'd like for you to help me. And so, of course, I said yes. He met me at a studio. We filmed a whole session for him in a specific way that he just kind of told me the parameters a little bit. And then like 4 months later, it was my wife's birthday, and so we went on a trip. We're overseas, and in the airport overseas, I see Bonner Bolton on the TV, and the shoot, the thing that we did in a very much higher level. Of course, whenever I did the little snippet for him, it was just to kind of show him doing mannerisms. It wasn't meant to be a high polished shoot. But the shoot over there that we saw on the TV, it was for like Tom Ford. It was a huge shoot. And it was in black and white, and it looked awesome, and he had his cowboy hat, and he was doing stuff, and it looked amazing. And I was like, this is crazy, because that's, you know, it's 2 in a row. And he hasn't called me back again, but I'd love to work with him again on whatever his next project is, because I feel as if I help him do it, or if he calls me to do it, then that's when it happens, because I haven't seen anything else. I think he's done some commentary, and I think he's doing a comeback, but it's all other stuff. I don't know if it worked out. I haven't checked in. I need to check in with him. I need to follow up. Repeat customer. But yeah, so sometimes you become somebody's lucky charm. And on that note, there's a lot of people in my life that they are my lucky charm. Some people would call it a muse. Like, if I work with them, it does well. It's going to do good. And so I'll talk about those people at the end, but there have been people that when I work with them, it's like magic flows through. Jesus orders the footsteps, and then like an elf runs across the thing. Like, it's so great. And so, you know, keep that in mind for yourself, that sometimes there are people that you're going to work with that will take you to the next step just by, working in their premise, in their bubble, in their sphere. And just keep those people in mind, because if you find them, you hold on to them and you run with it every single time. And it'll take you far. It'll take you to great places. But they're not easy to find. You've got to really look for them, and you've got to work with a lot of people to get that 1% person. So go find your 1% person. If you have any questions about anything that I've talked about before or up to now, even if you want to ask, how is Bonner Bolton in real life? I don't know. Whatever your question may be, but I would be happy to answer it in the comments. But otherwise, go find your person and have fun with everything that comes with finding your person. Chapter 25, sometimes things don't work out. It's okay. Yeah, things don't work out like you think all the time. They don't work out because sometimes they're not meant to work out. And so this chapter is about things that you thought were going to work out, and then they didn't. Or that's another chapter. Well, I'll have a specific chapter on just one single topic later. But for now, we're going over when you think, nope, that's that topic. Well, either way, I've rambled on too much and now you're not interested. So let me just get straight to the point. I did a couple jobs and they ended up not paying or not using my photos, or they paid and never used my photos, or things like that, where it just comes up that you're hired to do a job and then the job happens and then you never know what goes on after that. Like, you're completely in the dark. And it happened on 2 different jobs that I can remember. One was a pop bar. I was doing a business photo shoot. Of course, the photos are up on the thing while you're listening to me talk. But I took the photos. I followed their little plan. It was one of those where, like, we need this specific shot at this specific angle with this specific lighting and this specific thing, and we need it to be delivered in this format on this date in this portal to this vendor so they could do this with it, and this goes here. And I've said too much already, but they paid for it and never used them. They never, I don't know what they did with them. They never showed me. Part of my contract with them was that I was supposed to be able to show with my portfolio, like, where these photos were used, what they were used for, and things like that. And they never showed me where they were used. Now, it's possible they could have used them internally for emails or something like that, but I never knew. And it's always been a mystery because I've never known what they did with those photos. Now, it's possible they could have just turned those into stock photos and sold them and resold them to somebody else, but it was for a very specific brand. I don't know if you couldn't do anything else. It's also possible that they hired me to take pictures and then they resold it to Pop Bar themselves, and then they made more than I did. That's happened before, or that's a thing where you can subcontract out some labor. So that may be what happened, and that's something you need to look into. So subcontracting versus being the person that subcontracts, it's definitely a thing. So it's more in, like, the editing side of things or stuff like that, where you would subcontract out and have somebody edit for you, and then you deliver the product. But you could also subcontract out, just like how wedding photographers have second shooters. You can be in, say, Texas, and you get a call for a shoot in Virginia. So you call around in Virginia, and then you find yourself a photographer that's willing to take on a shoot, They then do the shoot, send you the photos, and then you pay them a good wage because you can't not get it. And then you turn around and you give the photos to the people who contracted you, and then you make your profit on the sides that, would be profitable. Now, this is a very common thing in a lot of other businesses, but people don't think about it in photography. So just keep that in mind as an option for doing business and business in general. The other one was where they hired me to take photos. I thought that we did great. I did all these different things. I took pictures of one side of their business and then another side of their business. And then the one side of the business, they paid for everything, but they never ended up using the photos again. And so it wasn't until like a year later that I found out that they were going to change the name of the company and do it a different direction. So all the pictures that I took were meaningless because they all had the logo in the background. The logo of the wrong name of the place that they weren't using anymore, that they were going to switch to a different name. So it ended up not working out for them. And I guess that's understandable, but for like a whole year, they did not use these photos. And so it was very confusing to me. And I know this person, so I know they weren't like selling it, doing anything else. It was a direct contact. A friend of a friend hired me, and then, it was a whole deal, but they were the owners. So it's something to definitely keep in mind, that something that could happen, I guess you could say, that you could be hired, you could be paid, and then the pictures will just never amount to anything, never come to light, never be used. So if anything that I just said resonates with you, or you have any questions on it, feel free to leave a comment down below, and I'll answer it the best I can. But just remember to have fun. I know this was a sadder topic, but still a topic nonetheless. So go out there and have fun. Bye. Chapter 26. Bidding jobs when you have no idea or business of what you're doing. Yeah, it's as confusing as that statement was. This is a chapter that it's not, I don't know if it's advice or what it is, but let me even look what I put for what chapter it is. Okay, so I'm losing motivation on this video, to be honest with you. And I hope I have enough to make it through, because I think it's a good story. I just don't know if it's going to be worth it spending literally just so much time going over every single topic. And I thought it was going to be different whenever I was doing this, because what I thought I was going to do and what I am doing is like a weird gray area in my own head, and I'm questioning if anybody's going to watch this at all. And so it's becoming tough, but that's a part of doing this, I guess, telling your story. And so on this one, there was a church that was just built. The church had, it was more of a, it was a church, but you don't go to church there. It was more of like a retreat or like a learning center, but it had a lot of church implications. And the reason I even wanted to do anything is it was a cool new place in town, and everybody was curious what it was, and it looked really cool architecturally. It wasn't like what our area had, and so
I contacted the person that was running everything, and it just so happened that the person that was running it was the father of somebody else that I had already taken photos for. And so that was my in. I contacted the person that I knew and had him ask his dad if I could come and take a tour so I could bid out a job for photography on the place. Just like I would normally do. Like, you find a new business, you go to the business and you kind of present your ideas and everything to the business for just taking pictures of the place so you can do it later. It's a definite theme throughout this entire deal, and I hope that makes sense. So I'm there and it's going great. We enter into the place and he says he is just saying like all this information about the place, and I'm into it. I think it's great. And so we walk through every single little spot. He tells me about every single little thing. He shows me around, and then we get to the final area for just circling the whole place. And it wasn't weird. I knew what it's a hindsight thing because I know what he did. But at the time, it was very confusing to me. And if I didn't have hindsight and the wisdom I have now, this was my thought process, and see if you can just pick up on what he was doing. At this moment, I'm one of the top architectural, commercial building, commercial listing, business photographers in the area. One of the top. Like, there's a bunch of us, but I was up there. And so he knew that I was skilled. He knew the level that I was in. But as we were walking around and he was showing me things and I didn't pick up on it then, he was asking me things about my personal life. And like, I guess he picked up on my weaknesses. And so once we got to the end, he said, yeah, I would love for you to photograph this place. I think we would choose you in a heartbeat. Here's what I'm going to need from you. I need you to write a 2-page essay on why you want to photograph this property. And at the time, by the way, I'm severely dyslexic. Like, God gave me gifts, writing, rhythm, grammar, musical abilities. I have none of that. But if you need me to draw you a picture, if you need me to take pictures of your family, if you need to make some type of visual statement with a logo or something like that, I've got all those skills covered. But writing is not one of them. And I think he picked up on that through our conversations and talking and different things here and there. And so he asked me to write a 2-page essay. By the way, it would have been, I could have done it in 10 minutes. But the fact that he asked me to do that at the time blew my mind enough to where I refused to write an essay to try and bid a job, let alone, like, I was so confused by it and thrown off by it. Like, I contacted the son and he was like, oh yeah, he's, that sounds like something he would do. He was for it. And now, later in my life, I'm like, the genius of this man. Why didn't I write the essay? It would have been so easy. And not only would it have been easy, it would have pushed me on my boundaries. It would have pushed me to learn something new, get in there, and take a little effort and show just this much effort. That's all he really wanted, was to just say, yeah, you want this job? I bet you get jobs all the time really easy. I'm going to give you something that's 2% hard, and I'm just going to see if you'll do it. He dadded me. And he's saying, cut out all the business stuff and everything I've just said. If your dad was teaching you a lesson about just doing something a little hard, not even very hard, it's not like he asked me to, go dig a 50-foot hole in the ground and try and figure out a way to get back out. No, all he did was say, hey, just go write a he said, go write a 2-page essay on something you love to do. It should have been a no-brainer. I could have done it that afternoon and sent it back to him immediately. But because my younger brain thought that this man was trying to get me, I didn't do it. I lost the bid, and I didn't get the job because of a 2-page essay that broke my brain. In hindsight, I'm writing him a 4-page essay. I'm giving him a slideshow. I'm giving him visual representations of what I think I could do to help him. Graphs, charts, percentages of increase of business. I'm doing all kinds of things now. But you can't go back. We don't have a time machine. If we had a time machine, the world would be a lot different. And so this is me just saying that sometimes when you're going out there to bid a job or do just that little bit of due diligence on a customer that you've been wanting to get, just know that they're not trying to get you in any way. The hard part is realizing it afterwards. So try and realize it in the moment that there's probably 6 or 7 other people out there or more, there's so many more people out there that woke up that day earlier than you did. They put in just that 1% more effort than you on trying to win over that customer. You cannot get by on skill alone. Effort and things like following up are definitely going to be the top priority. And showing your clients that you care and showing them that you want to do the job and you're passionate about it and you're not just in it for the money. So just keep these things in mind when you're bidding a job for an ice cream store or you're trying to secure a mommy and me mini session, just something to give the client just that little bit that's going to make it to where you are recommended later for that little bit that you did. For example, I never really printed things, but for one single birthday, I did this special little shoot where I had, I actually showed it earlier for events, the event chapter where events are for meeting people, I think, or birthdays. I don't know what it was. Anyway, I printed out an 11 by 14 on my printer at home on some metallic paper and put it in a sleeve and put a gator board behind it. And when I delivered the thumb drive at the time, because this was back in the day whenever digital was not a thing, you couldn't just Dropbox or Google Drive everything. But whenever I delivered the thumb drive, I also delivered the print. And it blew their minds and made them so happy to get this unexpected gift. And to this day, I don't know what the kid did, but the mom referred me so many times to so many people. I got so many jobs. And I don't know if she would have done it anyway, but I feel like just doing that one special little thing really pushed it over the top. So just little tiny things that nobody expects. It's when somebody doesn't expect something. That's when you're going above and beyond and doing the best. So keep that in mind. But if you have any questions on anything I talked about just now, leave like bidding a job or the unexpected in the comments, and we can talk about whatever it is and kind of go from there. But always have fun, do the best you can, surprise people.
I'm getting there, and I think I did a really big job, and I think I did very well. Let's get into it. I was about to press record, and the lawn people showed up. So, keeping with the theme of construction, rivers, and real life, if you can hear a lawnmower, weed eater, or air, that's just what real life is. But continuing with the topics that I was going over on bidding jobs, getting jobs, all this stuff. I'm finally to the point to where I'm getting big jobs. And I'm starting to do a lot of commercial work and things like that, and I'm recommended not only from the concert side, bands and promoters, but also from the people that are doing large-scale buildings and things like that. And I finally got a contact with one of our higher-end clients, and you will now see the venue and things like that. But when I got the job, it was a job where, like, they gave me 2 days to do it because I thought that's how much I would need. They gave me full access to everything in and out, different times a day, things like that. And whenever I got the job, I actually felt really good. I felt very proud. And it was one of those moments where I'm like, I got a job that I didn't think I could get. And it's because I kept pushing and driving, talking to people, convincing, and it was a long-awaited job. It's not a new place by any means, but it never had any kind of really spectacular photos that it deserved for the architecture that it is. And so whenever I got it, I was really proud that I got it. And then whenever I did the photos, the lighting in every single time of day that I was there was perfect. And I had to learn new skills because at this moment, whenever I'm doing this type of photography, I'm using like flash and lighting up individual areas and things like that. But the scale of the venue was so big that my largest flash could barely light up like 2% of the place that I'm doing. And it was just, it's so massive in scale because it's a large theater, auditorium, slash, I don't know, it could fit thousands of people. So it's where they have a lot of higher end concerts, sit down concerts. They can remove the seats. You could have stand up concerts. They have, all of the big things there. And I thought I did extremely well. But this is continuing on the story of when you think you did well and it turns out to not be so great. And the only reason I'm telling you all of these types of stories and really hitting home is that, not every single thing that you take pictures of is going to be a success. Even on the highest end levels, doing, really big numbers and things like that you would think would make it a big deal. But the weirdest part is it's another one of those stories where, like, they paid me. They even said you can come to any event. We'll have tickets held for you for any event. You could do 10 events. Like, that's a part of the trade. And on top of the payment, and we appreciate it. And then I showed them everything, and everyone lost their minds. They were like, these are the greatest pictures we've ever had. We're going to use these all over the place. We're going to use them here. We're going to use them there. We're going to use them in phone books and newspapers and every ad and on this and that. And to this day, probably 7 or 8 years later,
I have yet to see them use one single photo. And it's boggled my mind ever since. I even contacted them at least 3 times since, saying like, hey, just making sure you got the download link and you have, stuff. I even had one person send me a thing back that they're using it as their backdrop on their computer. And I was like, yeah, they downloaded them. They have the photos. All the right people have the photos. Why are these people not using these photos? And I could never get an answer. And then by the time, things rolled around, like the people that hired me to do the job aren't even there anymore. It's been so long. And so it's just one of those things where even whenever, and this happens with people as well, you can be the highest, most best skilled, awesome photographer in the world, and maybe the style just doesn't align in the end for what you give them, or maybe their vision doesn't come to full fruition. I don't know how the word is used correctly, but you do the job, you give them the photos, they're ecstatically, overly happy about the photos, and then you never see them use the photos anywhere, even like to hang on a wall or do anything like that. The only thing that I know of is the one background that somebody used. I never saw it in any promotional material. I never saw it on any internal things or anything like that. And so it was just the most confusing thing ever. And I wish to this day somebody could answer that for me. So if you think of any reason why somebody would not want to use the photos after they paid for them in full, ecstatic over the way they look and all that stuff, leave it in the comments down below, because it's boggled my mind for years. And it's been, almost 10 years now, and I don't have answers. So there's that. But comment down below if you want to learn about, or maybe I should have done this whole chapter over, photographing giant spaces or something. If you would like to hear more about that, leave that in the comment down below. But otherwise, always just go out and have fun like I did photographing that venue. And I had a blast. It was awesome. Everything was paid for. Just confusing afterwards. So go have fun.
This is becoming a thing. Chapter 28 is going over where I did a really big job, and then they went bankrupt. Sometimes failures can turn into a success. So here is the story about a rocket industry that failed, that I photographed, that became a product that I can't talk about, but is a repeat customer from back in the day. I don't know where or what happened to them. So I live in West Texas, and West Texas is a very unique place because we have an international airport and spaceport. And so what that means is companies like Blue Origin and SpaceX can do things from our airport. They never have. The closest that we have come is Blue Origin, which lifts off about 3.5 hours away from where I live, which for some of you may sound like a long way, but that's like the next town over. So it's called, it's near Van Horn. And I had people that I know that worked with like the Blue Origin company in some small ways. Like it's not, I don't know anybody at Blue Origin. But this company, I'm not going to say what it is, but was just one of the startup rocket engineering companies that was trying to make it. So they had a building, the building was set up, and then that building went under, the engineering company went under. And so I got to meet a very high-end scientist, a rocket scientist, actual rocket scientist, who's been on like People magazine, like the cover of scientific magazines and things like that. I'm not sure what his role is now. I have no idea. But it's so fun to meet different people and do different things and experience things in different ways that you don't think about. So whenever the rocket place came to be, he already had a photographer that was doing things with the rocket itself. But whenever the place went away, they called me to take pictures of the building. And so that's the 2 photos that you're going to see here. The building looked really cool, but I went the extra mile on this one because I wanted to work with them again in their future projects. And the person that hired me actually hired me later to do headshots that he kept for years. He may still have my headshot as his headshot currently. I'd have to go check. I don't know. But it's fun to think about working with people like that. Because, I mean, the rock stars and the celebrities and football players and all those people are cool, but like how often you get to work with like an actual rocket scientist and work on projects with them and work with, you know, special equipment that I don't know what it does. I have no idea. So this is just one of those where I'm just telling you, like, think outside the box whenever it's not something you are normally doing. See how you could use it later as an advantage in the future. So with that person, I thought like, oh, well, this may connect me to this and this may connect me to this. It never did, but it's possible that it could. And so keep all of those possibilities open, even if it's a business that's about to close down or fail, because that person has enough knowledge to build up a business. Even if it fails, they're not going to just quit and go lay on the floor somewhere. They're going to try another business. They're going to go into another venture. So that next venture may be the cool one that you get to work with them a lot on. You never know. But if you have any questions about that, I have worked with other not rocket engineers. I've photographed rockets before. So if anybody needs or has any questions on that, leave it in the comments down below, but just have fun with thinking about the possibilities of working with somebody in the future. That's what I'm trying to get at. Sometimes irony, I think it's irony, chapter 29, photographing solar panels on a cloudy day. Sometimes, and I'm not sure if I'm using the word irony correctly, but sometimes photo shoots are very ironic because the one that I'm going to show you, it was unexpected. So I was hired by a company and I didn't know what the product was. I didn't know what this grand opening was. It was just, they're hiring for a ribbon cutting, and I had no knowledge of what we were cutting the ribbon for. And it was like a weird cryptic like message, and it was just, I thought it was a scam at first. So they said, you know, we'd like to hire you for this thing. We got your info from this other person, and it's going to be about 30 different people. There's going to be 2 news agencies there. And yeah, we're going to do a ribbon cutting, and it's going to be great. It's going to be good weather. We're going to demonstrate the product. It's going to be awesome. And then I showed up to the pin drop that they gave me out in the middle of nowhere, and it's a solar farm. So I'm there to photograph solar panels and the grand opening of them turning on the solar. The irony is that they picked a day, it just so happened to be, and it was better later, but the time that they did the grand opening, very cloudy, dreary. It didn't rain, but it was definitely not solar panel weather. And I only bring this up because if you have a plan, throw the plan out the window, because you don't know what the plan is going to be until you're in the moment. And you can write that on a shirt and quote me or whatever you want to do. But it's definitely been my experience throughout my entire photography career that you may get hired for something and it's fully planned out and you're like on the ball doing things correctly, and then you get to the day of the shoot and you arrive on site and nothing is as if it was planned, and nothing is working, and nothing is going to happen the way you think. And so you have to keep on your toes at all times, and you need to be able to just give that product the best possible thing in the world. And so, like, the demonstration was canceled because they couldn't actually show off what the solar panels could do because it was super cloudy, and they did the ribbon cutting. The people were there, the news agency showed up, everybody did all their interviews and everything went great. They just couldn't do the demonstration. But it was hilarious to me that, like, they couldn't tell me that it was solar panels right off the bat. They couldn't tell me what company it was with. They couldn't tell me all this stuff. And so, but they paid me before I even showed up. Like, they were like, hey, how much is it going to be for 2 hours? And then I was like, it's going to be this much. And they're like, you want us to pay you right now? And I'm like, because it seems like a scam, yeah, I'd like to get this done before it starts. And they did. They just paid me right then and there. And they were like, we'll see you Saturday or whatever day it was. And then I was like, cool. Showed up, whole bunch of cars there, and on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, news vans, and then cloudy. And they're like, we're a solar panel company. Check out our megawatt or whatever it was. I don't know. But yeah, it didn't work. And so this was a short chapter on just that story and that thing that didn't work out. Also, because I've done it on all the other ones, if you have any questions on if you think planning doesn't work out the way you think, and you think you should plan out everything and it's going to go exactly the way you think it should, go ahead and leave down in the comments that you've had every photo shoot go perfect the exact way that you planned and everybody was on point in their correct ways. I don't know. And we'll talk about it, because it doesn't work out, and it hardly ever works out the way you think it's going to work out. So just have fun with it, experience it, troubleshoot, don't troubleshoot, just bring your camera, heck, put it in auto mode and just wing it. I don't know. You're going to do great, and everything is going to be fine, or you're going to have to give a refund. Those are the two options. So nothing else you could do. So I know that's a horrible way of thinking about it, but it's the way I've lived, and I've yet to ever have to give a refund yet. So I guess that's that. So have fun.
Word getting around, chapter 30. We're gonna lose another job. We're just gonna lose another one.
I'm not saying it's another one, but I did think about a situation where I 100% thought I got a job, and I thought I did great, and it turns out that they weren't even looking for a photographer. Nobody even knows why I was there, and that was a weird one. But it was a place called Cycle Bar, and I'm gonna throw up some pictures because you need to hear about this. I was told to show up, and I thought I had a job, and so I showed up, and I meet my contact person, and during the whole thing, I'm like, okay, so what are we gonna do? What's the plan? Is there a plan? And there was not really much of a plan happening or going on. And so the people knew I was there. Like, everybody was okay with me photographing things. I mean, some of them were like, don't photograph me, I'm sweaty and gross because I'm doing hot cycling. But everybody was really cool about it. And so I take what I thought was exactly what they were looking for. And I thought I was doing great, and I thought I was doing awesome. And then I sent the pictures to my contact thinking they wanted me to take pictures of the Cycle Bar
and nobody cared and nobody wanted me to. Like, they were like, well, thanks for the pictures, but we didn't hire you. We don't know what you're talking about. We like them. Can we use them for free? I don't know, maybe. And I'm like, I guess I thought I was here to take pictures of your company and do all these cool pictures and do all this fun stuff. And apparently that was not the case. And they did not know what was going on, but they were okay with me taking pictures. They probably thought that I was like some student doing some student project or something. Nobody told them that I was a professional photographer needing to get paid for his time. And so I don't think I made any money off of that, but I had fun. And sometimes that is the most valuable lesson and what you need the most. I've already told you many stories and spent probably an hour explaining getting jobs and then not getting the job. So I'm not going to go any further on this one. This was a short chapter, but if you have any questions about doing crazy double exposures with flash, macro, panorama, long trail, double shots, I don't know. I mean, it's some crazy pictures. So it works out in the end and I was fine with it. So yeah, that's it. Go have fun and try and go do better than me and photograph a cycle bar and actually get money from it. So, short chapter. Bye.
Chapter 31, contrasting things.
I don't even know if my microphone works from this distance or not. So if my audio is not working, that's the reason, because I got too far away. This chapter on contrasting is basically telling you, like, don't judge any kind of books by any kind of covers. And when you're taking jobs, even if it's a job that you think is going to be something and then the exact opposite happens, it's completely fine. It's okay. And what this job was is I was hired to take pictures for a magazine. And the magazine was going to go ahead and pay for it. And then they're also going to let me advertise in the magazine. And I can either take just normal payment with no advertisement, similar to the news place, but this one's a little different. And I'm just telling you the payment thing because in case somebody wants to know. We'll get to the contrasting thing here in a second. But the magazine said, we can either pay you money. I found a railroad spike. Hey, I think it's a railroad spike. Dirt roads. That was random, wasn't it? You didn't see that coming. So they said you can either take all the money and no credit in the magazine. We can give you half money and just a tiny little thing in the magazine, or we can give you a full half page or a full page spread and no money in the magazine. And it's a large publication, over 5,000 things go out, but I personally have never gotten anybody that said, like, hey, we saw you in that magazine, we'd like to hire you for this photo shoot. And I've been in a lot of magazines, probably over 30 or 40 magazines total, and I've never gotten anything from it. So I took full money. And sometimes it's different. Sometimes they'll do different types of payments, but that's what I got for that particular job. And it was a steady thing. They needed photographers, and it was like a once a month thing. So I was just a freelance for that company. And the contrasting bit of it is they wanted the people that were photographed, but they wanted it to be in their hobby, like the thing that they like to do the most. And so whenever I saw the people, I was like, oh, okay, this person is going to want to do something like this. And I judged them. And nope, turns out that the lady was like, she loved dogs and she loved rescue and she did all kinds of things. And I was like, oh, okay, I did not see that coming. All right. And then the other guy, very nice business suit, dressed great, looked, snazzy, like he owned $1 billion company. He's a biker and he loves to ride his motorcycle. And I did not see that coming either. And so whenever I met with both of them, and of course there's so many of these, I'm not going to be able to find the picture, but there's another one where I photographed her and I was like, what's your thing? And she's like, I love cars. I've got an old, like an Impala. And I'm like, dang, let's shoot you with that Impala. And it turned out she had a really cool Impala. I hope it was an Impala. I think it was an Impala, but it may have been a Chevelle. Either way, it was a really cool car, and she had multiples, and she had all kinds of cool cars. But we did it at sunset with cool lighting and her dogs in the back because that's where they rode and all this cool stuff. And I loved the shoot, but I would have never seen it coming because of the people. Like you don't see the thing that's going to come at you. And that's the whole point. Like somebody may book you for an engagement session and they want to wear pumpkins on their heads or something like that. Real thing that happened. And you're like, oh, okay. Like it's not Halloween. So I guess that is y'all's wedding at Halloween? And they're like, yeah. So I'm like, oh, makes sense. Okay. And they liked that kind of thing, but it was one of those things where I'm like, oh, okay. So you just kind of roll with it. It's an extension off of the other thing that I just talked about, but another quick one. Just wanted to tell you about contrasting things where if you think it's one thing and then it turns out to be something completely different. If you have a story about something that happened to you in a photo shoot or meetup that you thought was going to go one way and then it went a completely different way that you didn't see coming, let me know in the comments. If you have any kind of questions about working with magazines or how to get into magazines, let me know that too. I could try and help out the best I can. But yeah, just go out and have fun, shoot things that are unexpected, and just have a great time.
Chapter 32 is when you don't know what you're getting into and you should have asked prior.
You need to be sure to know what you're photographing, because if you don't know what you're photographing, you are going to be unprepared. And when you are unprepared, that means that you are going to be sitting there with somebody lighting a globe on fire, and then the globe is going to be put on somebody's skin, and you didn't know that their skin was going to get sucked up into it, and you're photographing some kind of massage therapy that you didn't know existed. Cupping. It's a normal thing. It's apparently huge in CrossFit and like in athletes. They believe in it a lot, and I'm sure it does something. I'm guessing it does great things. Puts blood into certain areas, activates white blood cells, all kinds of actual things. But you need to know what you're getting into. The whole point of this chapter is just having a plan, kind of doing the same thing we just talked about, but we're going to go in depth on how you could have a plan and just be more aware of what's going to happen. Otherwise, you're going to be like me in the previous chapters, and it's going to happen where you're going to be in a situation that you didn't know or expect, and we're going to take care of that. So whenever you are telling someone that you're going to be doing the job, then you need to ask what the job is. You need to understand what it is. You need to look it up, and you need to research it. And if you've never done it before, you need to explain that, hey, I have never photographed cupping before, or you have never photographed motocross. I have never photographed cars drifting, or I've never photographed babies. I don't know what to do with that. And so if you are a baby photographer and you have been asked to photograph rock bouncers, don't take that job. or explain to them like, hey, I can do that job, but this is going to be my very first time doing that job. So you may not get any usable good photos. And y'all have to know and understand that. I'm gonna charge you less because of that, but I need the money, so I'm gonna take the job. Y'all just need to be aware and you're okay with it. And if they are okay with it and you're transparent and honest and authentic, then you go ahead with it. But until that comes along and they're like, oh, yeah, you're a baby photographer. I don't know. John Doe tagged you and we just hit you up because we thought this, and now it's something different, so we're probably going to go in a different direction. And you need to be okay with them going in a different direction. It's not a rejection. It's we contacted the wrong person, we apologize. And that's okay. If you are a baby photographer specializing in like babies and 1-year-olds and things like that, and you don't feel comfortable photographing, a sumo wrestling match because it's completely different, and don't think all photography is the same. Like you're not doing the same things that you would do from one thing to the next thing. Every single different type of photography, that's why there's niches. And that's why there's different photographers for different things. And I don't know how many times, because we're gonna get to that my niche, my business became real estate photography. We're gonna get to the point to where I'm gonna talk about that. But the amount of people that are family photographers shooting, certain type of situation, and they're like, hey, I heard real estate photography is doing really well. I think I'm gonna just jump into that. And I'm like, you're just gonna jump in. First, you're gonna have to get a whole new lens. You're gonna have to learn lighting all over again. You're gonna have to learn, angles all over again. It would be like me going into forensic photography, which I have no thoughts or ideas about. I have no idea if I could do it, but I know that there's a certain skill to it that I don't possess at this moment. So if somebody asked me like, hey, can you go photograph this crime scene? I'd be like, yeah, but I don't know what I'm doing. This will be my first one. And they're gonna be like, oh, never mind, because you will contaminate everything and it'll be against the law and we'll probably have to arrest you. And I'll be like, I should probably stay away from that one. Okay, just keep it in mind and go through the paces on accepting rejection when it's not your field. And that's okay. But there's no way you should be rejected if it is your field and you're confident in doing the actual job. So, just like before, contrasting things, if you are a baby photographer, 1-year-old photographer, you should be able to take like little kid graduation pictures and maybe even family pictures, like something like that. But even something like that, you're going from on the ground, wrapping babies up, keeping the temperature correct, knowing how to pose a baby, to dealing with like an 18-year-old son who doesn't want to be there, doesn't know why he's there, and he doesn't want to do anything, which is similar to a baby, but you can't just, manipulate them and put them into a little Snuggie and kind of wrap them up. I mean, you could. It would be hilarious, and that would be the greatest family pictures of all time. But that's not the point. There's so many. There's no list that I've ever looked up that isn't like 100 categories of photography. There's so many different types of photography, and then subsets, and then niches of subsets, and everybody has their own special way of doing it. And you need to understand that one day somebody's going to call you and they're going to tell you that they need pictures of massage therapy, and you are going to have to break it down and say, hold on, what kind of massage therapy? Because I'm going to need to study this and look up how to do this. And what exposure do I need to do fire without a fire long exposure with a flash in a very dark room while there's a red light over in the corner, because it happened. And I only did one, but it was a job. You saw the pictures, it was a thing. So that's the best advice I could give on that. And if you have any kind of weird tangent photographies that you want to know about, I may have done it, I don't know. So I've done a lot though, done so many. That's the whole point of these videos, is I've done all of these different types of photography, and I want to tell you just little snippets from each one. And so, yeah, that's the whole deal. Go have fun, comment down below what I just said, and
33. We're getting into blacklight shoots. I really like doing it, and nobody cares. Nobody wants to do it. I don't know why. It's awesome.
You're gonna see a picture and you're gonna say or think that this is AI. It is not AI. I did these way before AI was ever a thing, and I had to figure it out. Now, ultraviolet, UV, blacklight, I'm gonna probably say all the words. I may even say some incorrect and say IR. That's gonna be a whole different deal that I'm not covering in this. I do infrared photography, I could show you, but that's gonna be a whole different video. I don't even know why I bring it up. Anyway, blacklight photography. It's one of the funnest photographies I've ever done. Let me tell you the story about how it came to be. So we're in a garage, right? Which is where most experiments happened. So we're in a garage and somebody has a blacklight over in the corner. And my normal makeup artist, that's right, Ashley, she says, oh yeah, some of this is blacklight reactive and I can get more cool blacklight reactive stuff. And that's the origin story of me saying blacklight photography. I don't know if I've ever seen that outside of raves or parties or something like that. So I research it. I then discover Benjamin von Wong, who now does like activism or something, and I don't know if he even is a photographer anymore, because anyway, he got out of it, I think. And the whole point is he did it in a pool underwater with like tentacles and crazy stuff, and I'm like, this is amazing. Well, I do underwater photography and I want to do everything I see here. By see here, it's a pool and they're doing a blacklight shoot in a pool. The process is much harder than you think it is. So whenever your camera sees a light, it has very difficult time with the ultraviolet spectrum. And the ultraviolet spectrum is what I would like to be photographing. So I went on another rabbit hole, and me and Ashley did a couple shoots in her garage, full blacklight sessions, where I just bought some blacklights and thought, this is gonna be great. It wasn't as great as I thought it was gonna be. We did do a couple sessions and it got a little bit of traction, but it wasn't until I took the next deep dive and I spent hundreds of dollars. I think I almost spent $1,000 buying 4 different lights. And I know what you're thinking, because you've paused it, gone and looked up black lights for flash, and there's this thing called the Braun Color UV adapter. I did not get that, and I went a completely different route. So here's what I did. And you could feel free to use this, because I bought certain nanometer lights that for continuous light, and that didn't work out like I thought it was going to, so I bought a different nanometer light. Each of these lights, by the way, hundreds of dollars. And I still have one of them that I kept, because it's the weirdest thing ever when you look at a true like 350 nanometer light. I don't remember that's the actual, but the weirdest thing is you don't see it, but things are just fluorescing. It's not like the black lights that you see at home where everything turns purple and then things are fluorescing. Whenever you get a true only on that spectrum. Everything else stays dark, and only the things that fluoresce will fluoresce, because whenever you have a true ultraviolet spectrum light, all of the other spectrums are not there anymore. Like, picture this being a wavelength, and on one of these sides is the ultraviolet spectrum. I'm going to put it here. Like, if you're looking at the wavelength, the peak goes up to a certain spot, and that's the only light emitted from these lights. And everything else is just still pitch black because you're in the dark. And come to find out that that's very, very difficult to photograph, even with fluorescing objects, fluorescing makeup, all of that, because your camera sensor just goes haywire and it doesn't know what to do, because there's only one spectrum of light, but yet it sees like red, blues, and greens and all this crazy stuff going on. So it has no idea. And it was a very difficult thing. But what I ended up doing, and I wish I had the light here to show you, but you're seeing the photos and you can see what is happening, and you can see that it's awesome. So I found they were big, huge lights, like this big, like that big around, that you would screw into a huge, like industrial size rave level thing. And they're not true UV lights, but they're closer. And so what I did was took my, it's not a beauty dish, it's like a cone. It's just the thing that came with Godot's lights. I can't think right now, I'm on Blacklight mode. So it's just a normal dish with the bronze or the Bowens mount on the back. And I physically took that light, put it on top of the dish, and then physically taped off and covered all of the holes so there was no light leaks coming through. And so what that does is when the flash goes off, it goes through the lens of this giant light, which costs way less than the true UV spectrum light. And I even thought about like breaking the bulbs up and making a filter for it, but I couldn't find flat filters. And the only one that I could find was the Braun color one. And it's like $1,400 or $1,200 or some crazy number. So I didn't want to do that. And so I spent that much anyway, right? That's how it goes. But I got these lights that were like $40 or $60. I glued it, taped it, did all the things, worked perfect. Amazing. And so the photos you are seeing, the flash is what's causing those. And you're just sitting there in normal, it's not dark, like you could have normal lights going. And so that's where the speculars come from for the other lights. I had just small continuous lights to get focus and things like that. But then you can capture action and you can do like drags and trails because you have normal light with the ambient and then the flash. And it was just, it's the most fun I've had in a while on those. And then here comes the big lesson for all of you. The exact same thing with underwater photography, fine art photography. If you go too out there, you get into a realm that people don't understand and you don't get booked for it. So the same thing that happens with fine art photography and underwater photography, it took too long, it was too expensive, and I couldn't find anybody to actually want to do the shoots. Even like you can't cross over into like doing these type of shoots and then a family wants it, or these type of shoots and then an engagement session with it. Like it just I never found the crossover. And so what these were for are more for like just having fun. And if you can find a way, you know what, this will be the end. So if you can think of a way to sell these, put it in the comments down below and let me know how I could sell this as a product, because I am all ears and I would love to do them. Now that I have more time, I would love to get back into it, and it would be awesome and fun, and I would have just the bestest of times. So yeah, hit me up in the comments. I can't believe I just said hit me up, but go have fun, experiment, and do all the things that make your life happy.
Chapter 34 is Fantasyland, where you could just do whatever you want. And I'm growing as a photographer.
Look, oh, there's a helicopter flying over, but that's what distracted me. But just look at this. Wow. Wow. All right. So we've talked a lot about businesses that have failed, done things wrong, done things an incorrect way. I could go on forever on this, but let's talk about something that is a huge business and people love it. And with the addition of AI nowadays, it's going to become more and more of a big, huge market that you could get into very quickly. You could have a basic camera and go out and start taking pictures and creating things like this and just annihilating all competition. And people are going to know it's AI. You should go in and leap into it. You know, say I take pictures and then I make these crazy AI worlds around your ideas and I bring them to life. And tell them, like, I'm really good at prompting, I'm really good at doing this, I'm really good at doing that. And there is going to be a cost to doing this. You're going to get backlash on so many levels of this isn't photography, this isn't this isn't that, and just shrug it all off because it doesn't matter. As long as you get paid doing whatever it is that you're doing, that's your art and that's your craft. Is it true photography? Maybe not. But is photorealism oil paintings? I mean, it looks like a photo. From a certain distance, you can't tell that it's a painting. So why do it? Because of the art, the skill that it takes. I mean, nowadays you could take a picture of something and not get what you want until like 4 hours later with 200 renditions of a certain thing. I mean, it definitely takes a lot of time and it definitely takes a lot of patience, but once you get it and you can do the magical things. Now, I had to do it through other means. We didn't have AI yet, so almost all the things that I'm showing you are from over 5 or 6 years ago, because there's a certain time where I stopped doing all other things and I went all in real estate. We'll talk about that later. But the premises, the processes, the things that you can do now are just, it's super exciting to me. And I've been using AI for the past 5 years now, and I love doing things with it. I was an early adopter into Stable Diffusion and things like that, and processing your own things pretty much right at the beginning. It was so exciting. And so whenever I tell you things like this are going to become bigger businesses now, it's because I was about to start doing them and I just went a different direction. So that's it. But I definitely know for a fact that a parent will pay for you to put their child in their favorite book, or a parent will pay for their child to be an actual mermaid in the ocean. Like, these are real things that parents have asked me to do, that I have done, that I made a lot of money doing it. And so that's why I know for a fact that it's a big business model. And here's the thing that you're probably not even considering. There's like 1 billion children on the earth, and at least 500 million of them have parents. Just statistically, it's got to be a fact. And if we break it down even further, at least 100 million of those make some kind of money, and then 50 million of those parents make enough money to give you $150 to $300, and then like 1 million of those can pay you a lot of money, like thousands of dollars to do these. So it's all about your level of salesmanship and marketing and just posting. Now, you've got to lean into the AI aspect of this and don't shy away from it. Use it as a tool. Tell people, like, here's what I do. And you could even do behind the scenes stuff. You could say, here's what I do. I show up to your house and I take a picture of every single one of you and your kids in multiple different directions. And then I take y'all and I put you into scenarios that I come up with out of the top of my head, where AI is going to make these incredible worlds. What's your kid's favorite book? Do you want them to be next to Bluey in their Bluey house? Like things like that. And once the parent sees it and they see their kids light up, then it was all worth it. Whatever amount they had to spend, they are fully fine with it. And you're going to get all kinds of arguments. You're going to get like, oh, well, I could do that. Yeah, go do it. You're not my client. That's fine. It's not for you. But I'm shaking. I'm not shaking, but here, we'll turn you. It's not for you. You're not my client. You're not my ideal market. Like, that's fine. And then you can hide that comment or tell them, send me a message, do whatever. Hey, AI is not for you. I understand. So how about we do a regular photo shoot? Would you like that? And then, if they're like, I don't need a photo shoot, you just, okay, thank you for your time. That's it. And then be done with it. That's not your client. Move to the next one. You're not marketing to those. And you're going to have photographers that come at you, just like I said in the very beginning. Don't mind them. This is your art. It's not their art. If y'all want to do, natural light photography for engagement sessions, that's not what this client asked for. You still have your client, so I'm not messing with them. It's fine. I don't want to, that's fine. So there's so many of these. If you want, here's what we'll do for the comment section on this one. If you want to comment down below, give me a rebuttal for something somebody said, I could definitely come up, because 15 years ago, I just don't have time for it anymore. And I've come up with the easiest things in the world to reply back to people. And because I've replied back to thousands of comments, and money is a thing, like, oh, okay, well, so I have things for that. Like, well, let me ask my wife. Okay. And then I have things for that. Like, there's so many things that I have just in my back pockets that I could pull out and tell you. And so that's the next level. And right. So leave that in the comment, but it's a crazy world. And the more you market these, the more attention they're going to get, the more shares, the more likes, and the more you're going to be hired to do it. So go out and have the funnest time coming up with art projects and ideas and concepts to do everything that you can think of in this world. So, yeah, bye.
Chapter 35. We're doing big things. We're moving up in the world, I guess. I don't know. Let's go look at some stuff I did.
A giant pile of dirt. People look at this and they think there's no reason for me to take a picture of this pile of dirt. And I'm going to tell you, you're very wrong. There's no rules on what you should and shouldn't take pictures of. And there's other videos where I say, go find a stick and take pictures of that stick and make it the best photos of the stick you've ever seen in your life. And I've done that many times. I've taken pictures of sticks and random things that I find. My latest project was a Cheeto, and I wanted Cheeto photography. So with that being said, I found another railroad spike. We used to be this used to be a railroad. Fun facts. So the topic right now is doing photography when you don't know what photography you're going to do in the future. And so this pile of dirt is definitely something somebody wants. And you never know when somebody's going to want it. So you should take pictures of it when you see it and at all times. Now, this goes against some of the things that I said, but I don't know which lesson it was in, which chapter it was in. It was definitely there. But this would be in the realm of if you're trying to get photos for businesses and trying to get business contacts. Because just like how I used to do with light painting that didn't work out, this could actually be useful for someone because we're talking about photos that would fit inside of a business on their wall to advertise what they do. And the analogy of the pile of dirt could be perfect for a construction company. Like, here's a pile of dirt, but look at where we live. And you make this look amazing, but you get like, you light paint this and make it look like the most amazing pile of dirt anybody's ever seen. And then that is your selling point into talking to the company who is doing the dirt work. I don't know if you know this, but dirt work is a multi-billion-dollar company. Like, it's one of the main infrastructures of modern day life. You know, somebody had to move the dirt to make the pad to put the building there. And those buildings are now worth billions of dollars. So don't knock dirt work. It's a really big business. But today we're going to talk about not dirt work, but tea. A tea company hired me once to do photos of the inside of their building, and then they also had me sit, or they sat on the back of a truck. The back of the truck then had the products on it, and the whole concept was because they wanted to put the photo on a wall, like 8 feet by like 16 feet or something like that. And I know what you're thinking, that's not a very big print for me. You'll find out why later, but that's just a regular print. Like, that's fine. There's nothing. But they came up with the concept. They wanted, you know, a local environment for my town. It was the exact stadium that they photographed, or not photographed, that they shot the movie Friday Night Lights was about. It was the Mojo Stadium. The background was the stadium. The lights were going bright. Everything was good. They're tailgating, and that was the concept. And the reason they found me was because I took a picture of something else for a different company. And you wouldn't have seen the picture unless you went into the company, and it was of like a digger. It was them digging a hole. And when they built the tea company, the construction company doing it had the picture on the wall. They found out who the photographer was. The connection was made. They sent me the contact for the tea. And then, voila. I got to light paint, light up portraits, take pictures of people, tea, and then here is all the pictures to prove all that, and it's in their little thing. So don't get frustrated whenever somebody says, do you have an example of? Because if you don't have the example ready to go, then you can't, like, there's nothing for them to base your work on. And that leads me to a whole different story, but you should definitely, what I do, another snippet, if I'm going into a thing, I want to have at least 100 examples. It doesn't mean 100 sessions, 100 examples. And so a big thing with like headshots back in the day is if anybody ever requested headshots and somebody tagged me, everybody's just going to be saying the exact same thing the whole way down. Here's my website. I would love to work with you. I've done headshot photography. and I think I could do this. My favorite one, I normally only shoot families, but I could definitely do headshots. Here's my work for family photography. That is not for me. I didn't do that. Here was my method. Anybody tags me in a thing, I send them a little contact sheet, which is the size for Facebook or Instagram or whatever messenger you're on. And it had 100 headshots on it. I did this for headshots, families, events. I did, of course, real estate and oil field. So anytime anybody ever contacted me through anything, let me send you a quick 100 examples of my work, see if we fit, see if it's something you like, if that's the style you're into, then I would love to talk to you about the plan even more. And I got the job more times than not because it stood out to them. It's just like how I used to have a metal business cards when I went to charity events because I didn't want them to throw it away or forget who I am. I want to have something that stands out, that's above the rest, and the way you can do this is whatever niche you're trying to get into, pick 5 people, do the free shoots like I said. You can, either do it free or whatever you can afford, and don't talk about money after that or during or anything. And if they give you money, it's a bonus. If not, then that's cool. And once you have those 5, if you have 25 photos from each thing, then you have over 100 pictures to put into a 10 by 10 square as a small little thing that people can see. And it's very easy to do through Adobe. You could just go to contact sheet, do a 10 by 10 rows, select the 100 pictures, make sure they're all oriented the exact same way, and it just makes it for you. Pretty simple. You could probably do it with AI or other things now. It's not out of the realm. But if you have any questions based on anything that I've just talked about, or want to talk more about dirt photography and how it could be for you, let me know. Put it in the comments down below, and I'll definitely comment back of anything that you have to talk about and go from there. But I'll see you in the next chapter. Have fun photographing things randomly.
Hey, are you still here? Chapter 36. Yeah. When one thing leads to another thing, that leads to another thing, that leads to another thing, that leads to another.
I can't get enough of all of this, and it's amazing to me. So I'm going to stay here and I'm going to keep talking about it because look at it. It's ridiculous. So crazy. This chapter is about like one thing that leads to another thing that leads to another thing. I've talked about it briefly before, but we're going to go over it again because I really want to establish the very last chapter. And so whenever I show you these pictures, it's just of some furniture, right? And you'd be right, it's just furniture. But the way they found me is the whole story here. So at one point, I used to take football photos. And whenever I took football photos, I would post them and do it for free. You could look up the entire chapter on football and sports. Don't know what I talked about in that because it was literally days ago. But from the football photos, I then started working with another person in a completely different industry, and that person knew a person in a different building in a different business. And then that business wanted me to photograph their kid doing football. And so they had me go and I took pictures of the UTPB Falcon football team during practice. And it just so happens that the clouds, because of Jesus and that he loves me, I guess, the clouds were the most fantastic, amazing clouds ever. And it was like a perfect overcast day, but with pockets of sunlight just streaming through, and the God rays coming through and things like that. And so whenever people saw those football pictures, they were like, these are amazing football pictures, like you should photograph my kids. And I know we haven't got to furniture yet, but I'm getting there. And so I ended up telling them like, hey, I normally don't do this kind of thing, this person paid me to take pictures of this, and that's why I was there. And so, banners were made for kids on the team and other things, and I got paid for it, and it was great, and it worked out. And so the coaches then knew me and wanted me to photograph their people. But where it all comes around was for the UTPB Falcons. And because I took pictures of something a long time ago, that person met this person, met that person in the building that had me photograph this. And then the UTP Falcons said, hey, does that guy that photographs the football photograph other things? And so then they contacted me, and it turns out they are a very large, extremely large, billion-dollar, maybe just 100 million, I don't know. But they do a lot of the, not universities, but all over, like every kind of infrastructure business-wise that you see. And then you see like the chairs and the desks and the partitions and the cubicles and every aspect of that kind of thing. They do so many of those. And in some cases, it's like custom colors and custom this and custom that. And so we got to plan and talk about and do all of these other things around this very unique orange color that they had never done before. And so that contact then leads to a further chapter contract that I may or may not remember to bring up, but it's for sure one of the things that elevated my photography and made me go into a whole different realm of photography that I didn't expect or see coming, that ended up transforming my career. And so because of something I did a long time ago and the connections that it led me to a furniture company that's going to lead me into the next chapter. Now, just a little bit on the pricing side and all that, just because you guys love when I talk about that kind of thing. It was just a base standard day rate with a compensation for things like memory and licensing and stuff like that. So the invoice, it was like above 3,000 but below 5,000. I can't remember what the actual deal was. But it's going to be different for you, different for your area, different for a lot of things. So look into it, contact people. It's not something you could just jump into. Like, they vet everything. You have to bid it. And then it's not necessarily the lowest bid that wins. They're not looking for cheap products. But so look into that and go from there. For this comment section, comment furniture pictures or something like that. If you want to know more about working with large corporations, I will go into depth on the next to last chapter of this, so stick around for that. But it is one of those things where it's going to make all of this story come into one and be a big deal. So that's that chapter, and hopefully you have fun photographing things and you find your niche.
Chapter 37, I've come in from that direction a lot. It's the most popular. That's why this one is about my most popular thing I've ever done. It's not what you expect. It's not even close to what you expect. I'm glad you're still here.
So, do I start every chapter with so? As far as popularity goes, there's one image that jumps out above all else. Even talking about going viral in other things, doing all that stuff. This one image is one that I didn't see coming at all, because what I thought I was doing and versus what happened were two completely different things. Now, very simple. 2 trucks. I'm taking pictures of a company. The company is called Eclipse Trucking, and it just so happens that we, in our town, was going to get a full eclipse, and it's going to be one of those where, like, it's super dramatic, hasn't happened in a billion years kind of thing. So where I went to set up, and I got everything set up, and then clouds start rolling in. So I'm like, we may not get it. It'll be fine. And so the trucks line up and they do their thing. You're seeing the pictures now. You see the clouds. Sunset looks pretty cool. I'm looking through the special goggles, looking at the eclipse, and then like the full-blown clouds. Like, we're not gonna have an eclipse. We're done. So at the same time, a Screaming Stranger came up, and they did their Screaming Strangers pictures while I was doing the eclipse photos for this trucking company. The trucking company was, I mean, they knew me, they understood, they thought it was fine. But it was a moment. It was like the cloud. I was looking out at it, and I thought, if the clouds move at the exact moment, they're going to be right above where the sunset's going to be, and we're going to be able to see it setting. And it may not be the full total eclipse, but we'll get something. And so it happened exactly the way it was supposed to, because the clouds opened up, the sun starts coming down, and then the eclipse starts happening, and it's like a sunrise eclipse. So not only are we having a super rare eclipse, but we're having it at sunset, and I've got all the right gear to take pictures of this sunset. And so me not thinking anything of it, because when I normally post a picture online, I'm like, hey, I caught the sunset today. Here's my picture. Looks pretty cool. And I think I posted 4 total pictures of it at various stages, and then the crescendo. And when I posted it, I didn't think anything of it, and it got like, the normal amount of likes, like 30 or 40 likes, and maybe like 1 share. But oh boy, did things happen after that. One person shared it, and then another person shared it, and then it spiraled and went out of control. And there were news agencies posting it, and other photographers posting it, and like, it was insane. And I wish I could have saved like a screenshot or something, or I could go back and show you all the stats and data, but unfortunately I completely lost that entire Facebook account due to some hackers. They don't know how it happened. Whenever you reach a certain level at Facebook, you have a Facebook person to talk to. And so I talked to all my people, and I was like, hey, can we get the account back? It was actually my account, my fan page, and my business page that were all under one account. And because it was attached to the main account, they actually took it off of the server, because the Facebook's words were, we don't know how much it infiltrated, and we don't know how much it posted, because it was like a bot with a thing and a thing. And so we can't eliminate all the factors, and it's not going to be one of those things that we could just give you your account back, because then it would be up to me to go through and see, like, it could have commented 8,000 times in that time frame, and there's no like resort back. You can't just take everything away and resort back to where you were or anything like that. So I had to start over from scratch, and that's where my Facebook is now. But I wish I could have all of the things and stats and analytics for you to pull up, but it was thousands of shares. It was, thousands of likes and hundreds of comments from all kinds of different walks of life and people and things saying like, just cool shot, good shot. But it, aside from like entire series of virality, it's my most popular post that I've ever made. And I didn't want to, say it was going, like, there's no way to know which ones are going to be the ones. And so it's like Gary Vaynerchuk says, every single time you post, it's like entering in a lottery ticket, and sometimes it hits and sometimes it doesn't. And so you never know which ones are going to be the ones that move the needle, as it were. And I mean, it didn't do anything for me. And here's another side of going viral. Most of the time when you go viral, unless it's like nationwide millions and millions of things, you can't really increase your career status with a small virality like that. At the time, I wasn't doing real estate photography. I was doing mostly people and things. So it's not like people were like, hey, can you come do that shot for me? That kind of thing. You can't go and give talks on it. You can't go and like tell your experience, because it was all out there already. Like, people knew everything. Like, I was there to photograph the eclipse. The eclipse happened. I posted it. Like, that's the end of the story. Of course, I was there to do more, but people don't really ever want to know about, like, I was there to photograph an eclipse trucking company during the eclipse, and then the clouds came, and then it didn't even come to be. So there's just so many different types of things and situations that come along that you don't see coming. And it's how you handle it afterwards that's going to really be the big tale. And I think I handled it well. I mean, I just thanked everybody in the comments, and, did the best I could to just get myself out there afterwards. But nobody contacted me to do anything else or work with me or any of that stuff. I just went back to normal everyday life. And I just want you to know that there's two extremes, and your most popular post may not be the most impactful post. And so just keep that in mind, that even if you go viral or semi-viral, small viral, micro viral, like, it's not something that's going to change everything. It's whenever you do a bunch in a row, that's when things really take off. But if you have any questions about eclipse photography, because now I photographed like 5 of them, eclipse photography, working with trucking companies to try and do more branding, more about the screaming strangers, or what happens when you go viral, because I guess technically it would be my 3rd mini viral little moment. And we'll talk about it in the comments. But yeah, just go out and have fun and break all the rules and experiment. That's all I have to say.
Shoes get a lot of attention. Like, people still talk about it to this day.
I'm out of breath. I don't know why I walked up the mountain to get this. It's not even about mountains or anything. It's about shoes. And I just want to tell you the story about everything that transpired with this shoe photo shoot underwater. And I'm out of breath, and I don't like talking while I'm out of breath. But it's a story that must be told. So once again, underwater photography that didn't work out. This is a paid shoot, but it's once again with Ashley Rice. And she has been mentioned a lot in this. This one was her baby. This was her vision. It's not my vision, but I think I executed it well enough to make her happy, because she always liked it. And the way she told it is, she was just driving one day, and I believe she said something about, underwater stilettos or underwater heels, and then shoes underwater, something like that. And she ran with it. Like, she immediately texted the person that would have enough shoes to conquer this, and she did. She had tons of shoes. And once again, this is pre-AI. None of this is AI. And so we had to figure out how to get shoes at different depths, and then have her go underwater and walk in a big flowing ball gown. And so what I did was took fishing weights and put them inside the shoes, and then some of them, the shoes that float, I would tie the fishing weights to the ground and then had fishing string go up to the shoe, and it would float at different depths. And so that's how I got the different depths in the shoes. And then the rest was all just editing. So you have to edit out all the weights, edit out the fishing string, because as much as I thought it wasn't going to be visible at all, they were very visible. And so I had to edit out all the strings. You may be able to even catch some strings still in there that I did not make or didn't edit out correctly. I think I got them all though. But the point of all of this is just like the very popular post from before. The ones where you need to follow your gut, follow your instincts, listen to the Lord. Anything that you want to call it, that's what I would call it, because she heard a voice and that's what she went with. And that's what I believe in. So the Lord told her, she implemented his word, and then we were gifted with the results. So I'm sorry I'm not looking straight into the camera on any of these videos. I would normally be wearing very tinted glasses. Sorry, that was a break for you. Anyway, when I posted it, it went really big. All the things, everybody loved it. So she decided to make a billboard out of it. She was, at the time, the #1 real estate agent in all of West Texas. And the campaign that she ran was, is your closet running out of space? Get a new house with me. But that billboard that she put up went crazy. Everybody talked about it. Like, is it real? Is it fake? Did you do this? Did you do that? Or all those? That was a 100% real shot. And it was tough to explain to people, even pre-AI, that that was all real. People thought that we did it like, you know, just on some shoot set somewhere and did it that way. But then you release the behind the scenes stuff and everybody's like, whoa. So that's a good thing for remembering to take behind the scenes pictures, and it's another good thing to remember to have proof of things that you did. Now, in an AI world, if you're doing the fantasy things, you don't need proof, but like I said, lead into it and tell people what you're doing. Be honest. And people at almost every event that I went to, there was one person that are like, hey, you did the shoe photo shoot with Victoria, didn't you? And I was like, yep, that was me. And that's all. You just say thank you. I appreciate all the kind words. Thank you very much. And you just move along. And they give you all the knowledge you need that you did well on the day. And I was proud of the shoot because I was able to hear somebody's vision, figure out the logistics of it, do the shoot, and then get paid for the shoot. So it was a great day. I would have done that shoot for free if I would have known how much word it would have spread. And that goes all the way back to doing shoots for free again. Like, you never know which photo shoot is going to be the one that launches you into another level. And by another level, even just something as small as photographing a dog for adoptions, or taking pictures of a car for somebody that's going to be restoring it for later. All real stories and all did great. But the shoe story, people still talk about the shoes to this day. Like, that shoe photo shoot, it was a big one, and I think we learned a lot from it. Just wanted to give you that little bit of a story, little bit of a tidbit on, once you hear a voice, go with your gut, do everything. And the comment for this one is going to be, let me know about the time that you followed your gut, did something and it worked out and it leveled you up, made the bar go to the next thing. And yeah, as always, go have fun, experiment, break all the rules, and just go out and photograph things and then edit them and just have a good time. That's all. Chapter 39. This one had to be different because it is different. The difference is that this one changed my entire life. I figured out everything that I wanted to do, and it worked out great for me in the end. It's not the last chapter though. Real estate photography. It became my career. It became the thing that I did the most. It became the thing that changed my life, and it's the thing that made me realize that I had a niche. And each niche is different for every person, and you have to find it. And it took me a really long time to find my niche, but once I found it, I attempted my best to own the niche. And this could be a 3 or 4 hour long super video all on its own, but I'm going to try and condense it down to the normal time frames that I've been doing. But the adventure and journey that it took me on was something I'll never forget. I appreciate every single person that helped me along the way. There were hundreds of you, and I couldn't name all of them. I mean, I could. I have a spreadsheet. I have an actual spreadsheet of every single person that worked with me in real estate photography. But that's not the point. The point is, it took me years. And what I mean by years is I went through every single topic that we just talked about. And I learned every single bit of every single lesson, and I tried to implement it inside of real estate photography. And I'm gonna go all the way back to the beginning, the origin story. So whenever people would give me an image to edit, and I would edit the tiny little image, and then I would post it for a competition, the whole time I was thinking, what can I do to make this the best image that I can in the time frame that I have to work with? And it was an efficiency thing. I learned to edit fast. And then from there, I went into football, and with football, I went into bands, and with bands, you had to deliver the photos either that night or the next morning. So I'm glad from the previous thing that I learned to edit really fast, because that made it to where I got them to people in a timely manner. And then, guess what? It was the exact same thing with football and MMA and all the other sports. And then doing that for like 5 or 6 years or longer, I forget. But that is what helped me in life with other shoots. Because if you don't learn anything, take this one lesson away, is time over quality. Because normal people can't see the quality differences that we see. Now, that's not saying don't deliver bad quality. Do not deliver bad quality. But if you can win a job by shaving a little bit of time, not doing the extra little 1% that nobody's gonna notice, then that's gonna win you more jobs in the business era. Now, on your personal projects, on free work, on stuff that you are doing that you want to put forth the super maximum, cleanest, most possible, best work that you can provide at the time, have at it and do everything. But whenever it's a wedding, a family, kids, seniors, babies, anything like that, people are getting real tired of waiting 3 to 4 weeks, 3 to 6 months to get their photos back, because you're editing things and then doing something else and then editing, and then you're backed up and you're backlogged, and all of this other things. Imagine if you're a wedding photographer and you have the same abilities as another wedding photographer and your prices are the same and all the other things, but they said, it's gonna take me 3 to 4 months to get your wedding photography back. And then you say, it's gonna take me 3 or 4 days to get your wedding photos back. Now, I know what you're thinking, like, oh, they're on their honeymoon. I've heard it all. No, they're gonna choose you over the other person because you're just getting to it faster. And even if y'all put together, like, they're not gonna notice their work from your work unless they're like way high up and they have a team and it's crazy and all this stuff. Team of editors is what I'm saying. And they can put forth that amount of effort. But 10% more effort in the editing side and all that isn't gonna help you. And so I implemented that into my real estate photography career. I realized very early on that real estate agents care more about time than they do quality. Now, that's not to say that all agents are the same, because they are not. They're not even close to the same. There's gonna be that 10, 15% that want the highest quality over time. You could deliver it in a week. They wouldn't care as long as it was up to, you know, a certain level of quality. But with that being said, the agents don't really see things the way we do. And so that 10 or 15%, like, if you're delivering the highest possible level quality and like you're doing 6 flashes and then you're going in and cleaning it up to the micro pixel level and you're pixel peeping and you're taking like an hour per photo to get everything absolutely perfect, and then you deliver it to the agent, and then, you know, the house sits and sells in like 2 months anyway, like, what have you gained? What have you gained from this? Rather than, you know, taking, this is my own personal, there's gonna be debates over this, and this is my own personal thing. So here's what I tell agents. I can either deliver it to you the same day, or I can get it to you in 2 or 3 more days, and the quality is only gonna be 10% better. And so that was my thing the whole time. You get same day delivery, and the quality is gonna be as good as I can do to do same day delivery. And if they don't want that, then I can take more time and do it, but it's gonna cost you more because I'm gonna have to take more of my time to do it. Or I'm gonna have to send it off and outsource it. Some kind of factor that's gonna come in. And so over the years, other real estate photographers started dropping off and falling because of me supplying the photos so much faster that they couldn't even keep up with it. And so I eliminated everyone else. You can go to Kubicasa right now and look up the photographer listings. Go to Midland, Texas. There's only one. And there's a reason there's only one. It's because I eliminated all the other competition. And then my next closest competition is, you know, great guy, I love him. He's the one that I have doing things now over in the town. So it's all a big merger, a takeover, a this, a that. It's not because there's better or worse, and I'm not trying to brag. I'm telling you how I did it. I'm telling you this is what worked for me in my area during that situation, and this is the biggest contributing factor to all of it. Time. Agents don't want you to waste their time. They don't want you to spend more time on a project than is needed. They don't want to pay for extra time. Their real estate agents don't waste their time. And I cannot stress this enough. It's going to be a debated topic. Leave it down in the comments on how my business model was horrible. But I'm going to tell you what, I made hundreds of thousands of dollars every single year doing close to 1,000 shoots per year in a town of 125,000 people. So you tell me where I went wrong, because I can't find it anywhere. Now, I don't know if it's gonna work in a place that has 80 real estate photographers and a population of 6 million people, but I can guarantee this, it's gonna make a dent if you become the only one that does same-day delivery. Hands down, that's the game changer. Don't put watermarks on your pictures, do same-day delivery, and have a reasonable price. Take over the market. And then if you start offering all of the other things, so if you start doing floor plans and drone and media and flyers and websites and Matterport and all this other stuff, I could go into all of those topics, but here's the thing. The photos are what's on Zillow that gets people attention the absolute quickest. And I say Zillow because it's the number one. I don't like Zillow as much as anybody else likes Zillow. So agents don't like Zillow, by the way, because they're just out to get their money. And what did I just explain? Agents don't want you to waste their money. There's a bird. Very close. And this is just the tip of the tip. Now, as far as learning, I'm gonna try and go through it quick. I very first started out with a literal fisheye lens, correcting for distortion inside Adobe Camera Raw, and the pictures were absolutely horrible, and they were the worst. But you have to learn, so you get another one, and then you get another house, and then eventually you develop a skill. And I'm gonna release an entire video on the evolution of real estate photographers, and it's like this long of a pages of little things that are bullets, and it's massive, and I can't do, it would, like I said, it would be too long. So I went through and I did fisheye, then I got a wide lens, and then I got, into HDR, and then I got into flash, and then I tried to figure out how to combine flash and HDR. And then I learned that Flambient is a thing. And then I learned how to combine them without touching my camera, doing both of them at the same time. And it was so impactful that I tried to make a video on it and sell the idea. And I got kicked out of groups for it, to try and help. For trying to help, I figured it out. I did a thing, I posted, everybody went insane. And now, y'all can't have it. You're gonna have to join my school account in order to figure out how I did a 3 or 5 bracket set and used flash during the set to do the window pulls later without touching the camera. It's a da-da-da-da, and it's done, and you move on. It's the exact same as doing HDR, and there's no time difference. And I figured it out and nobody cared. And it was the most strangest series of things in my life that I got kicked out of 2 groups for posting that I learned how to do it. And I want people to learn it with me, and nobody could care less. So yeah, tried to solve a problem, solved the problem, and then I feel like the guy who made the saltwater car, and they just eliminated him because he solved the biggest problem in the industry. But well, that was a rant, wasn't it? But on to other things. I learned programs, and then I learned an efficient way to do things, and I learned this. And then I eventually got to the point to where I could do 8 to 10 house photo shoots per day, edit them and have them to every agent by like 8 or 9 o'clock total, even in the summertime when the sun set at 8 or 9 o'clock. The only thing that stopped me was twilights. And most of the time when that happened, I had like a big buffer of 3 or 4 hours that I could get all the shots done before I had to go do the twilight, so that worked out. But it wasn't hard. It wasn't difficult. I had time for my family, and then AI comes along. And Fotello was invented. Now, before Fotello, there was a program called Auto HDR, and I attempted to go with Auto HDR, but the customer service wasn't where I thought it should have been for the company at the time. I don't know if it's better now. Matt seems like a good guy, but whenever Harmon and I booked a call and I started trying out Fotello and working with them, Harmon had the heart that I wanted to be around. And whether it's the same for you and your experiences is completely different. Everybody's experiences are the same. But the point is, Vitello had the ability to edit photos faster than I could. And so that was the game changer that changed everything. And it also made it to where I was able to move on and do other things and like pass my abilities on with it. And that's what has me in this place today. And, you know, it's one of those things that it changes your life. So now they're there running the show in the town. I'm here living, having a great life. I still do real estate photography. I did one just the other day here. It was for like a 12,000 square foot mountain house on a hill. And it was so fun. And I still love doing it. And yeah, I mean, it's never gonna be something that goes away. I do it for fun. I photograph this house for fun. Sometimes they gave me permission, so it's a great day. And I'll condense it to just that little 16 minutes. But yeah, if you have any comments or want to say anything about real estate photography and what I have gone over here, just put it in the link down below. You did hear that right. I am going to start a school account based off of all of the topics that we have talked about before. And it's going to be called Photography Blueprint. So look for that. If you want to join a community and team and people where, you know, we try and help each other, and it's not about trolling or giving bad advice. If you give bad advice, then I'm going to call you out on it because we're allowed to if you own the group. So, and what I mean by bad advice means, like, you know, if you post a picture and somebody says that's dumb, you should use flash. Like that's not helping anybody. You're not helping anybody. You're just commenting to get rage bait. And so that's what the school account's going to be about, but it's going to be about, you know, 50 different topics and all kinds of different realms of life. So comment down below. The link for my school will be in the description down below, of course. If you even made it this far into the video is probably like 4 or 5 hours long by now. I don't even know, but hopefully you've gotten a lot of things out of it. There's still 2 more chapters left. The next one is a really big one, and then the final one is the key to all of it. It's the biggest thing. So go have fun. Go find a real estate agent to let you photograph their listings and see if it's for you. It's not for everybody. And bye.
Chapter 40. On a serious note, this is what it's all led up to. I've called this "The Door is Open." You just need to walk through it.
The big one. There's still one more chapter after this. That was the most important one. But this one is what it's all led up to. The reason I was able to do real estate photography full time, the reason I was doing all of the other jobs, and it's the reason that led me up to the biggest job I've ever done. And this is what most people want to hear about, so I'm going to just take you step by step through it. This may be one of the longer ones, it may not, I don't know. But I don't know what I did for the chapter title, that was days ago, but this one is going to be, if the door is open, you should walk through it. And we'll start with something that happened a very long time ago, where I would photograph bands. The bands would then perform in a little house show, and then I met a lot of different contacts through there. And like from the other side, there's, you know, a couple people in my life that are intertwining things to where It's really getting me to where I need to be in life. And this one is from those shows. It's from the band shows. The little tiny, it was called Pine Box. Nathan was the promoter that put everything on. I forget his last name. Nate. He was a great guy. Always fun to be around. Brought in some really good bands. And the show was like, it was a tiny little tiny little house business that they converted over into a thing. I met someone through those shows. His name is Bryson. And Bryson was also a photographer every now and then. Like it was a hobby to him. He would like to go out and shoot things, mostly street scenes and things like that. And so one day, me and Bryson and a couple friends went out, and we were just walking downtown. And there was one building that had been abandoned for many, 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 many years. And they were starting to do like construction and a little bit of here and there on it. And nothing had been demolished yet. Stick with me because I do have a video of that building physically being imploded. So, me, Bryson, and a couple friends, we're all out and we are walking around and we see that the door to this building is open. And we do all of the due diligence in the world that we can. We walked around the entire building and we did not see a single no trespassing, private property, keep out. There weren't any fences up or anything like that. But the door was physically propped open. And us being good boys, you know, we thought about it and we decided to go in. We walked through the door. It's as if the universe or Jesus planning our footsteps gave us a sign, and it was one of those things where you'll never forget every single step of the way. And so we went in, we looked around for quite a bit. And then we decided to climb up the stairs. Let's go to the very top, see if we can get on the roof. And so we did that. We went from floor to floor to floor. We probably spent a good, I don't know, 15, 30 minutes in there just climbing, going from spot to spot, looking around, seeing there was nothing in there. It was absolutely vacant. There wasn't, like, I think they had removed the carpet and that was about it. Maybe some other things, but there wasn't much going on. And then we went up to the very top and we're on the roof, and it was at this point in time where where I decided to take pictures of the city skyline. This is the first time I had taken pictures from the top of a roof of like the cityscape, a city skyline, and it was at night. And so from where we are, there's like, you know, a couple buildings across and then some over to the left, and then far off as the eye can see, because we're a flat, mountainless, hillless place out there in West Texas, it was all houses. So I decided to do a panorama, and I took pictures in, you know, of course, multiple successions up top. I did a massive panorama picture, and right in the center of the panorama was a building, and then more buildings off to the right or to the left. And then I edited the picture, and then I posted the picture, and everybody thought, that's a cool picture. But there was a secretary that worked for a company that also went to Pine Box, I believe, and she told her boss, hey, take a look at this picture. And the boss looked at it and he said, that's a really cool picture. I want that picture. And so she set up a meeting with me and her boss, and it just so happens to be that the building directly across from it in the middle of the frame, he owned the building. And not only did he own that building, he owned 8 of the buildings downtown. And I say it was like his hedge fund company. Like they own a lot of buildings and properties. We'll get to that in a second. So Bryson takes us up there, we shoot it, do the thing, go from there, and then so that leads to him wanting me to photograph all of their properties the exact same way that I did that one, and he's giving me access to all of the buildings. So I could be on one building photographing another building, and then being on that building photographing, you get the point. And so it took a long time. I think it was in total about 45 total properties, buildings, and land. And they all needed to be at night, and they all needed to be a certain style because he wanted that style. And it was one of those lessons that I learned. I'm not going to go into the details, but it was one of those lessons where I figured out that listening to him doing a one-time bulk payment versus some type of licensing agreement per image was the best case for this situation. And so that, up until that point, that was the largest paycheck I had ever received. And it was a lot of images, and it was a lot of exposure. And that picture, well, I say that picture, one of those pictures was my favorite. And so whenever I uploaded it, everybody loved it. And it made me so happy and so proud that the one picture that I tried the hardest on that I loved was the same one that everybody else loved. And so people wanted to buy prints and posters, and they wanted to use it for their website, and they wanted to use it for social media, and they wanted to use this and this and this, and I've never had an image do that before. So that was a unique experience in itself. One of the people that wanted to use the photo was the city itself, because it was such a good picture of the landscape and cityscape. And so they put the picture at the airport on a big kiosk sign. And so in this picture, it went crazy. It was in 2 or 3 magazines, it was in ads, it was in all the things. But the kiosk at the airport is the one thing that changed it all for me. Because we were going to have a company move in that had already been there, but they were going to move their headquarters to our town. Because we're such a big oil-filled town, the company, you may have heard of them, it's called Chevron. And Chevron is so big, they have a shape named after them. The Chevron distinct style, that's a chevron. Anyway, one of the largest oil companies in the world. And the art director for Chevron that's coming to do a $1 billion building, like hundreds of thousands of square feet, headquarter, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. She is walking through, and as she's going to rent a car, she sees my image at the kiosk. And she asks, she says, "Hey, do you know who took that picture?" And it just so happens that the city of Midland gave me credit at the bottom. And that little bit of credit made all the difference, because she was able to find me. A person that had never been to our town saw a picture, she saw my name, she looked me up, she called me. I thought it was a scam, because you don't get these calls. It's not something that happens every day. Hey, we have a large project coming up. I can't tell you what it is because it wasn't announced yet. And I would like to use your image I would like to have you take pictures of more things in a similar style and maybe get a couple other things. And I want you to do some prints in the building. So I'm ecstatic. I'm like, I hope this is real because this is going to be great. And that set path the 2-year-long process of taking pictures of the coolest building, the Chevron building that they built in my town, Midland, Texas. And inside the town, or inside the building, there were a whole bunch of different spaces where she wanted prints. And so I had to custom make and come up with prints for the concept ideas for the thing. So there's a place where there was like, call it a water, like where you went and got water, filled up water, got water, all these things. So they wanted a picture of water. And so I had to figure out what is a cool picture of water and then give them a bunch of different selections for water photos. And they chose it and they kept going. And then she realized, she said, hey, do you have any pictures of just raw land? And I told her, it just so happens that the place you're building this building on, I have about 50,000 pictures of that spot with nothing on it. Because it just so happens that that picture, or that the place where they put that building, is where I would go to the end of town to take pictures of lightning. That's right, we've come full circle, and that's single spot. So I took pictures of sunsets and lightning and all kinds of things, and I had the raw land, and she was over the moon excited. Like, we could build the history of this entire building from scratch. And so we did. We built a whole little history section. I built it from pad, or from raw land to pad to all the way up to final product. And this is the art director that I was telling you about, that like, she's like, I like your style, run with it. Go do cool things in this building. And that's what gave me all the confidence in the world. But 3/4 of the way through this project, something amazing happened. I'm currently working for the fine art place, Bob. And he has given me the ability to print things. And we have giant printers at this facility. And Bob says, anything you want to do that came before this or after this, like, you can print. You can do whatever you want. Business is business. So as long as I'm paying Bob for the print, then it's up to me to sell the art. And I did. I did it in magnificent, crazy fashion, which is not true at all. She came to me with all of the ideas and all of the things that were going to happen, and she told me exactly what she wanted. And what she wanted became the largest print I had ever seen or done in my entire life. And I have not met anyone who has printed anything larger than that, even though I know it's out there. There's got to be somebody out there. So maybe leave in the comments that you've printed larger than this. So each panel was 8.5 feet tall by 6 feet wide, which was the limit of the printer that we had. But I did 9 panels. So lined up, it made it from whatever 6 times 9 is, because I can't think right now. It was that long by 8.5 feet tall, and it made up the giant panorama of the city of Midland that I got to take on the rooftop from the one time we decided, hey, let's walk through the door. And I could go on and on and on about other connections leading into this connection to that. But I'm going to leave that for this very last chapter that's coming up after this. But I wanted to let you know that taking chances, not illegally, mind you. If there's a no trespassing sign, don't trespass. You know what you could do, though, is just simply find out who owns the property and ask them. because what's the worst possible scenario? They say no and you don't get to do it. Move on. It's that simple. But at this case, we walked up, Bryson was there. By the way, Bryson is the same person that did he was the second person to do the Screaming Strangers, and he was willing to do that. And then he also introduced me to some people in the band industry. I recorded music videos with him. He had a really cool band. Bryson, great contact. So I'm going to put him in the category in the next one that we're going to talk about for the last chapter in this. But it definitely was the moment where I was able to have enough money from one single print to where at the time we said, hey, I have 6 months. We have rent / mortgage payment from me and my wife. We have 6 months. Can I do it? And if it wasn't for that one job, I don't know if I would be in the position that I am today. And as many connections as that made and all that stuff, the one print 3/4 of the way through the project was the one thing that did it for me. And if I didn't walk through the door, that print would not have existed. And I would not be in this moment right here, right now. And that, in a nutshell, is if the door is open, walk through it. So keep that in mind whenever you have a gut instinct to do something, whatever it may be, to just go ahead and take the picture, do it, stock it, just have it in there. If you want to put it out to the world, you can. But otherwise, leave a comment down below if you have a larger print than that. Leave a comment down below if you have a larger print than that or that you know of one. I would love to hear somebody that made something bigger. But it was definitely a great time in my life. The connections that it made going up to that point were amazing. And there's probably 50 things I forgot to tell you about, but I am trying to limit myself for this because you've already been here for a very long time. Stick around for the next one because it's the most important one. And I'll see you in the last chapter.
Chapter 41. The people that you meet and the connections that you make are the biggest part of this industry. This is the final chapter that I can think of. But I just began. Because I stopped on chapter 41 because I'm 41 years old. And my life is just now beginning. This is so awful. I live here. This is my backyard. I can't state enough how much it means to be in this area and in this spot. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was going to get emotional, but it's a big chapter in my life. I'm glad you guys are here.
I decided not to move for the last chapter because I want to try and keep this to be the shortest chapter, but it's the most meaningful and it's the last chapter of the beginning of my life. So the entire thing, from the origin story of chatting with people to getting the contacts to make for sports photography, every single person that I got to meet in sports, my MMA background that led me into MMA photography, and so on. There's literally probably thousands of people with millions of connections, and that's the final chapter, and it's the absolute most important part of all of this. If you take away nothing from however long you just sat through this, the thing you need to know the most is the people around you, your loved ones, especially if you have a spouse. My wife is the most amazing and most important part of all of this story. Now, I'm not going to go into how amazing she is. I'm not even going to put a picture of her up. But just know, in the background, she's been there from the absolute beginning. Pre-origin story. We met at Blockbuster Video to age myself. And so keep that in mind, that, the people around you are the most important part. And there's nothing else that even can compete. If you believe in Jesus like I do, he has ordered my footsteps to the ends of everything, and I hope I made the correct choices to when I get up there, he just says, good job. You did great. That's the ultimate goal. But on the other side, there's a couple people that literally changed my life. And I'm not going to name all of them because there's hundreds. There's literally hundreds. And I cannot imagine you sitting through me naming people that you don't know who they are. So just to go through a few, I wanted to write a book at one point. And it was a really big deal for me to try and find a publisher and all these things. And there's been a person that every time I have contacted her, and I haven't mentioned her in any of these other stories, but it always comes to mind, this one person. Her name is Brandy Bell. And when I told Brandy, I said, hey, I've always wanted to write a book. I thought it would be cool. And she's like, I've written 4 books. Here's what you do. And 4 days later, because I had already had it all ready, 4 days later, I had a book. And it was ready. So here's why I bring that up. There's a whole long line of excuses that I made up until the point to where I told one single person that I wanted to do something, and then she had it happen in 4 days. It was an amazing thing that happened, and I would never have gotten it done if I didn't just bring it up to someone. So that's the first thing. In making connections and dealing with, people out there, brings things up to people because you never know where it's going to lead you. And then the second person is going to be Bryson himself. I call him, the muse, because he has no clue. I don't think I've ever told him. So unless he watches this, he has no idea how much he actually impacted my life in so many different multiple ways. Because he's one of those guys that he literally walks into a concert with a box of Yoo-Hoos and he hands them out just to see people smile. Just to say, hey man, have a good day. You're a great guy. Straight edge, didn't drink, do drugs, none of that. Just his drug makes you smile. I want to make you smile today. And that was his thing. And the last one. I think out of 41 of these chapters, at least half of them have this one single person as a connection point that led me to other people. Now, I say Bryson because he was an individual entity all in its own for this connection. But the other connection, if you haven't guessed it by now, is Ashley Rice. And if it wasn't for Ashley Rice introducing me to Victoria Prince, and then Victoria Prince letting me photograph the houses, then once again, I would not be in this house right now. And Ashley was there for the UV shoots, the fantasy shoots, the underwater shoots, that shoe photography shoot. She was the one that did that. And she was just there every single time. And whether you have differences with somebody or similarities with somebody, you agree, disagree, you can set aside any kind of things to get along to make art. So keep that in mind as well, because there were things that I didn't like with Bryson that he may have done. There's things that I didn't like with Ashley that she may have done. There's probably things with Brandy Bell that I didn't like. But those three, besides my wife, of course, those three people, along with hundreds of other connections and contributing factors, connections with people. I went through it chapter by chapter by chapter by chapter, and every single one of them leads to something else that impacted my life, and every single one of them had a person standing behind that thing that led me to the next step. I don't get any of this stuff without Jesus making my feet go towards these people and introducing me to the person that led me to a situation. So whether you like it or not, you can't do it alone. And I'm sure somebody wants to try and prove me wrong about like, hey, here's my story and I did it all by myself. And I'm going to show you where somebody purchased something from you, did something, and or told you something that made you do what you did. And there's no stopping it, that human connections will get us through. And it's what you do here that will affect you in other lives and other things with Jesus and whatever else you may believe, but that's my belief. So try and be as nice, be genuine, don't lie, be authentic, transparent, and find somebody that you love as much as I love my wife. Because without her, it really is not even a story, and it doesn't take place, and I'm probably just in some apartment somewhere sitting alone not making this video for you. And so those are the four main contributors to the life that I have today. But like I said before, I mean, I could literally sit here and start naming hundreds of people just to give them credit, and I'm not going to make you go through that. You're not going to anyway. But for the very last and final comment, I just want you to tell me a simple, like, paragraph story about the first person that made the most impact in your life. The story about, like, your grandfather or your mom's friend that helped you build a car. It doesn't even have to be about photography or business or anything. It's just the one first person that you have a memory and they're like embedded in your memory as a happy thing that changed something that made your trajectory go up and build you into the person you are today. And I'll leave a comment. I'm not going to leave a comment on your story. I'm just going to leave a smiley face because I want you to enjoy telling people the story. I don't need to comment back on you telling me the story. I just want you to see that I'm there smiling and I'm listening. And it's a genuine smile because I really do love hearing stories from other people and how they built up their lives. So that's my 41 chapters. And once again, I'm 41 years old, and 42 is just around the corner. And I don't know how long I'm going to live, but this is like the midpoint. I'm only halfway done, and the past 25 years have been when the story began. So I don't know where it's going to be, but I may make a new chapter every year and tell you my experiences. So I hope you got something out of this. I don't know how long this video is going to be, and I'm not going to split it up into a whole bunch of different videos. It's going to be one long video because I want every part of it to connect one into the other, just like how my life connected one into the other, leading me to this. Have an absolutely amazing rest of the day. Even if it's taken you a month to watch this video, I'm grateful for you to have been here through this entire journey. If you want to contact me, leave a comment down below. Otherwise, I'm going to leave things in the description. The description may change, so depending on when you watch this, I may have a new thing. But it all ends with me saying, have a great day. Bye.